Welcome to the channel of PACIFIC414. Show us this loyalty. Throw yourself onto the subscribe button and submit yourself to the live streams, gaming streams, and so much more. Pathetic earthlings, I command you.
God, who the hell cares?
Warning, due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good evening and welcome, one and all, to the PACIFIC414 No Foolin birthday stream. That is right. Today marks my 45th year on this planet, and I have two people to thank very much for me even lasting the first day. These two people in particular are no longer with us. My father passed away 19 years ago, and my mother passed away 2 years ago. And I owe everything I am to them. Every lesson I was taught, I owe it to them, to my grandparents, to many people I've encountered in my life. But mostly, I want to take this portion of the broadcast, this opening part of the broadcast, to thank my parents. I love them very much, and there are many things I miss doing with them. I miss going up to the eastern Sierra Nevada with my father to go fishing, and going to different air shows and just being with him on different trips and learning about things he did growing up, learning about things he did as a member of the California Highway Patrol, and how proud he was to have served in the Coast Guard as a port security officer, and everything that he did as a port security officer in the Coast Guard led him to becoming a California Highway Patrol officer. Another person to thank is my mother. I gotta admit, it's only been 2 years, and it's still very fresh since she passed away. But there's nothing more that I enjoyed than spending time with her and doing many different things with her, much like my dad. And, you know, even though I wasn't the biggest fan of Broadway musicals or, Broadway shows in particular, I would go, and I actually did find some that I actually did enjoy. Chicago, anyone? And not because I'm a Cub fan, but if you've seen Chicago, you know there's one number called the Cell Block Tango. Hey, what can I say? My dad and I, with my sister and I, who I won't be showing any pictures of out of respect for her, but my dad and I, with my sister and my mom, to see Chicago several years ago, and let's just say my dad and I both perked up when we saw that number, the Cell Block Tango. But, when it comes to my mom and dad, like I said, I owe them everything for who I am, because That first day I came into the world on Saturday, April 1st, 1978, nobody thought I would even last the day. And even as the days went on and the nurses, the doctors would, look at me and try to make diagnosis and, you know, give my parents the best possible outcome and even tell them, there's a good chance he won't be able to walk. Oh, strike number one. There's a good chance, even if he could walk, he's going to need some assistance. Strike number two. I'm stubborn. You don't tell me what I won't do, what I can't do. And they said I wouldn't be able to ride a bike without training wheels. Strike three, you're out. Along with saying to my parents he wouldn't be able to drive a car. Out again. So I'm saying this because these are some of the things that my parents were told I would not be able to do some 45 years ago. But I've done it and more. Every day I get up and I think about them. I think about, the fun, the laughter, and just everything we did. Yeah, I'm not going to act like, my dad and I always got along. No. We were too much alike. Of course we butted heads. But if there's any father I could have, the man you're seeing on the screen right there, that man right there who I nicknamed the Grizz, is the one man I would always say I want as my father once again. Same goes for my mother. I loved her very much. And she was one of the most kind, loving people you could ever meet. Everybody loved her because of how kind she was. And it wasn't because of her profession as a registered nurse. No, it was who she was. She always went out of her way to help people. And I'm grateful for everything that they gave me. Everything that people who they knew, who also said, we're not giving up on Mike. If Patty and Bart aren't giving up on Mike, we're not going to give up on Mike. And my sister. I'm grateful to have my sister. She is one of the sweetest, kindest women you will ever meet. Lover of animals. And no, I like I said, I will not be showing a picture of her out of respect to her. She already knows this. She said, thank God. Thank God you're not going to show my picture. I said, it's out of respect for you. But I love my sister very much. And there's not one thing I wouldn't do for her. We're close. I've got her back. She's got mine. But there's one thing I promised both my parents and I promised my sister. I will be strong. I will wake up every day and I will fight. Just like I did on the first day I came into this world. I will continue to fight. Anyone who doubts me, well, I hope I can prove you wrong. No, I don't just hope I can prove you wrong. I will prove you wrong. I will show you that there are things I can do. There are things that I still want to do, that I'm going to make sure before my time's up, before I'm called out at home, that I will do. Because I've been here for 45 years, and guess what? 45 years, they didn't expect me to last a day. But I'm here, I'm strong, and now I'm inviting all of you to join me in a toast. So go grab a drink if you don't have one. Join me in a toast. And no, I don't drink that much, but you know what? How often do you get a chance to celebrate 45 years on this planet. So, to my mother and father, to those who never gave up on me, to those who helped me throughout my life, throughout these last 45 years, to all of you who I've met here on YouTube, I offer this toast to more years to come, 45 more years, 50 more years, however long I'm destined to be here. But I offer this toast: never give up. Don't ever let somebody tell you you can't do something. Don't ever let somebody tell you no.
Prost. Smooth, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
He had to go for the cheap stuff, folks. He had to go for the cheap stuff, not the smooth stuff. But
all right. Yeah. Okay, maybe I did go for the cheap stuff, but I don't drink it enough. I don't drink a lot. I'm not going to start drinking a lot. But how often do you get to celebrate your 45th birthday? Only once. Only once. And for those of you who might be curious, how did the Cubs do today? That video should be uploaded by now. So you can find out. Baron already knows. And yes, Baron has already seen proof that this is my 45th birthday. But first, before I invite everybody in, well, I'll go ahead and put the link out there, and then I'll go ahead and say hello to everybody who is here. Once again, this is an open panel. We can talk about anything except for pop culture that makes us angry, and also politics. Let's not talk about politics. I'm sick of both sides, to be honest with you.
And of course, the Reds and the Pirates. You don't talk about them either.
Yeah, well, we know a certain Whoopa Troopa who is here is probably going to talk about his Cardinals getting their first win. But remember, Whoopa, remember, we're even. We're even.
For now.
So there you are. The link is at the top.
Now, the beginning with that video you had, it looked like little spermies going up into there. Is that like a recreation of the...
Are you trying to say, is that the recreation of a night that my mom and dad did the hanky-panky? And
yeah.
Only you would interpret it that way, Baron.
Well, I like to think there's other people as sick as me, but I'll go that way. But and of course, you have your birthday on the same day, Saturday, as it was 45 years ago. How often does that happen there? But
not often.
And those are great pictures of your parents. But I have to say, your dad looks a little nervous next to you because you look like a master evil villain with the goatee and all that. Like, he's sitting there going, I think I'm going to have to bust this kid here soon. He's got an evil plan.
Okay, let me tell you a story about that picture. So my dad and I go up to Best Buy. Mm-hmm. For us, we're at, it's about an hour and a half drive, sometimes 2 hours, depending on traffic. But we were having a Father and Son day, and we go into Best Buy. We're looking for a new printer because our old printer quit on us. Mm-hmm. So as we're going through the electronics aisle, the Canon salesman, sees us and sees that we're looking at this particular Canon printer, which we ended up buying. And he starts demonstrating the camera. And, starts talking about the camera, going over all the features that a digital camera had in 2003. So 20 years ago. And he says, here, let me demonstrate the camera by taking a picture of you two. So we look at each other. We go, oh, what the heck? So just like in that picture 20 years ago, it's actually September 27th, 2003, which, like I said, was a Saturday. And I'm wearing a Cub hat in that picture. Well, I'm wearing a Cub hat now. It's because the Cubs, all they had to do that day was sweep the Pirates to win the National League Central Division and get to the playoffs for the first time since 1998, and win the division for the first time since 1989. So I was feeling good about that day. I was thinking, yeah, the Cubs are going to go in, and they're going to go and sweep the Pirates, and we're going to win the division. The only caveat to that was that the Astros had to lose their game. They only had one game. The Cubs had to make up a doubleheader. So the Cubs had to win both games. And they ended up winning both games of that doubleheader to win the National League Central Division for 2003. So, some people might look at that picture and go, but it's taken at a store. It has special meaning because and I'm not making this up, it was the last picture he and I ever took together before he passed away in January of 2004. So that's why I've held on to that picture for so long.
That picture was taken a day before my birthday.
Life works strangely, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a funny thing. I don't know if it's how peculiar, but it's a funny thing.
So I'm going to go ahead and welcome in Whoopa Troopa and the old man. And
Whoopa.
Hello to you, gentlemen. And I do want to make sure that everybody who's in the chat right now knows I am not ignoring you. As a matter of fact, well, yeah, you ignore me. You ignore Cash.
Huh? What? What? Huh?
Yes. I'm starting trouble. But I do want to say hello to Bucky's Crafting, who says, I probably can't stay. I've got to get kiddos to bed. And after a full day of craft showing, I've got another tomorrow. Happy birthday. I made sure to leave a like. Thank you, Bucky. Really appreciate it. And of course, he just joined us here on the panel. Mm-hmm. We have the old man who says, well, I guess I'll be good and no April Fool's jokes from me. Oh boy, does this and will this hurt?
Well, we already got the joke, so.
No, I gotta tell you, Mike, right now, I hate to do this, but I gotta bring up politics. The Minnesota Twins are American League. The Cubs are, guess what, National League. We've been at war for how many years?
The American League came into existence back in 1903, so they've been around for 120 years. But there's a reason why the National League is called the Senior Circuit, because we were here first. Isn't that right, Troopa?
That's right.
Whoopa! Whoopa.
And if it wasn't for Manfred, we'd still be playing baseball the way it's supposed to be played, with no DH in the National League.
Yeah. I hate corruption. That was caveat political BS.
It is. But in order to get the players to agree to a new bargaining agreement, they put in the DH. Yay. Whoop they do.
You'll come to love it. You know it.
No.
And the new rules, I hate them.
Yeah, the new rules suck. But
suck.
It's why I'm on both sides of what's going on. Not just in pop culture, but also in baseball. I'm fighting both sides.
Mm-hmm.
The World Baseball Classic happened. Had the two most viewed baseball games of all time. You know how many? There was no pitch clock. There was no stupid runner on extra innings rule. There was no shift ban, but people still seem to want to watch. So maybe that's not the issue. Maybe the MLB is just putting out a crappy product. Doesn't have people who care and doesn't have doesn't want to teach people that maybe you should go the extra mile, or hey, maybe you should try and not hit to the right side of the field every single at bat.
There used to be players who could hit to all sides of the field.
Yeah.
And now it's launch angle. Try to hit that home run. Ooh, I struck out again. There must be a hole in my bat. No. It's because you don't know how to freaking hit a baseball to left field, right field, center field. You don't know how to hit it at all.
I want to, not to bring up politics again, but I want to bring up the Illuminati. and the fact that the Illuminati is trying to convince us that Joey Gallo is good at baseball, and I refuse to believe it. They will not work their campaign of propaganda on me. He's not good at baseball. Stop your propaganda. We're on to you.
Joey Gallo good at baseball. You watched his last few seasons as a Yankee and then as a Dodger? Oh boy.
I'll
Yes.
right now. I am old enough. I repeat, I am old enough to have seen the perfect game in the World Series. 9 men up, 9 men out, no hits, no runs, no errors. Yeah.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is a perfect game.
Yeah.
If there's a walk, it's still a no-hitter, but guess what? It's not a perfect game. If there's an error, it's not a perfect game. Perfect game consists of no walks and no errors.
Yeah.
But I want to say hello to Gap After Dark, who's here. And, of course, joining us here on the panel, we have Lord Crit, we have Real Wade Gaming Clips, and DJ Ronnie G.
So, really nasty Romulan ale.
Oh!
I didn't actually get it in my mouth, but some of it got on my lips just now by accident. But, yeah, it looks like, it looks kind of like Romulan ale.
It does.
But jokes aside, I picked up a Stella, and that's what I had in the fridge, and it's green, so it's kind of gray on the chroma key. It's kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
It's not green. It's the bottle.
You're holding an invisible bottle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Talk about the DTs.
It's electromagnetic.
Yes, it is going to get a little silly tonight too.
That Romulan ale burn on the way down, huh?
I also want to say hello to Jason Fox of 540 Studios. And of course, Whoopa Troopa. Whoopa. And
Did you get the next comment, though? You forgot that one.
DJ Ronnie G. What next comment?
I had a typographic error before.
I was saying, I always knew you were a fool. I didn't know you were an April Fool.
Do you hear me?
I sent it 3 times that message
I
and kept typing it wrong.
Sorry.
No, you're good, brother. And speaking of Wade, welcome, Wade.
I didn't see the link. That's my. Oh no, I knew that. I'm not uncommon. Yeah.
It's all right. It's perfectly all right.
He sounds as tired as Cash Money.
No, still have a cold or a flu.
Oh, yeah.
I'm fine.
Bummer.
I just have the nose and the headache. That's all.
Hopefully it doesn't stick around like it did for Cash. It was, yeah.
No, I had it for a couple. I've had it for first it was throat, and then finally that went away. Just that the nose and the headache would calm down and and I would be fine. That's why I haven't done I've only been doing YouTube stuff lately, on top of other stuff. But
I think Cash still has it. That's why he's not here right now.
No, he's asleep at the keyboard. But he's been.
Or he's battling somebody on Twitter.
These people. I mean, the thing is he was been sick for 2 weeks, and I think we were more miserable than him because we had to put up with him being.
I was sick before this, and then I got sick again. But
Damn.
I was worse the first time. But But anyhow, how are you, Mike?
I'm doing well, Wade. Doing real good. I went out with a friend for a late lunch, early dinner, and then came home, and it's been a good day.
You have friends outside of YouTube? What?
I know, shocking.
Oh,
Yes, I have friends outside of YouTube.
You don't just have to flex on us like that. Come on.
and
No, it's your birthday.
I apologize. I had to do something. right when I jumped in, so I didn't realize that I was in here. So sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. No apologies are necessary.
I just feel bad. Either probably like, I know he's there. I didn't realize, but I didn't think it would be so quick. But, anyway.
It's all right, Wade.
Man, it's so weird. I'm gonna hit 200 before like July. That's right.
Well, who knows? You may even get a spike where you hit 200 even sooner. It's
No, I
been
know.
known
I'm
to happen.
almost to 190. But I've been putting out shorts like no other. I mean, cut videos are like the gold mine.
Cat money. They always are.
And I do want to say hello to Brandon, the anime guy, and of course, I want to welcome to the panel Kathy Skywalker. Hello, Kathy.
Kathy.
Hello.
And Kathy.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Oh, happy birthday! Sorry, Mike.
That's all right. That's all right.
See, I'm the sick brain still. I've been
It's all
sleeping
right.
all day, and then I was like, I saw the tweet. I'm like, seriously? Luckily, I woke up beforehand. But
And of course, Brandon says, I am working at the moment, but it is great to see you and Baron.
He's working? I didn't know he had a job.
Yeah, he says he's working, but Brandon, if you're listening, hop on if you get a chance.
Well, he's got to work because he's got that like $1,500 a month internet bill. So I think it's maybe closer to $2,500. So yeah, he's got to work.
True.
And let's see who else has hopped in here. We have Alan Copeland here. This says, happy birthday, Mike, at PACIFIC414. Thank you, Alan. And let's see. Jason Skull. And let's see here. Stephen Ransom. Hello, Stephen. See y'all in a bit. All right, brother. Lorenzo, good to see you. Hey, Pacific. At Phantomology. At Stephen Ransom. DJ Ronnie G. And the Padawannabe
Cool,
is
dude.
also here. Who says happy birthday. And the Smoking Patriot. Patriot. Good. You better come in because I got a question for you, sir.
Oh no! Oh no!
I got a serious question for you, sir.
I've got a question for you, brother.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Wow!
Of course, I'm going to play some of those clips. You know I am.
I was gonna save that one for cash.
And let's see. I don't want to skip anyone. But let's see. Yes, correct. Yes, Mr. Voice Modulator.
Voice modulator. I will have you know I am a legal rep for Mr. Phil McCracken.
Holy cow!
Who isn't even here? Your client isn't even here.
And Crit finally hit puberty.
I know, right?
They finally dropped on him. Or at least one. Hopefully both. Hopefully not three.
Damn.
Everybody saying hi to everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, try not to sound so excited.
Hi, man. Like, wow.
Wait. Since when did we get a bunch of Bill Wahlbergs in here? Yeah. Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Cash money.
Cash currency.
Steven, what's up, brother?
Happy birthday, my brother.
Thank you.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing good.
I was doing good until
I
about
gotta
6
be
o'clock.
nothing like for an entire stream. I can't make any jokes about this. This is gonna be tough.
Go.
Salute.
Ah.
I wish I had something more than this. Salute. Roast.
Good stuff.
Yeah, mine is smooth as water.
Well, I do have some water here.
Yeah. I got my backup water. Bless you, Mouse.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can talk about anything but politics and pop culture that drives us nuts.
Whew. What the hell are we going to talk about then?
Things that we enjoy, things that we love.
But it's politics and things that make us go nuts.
Politics, but we have to talk about the indictment of Pash Money for his role in playing easy mode, right? It's been on the news.
Wait. Do you have any proof of this? And real quick, if anyone is trying to come in, don't worry. I will make sure everybody who wants to come in gets a chance to come in.
Unfortunately,
I don't, Aaron will.
Unfortunately, this evidence is for the jury to see, according to my client, Phil McCracken.
Right. Who is not here?
Legal anonymity.
Where is Phil McCracken?
My client cannot comment.
He's hating us all. That's where he is.
Yes, he is. Yes.
He's probably hanging out with Punkwaddle.
And hello, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Punkwaddle put out a new video. His first video premiere.
That's right.
And good day, Jason.
And what's wonderful is if Phil was here, he couldn't get in. So, but everybody, the first person he's going to kick out of here to make room is me. You know that.
No, Baron. I'm gonna need you in case I get 10 sheets to the wind. Someone's got to take command.
Yeah, and he's halfway there. Just 2 sips, and he's teetotaler. But we're talking about.
What are you saying? I'm a lightweight.
Yes.
Hey, I can drop.
No, you're fine, Wayne. You're fine.
Tell me.
I don't know. No. We're just
I'm not kicking.
Man. We're just having fun here. Oh, by the way, you know what? I'm going to summon Phil McCracken.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
That's just going on.
It usually works, but you know what? Baron and I and Paul and Cash and Crit were talking about something that made us smile. It made us happy. No, it's not brand new. It's going to be 27 years old this November, but we rewatched Star Trek First Contact.
Oh,
you want to know our, and this is our opinion of the movie.
It stinks.
That's not my opinion.
Hey, that's my co-host. That's my co-host Spartacus in the chat. Hello, brother.
Spartacus.
Oh, yeah. 25 Echo. Yeah.
Welcome.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank
Congratulations today too, man.
Thank you. But you know what? Rewatching First Contact just reminded me of how much I love the movie. It brought me back to seeing it on opening day back in 1996. And I can't help it.
Yeah, it achieves full popcorn status. It's actually kind of unique because it gets this playful atmosphere going really fast in the plot line, and then it just keeps it moving. As silly as it gets, it continues to have fun with itself. I mean, I don't think I heard Riker have so much fun. He was just having a ball, just razzing this legend. He's like, "Yeah, I got balls bigger than yours, brother."
I don't want to be a statue. You told him about the statue?
The statue. Yeah, I mean that is it is the best Next Generation film, no doubt.
Yeah. I mean, Insurrection, and Paul's already heard us all say this about Insurrection. It's a glorified episode in the theaters.
Well, yeah, and I think that's actually the inner problem with Star Trek: The Motion Picture as well, is that it's basically an exaggerated, extended cut of a single Star Trek episode done with 1979 technology.
Yeah.
That's what I find so glorious about it. It's like I'm watching an episode that just keeps folding out, like the back of like some Mad Comics, Mad Magazine fold out sheet or something. It just keeps going and going and going and going and going. It's like, oh my God, give me more. Can I have a 5-hour cut now, please? A 6-hour cut tomorrow, please?
I'm going to be going to the store on Tuesday. I'm going to see if I can find the director's cut that was recently released.
4K. Good luck.
I know it's been tough to find. Even when I've looked online for it, not every place has it.
No.
You could check a site. There's a company on the West Coast called Amoeba. I think they have a New York location as well, but definitely in Southern California and San Francisco, a place called Amoeba. They buy and resell used media, everything from glass records all the way to 4K console games.
Oh.
So they have a website. Double check, and they may have multiple copies of what you're looking for.
And before we go on, I just have to do this introduction.
What would you say you do here? I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
And real quick, I do want to thank Real Wade Gaming Clips for joining us. I hope you get better, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know he was sick.
And I have something to say to Cash. I just got to get the clip.
Uh-oh.
Cash money.
Uh-oh.
Well, this might be a class.
Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger...
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
That means the next time we play a game, Cash Money, we're not going to do any of the stealth bullshit. We're going to go in there and we're going to Rambo it, okay?
There's going to be stealth going on at Dying Light stream. Don't
I know.
It's Cash's stealth that gets this reaction.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
That's him on stealth mode.
Yes. Phil wanted to wish you a happy birthday also, Mike. Told me to tell you yesterday. So
all right. I hope he's feeling good.
He'll pop up again.
He always does.
That's why I'm representing him.
So, yeah, shut up. We're not going through that. See, I come in here and then Crit starts his nonsense,
Order in
Mike.
the court.
That's right. Order in the court. That's right.
Order!
Large cheeseburger, fries, and a Coke, please.
Not that kind of order, Baron.
Okay, I'll take a picture of Youngling.
So Steven, you were saying recently, and I asked you about the Trigun reboot or the CGI thing. You said they were changed all this. I haven't watched it really.
I haven't watched it either. I don't have access, but I've been checking every once in a while to see what some of the responses are, and they did exactly what I thought they were going to do. They went ahead and just blew the mystery in the first episode. They just it's literally like they put Charlton Heston on the beach at the beginning of Planet of the Apes yelling at the Statue of Liberty, and they even show the Statue of Liberty, and then it says 6 months earlier, and then it goes, and like that's how bad the secret gun built into his arm is completely revealed to everybody. Everybody knows he's mechanical. It's like, what, for real? Like, what the hell? What did you do to my show? Where's my mystery?
No build up.
There's supposed to be the build up, because when we found out who Vash really was, and we had an idea he might have been in the original show, it was like, oh wow. Space and sci-fi. Yeah, I don't. Is Gap trying to talk to me? Who's that? I don't know.
That's me. I was just going to sit back and say, didn't you hear the rules that Mike had? No politics, nothing that stresses out, no anime.
Oh,
what? No anime? He said no anime?
Did he say, I don't think he said no anime. But
yeah, he was hardcore on that one.
If I said no anime, I'd have members of the audience who would go, "Well, then screw you, Mike."
Right? What am I doing?
Yeah, I was about to jump out.
I was trying to clear the pool.
Wait, no. I know what you were getting ready to do, Ronnie. You were getting ready to grab that Sailor Moon clip.
I was actually gonna make a video of that, but I'm not doing it today. It's your birthday, so I have decorum. Okay, so I'm not pulling that today.
Oh, thank God! Thank God!
Not today.
I was going to do the nerd, but I guess I'm not now.
I mean, like you guys talk about it, like I like that. I danced to that like a one-off here, and suddenly you guys are associating me with the worst iteration, or not even iteration, advertisement for a bad iteration of Sailor Moon, just because I was doing a dance along. I was trying to be festive, and you all now think I'm a fan.
No, it's no. DJ, stop trying to spin it. Okay, you're failing miserably.
I've got a response for you on that one. And I think Cash already knows which one I'm going for.
How about no?
I mean, and by the way, Paul has not watched those movies yet. Boo!
Libel.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Paul, we're used to a lot of stuff with Paul. By the way, who did we lose? We lost somebody.
Kathy
Skywalker.
Oh, Kathy.
Yeah.
Oh, Kathy.
Fan
I'm sorry. Whatever it is I said, I'm sorry.
He's not sorry.
No,
He's never sorry.
No, it's me. She doesn't want to be stuck with a boozer.
Yeah. Yeah, he put those glasses on early. He realized he was going to be on a bender. So.
And don't worry, Gab. Mike will make sure that you get a special wristband to say, "I'm part of the channel." Yay! Yeah.
Wait a moment. There's wristbands?
Only for Gab, because he needs to feel special all the times.
Oh, he's special.
And I will make sure that anybody who wants to hop on the panel gets their opportunity to hop on the panel.
Yep.
So we're just about ready to rag on Paul again, weren't we? So where do we leave off?
He hasn't watched any of the Austin Powers movies.
Oh yeah, that's a shame. I mean, we
That is a shame. That really
He
is.
hasn't watched the original Mulan with me not winning.
Oh come
I
on!
mean, we're gonna have to set up watch parties, I guess. Jeez. All right.
the special master.
I'll watch
Paul.
Mulan again. It's been a long time.
We've got to get him to watch Stripes too.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah.
What blasphemy is this? He hasn't seen Stripes either.
No. He said back. I want to wait until Michael's ready because he's going through all that. So I want to make sure he's here to watch it. So.
Yeah.
I guess I'm on the other side of the spectrum here because I've watched all the Austin Powers movies, but only watched 2 James Bond movies.
Yeah.
Well, that's not so bad. Depending upon which
he corrected
James
himself.
Bond movies.
Which James Bond?
Only 2 of them.
Okay. Good.
Casino Royale and Spectre.
What? Seriously?
Yeah. Listen, if I watch,
you haven't seen any James Bond movies. I mean, we're not really.
Well, look, if I watch another James Bond movie, I can't say I've watched more Austin Powers movies than James Bond movies. It's just like if I play another Legend of Zelda game, I can't say that my favorite Legend of Zelda game is Link's Crossbow Training, and that's just no.
Whoopa's gotta watch Moonraker. I mean, the best James Bond film.
Yeah.
Is there any Pokemon in that?
No, Whoopa, there are no Pokemon in James Bond. Come on.
Why not?
No, dude, there's no Pokemon. Do you know how years that was
There
before Pokemon
kind of
started?
is.
Come on,
They're
dude.
just they're all in their
Wannabe.
female form. There's,
Oh my!
You got, and James has to catch them all, or try to catch something from them all.
I want to be the very best, like no one ever was.
Like the early James Bond movies where the naked woman was swimming along but shaded.
You got 2 large Pokeballs just right there.
Well, those title sequences, like I totally crushed on those title sequences. I mean, I'm born in 1969. I'm allowed. It's like it was part of my youth.
You're young.
This stuff was on ABC in the afternoon, for crying out loud. How could I not?
Behave yourself, Crit. Yeah, that's right.
I remember reading in the Star Log. I'm sure it's in my thing here, but they interviewed the guy who did those opening sequences, and he said he had a devil of a time. There was one lady, and her, would you say, natural merkin was very pronounced, even with the shadow. So they were doing everything from combing and whatever. They were Vaseline it down, but it was still pronounced. And it's like, you need to shave that off. And she goes, I'm not shaving, so she lost the job. That's the one thing I remember the most about that. And that's in Starlog. Here I am, pubescent teen reading this going, Hamana.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Titillating.
It's like reading the letters pages in Penthouse,
Well, I will admit it was an issue of Starlog where there was a fold out poster of Chase Masterson, who was Rita. This is back in the 90s. This is back in the 90s.
Well, I quit Starlog up in the 90s. It just became Star Trek log. It was like Star Trek all the time. It's like, there's other stuff. I know. Wine.
Well, I'm reading the article, then I open one of the posters. I'm all, Chase Masterson as Lita. Okay, yeah, I'm buying this.
Many a lonely night.
You opened it and thought, why is this magazine so sticky?
Yeah. Many a lonely night.
Hey, Mike, let's have a full screen.
All right. You want a full screen?
Oh, okay.
Here we go. You got a full screen, Steven.
Hamana. Who's
Trisha
the girl from
Helfer.
Battlestar Galactica?
Yeah,
Yes. The blonde lady.
Trisha
Helfer.
Yep.
Still in the baggie, of course. Couldn't allow it.
Always got to use protection.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, use protection.
Playboy got woke.
2007, when there used to be a TNT.
Yeah.
Yep.
2007, there used to be a lot of good TV.
Yeah, there used to be a lot of good stuff out there in 2007. Good grief.
There's
What's this about Bud Light's research? I never drank the stuff. I think it's horrible. But
I haven't heard about it. If you could.
Did it come out or something like that? It's now really Bud Gay, like that they had in the Saturday Night Live commercial. With Chris
Remember
Farley?
Saturday Night Live used to be fun?
I had a lot of problems on my end.
As you're kind of for alcoholics.
Well,
what they did was they hired a bunch of alcoholics and gave them a job all day long and feed them regular beer. The output became light beer.
Having a lot of problems on my end here.
Do you have any storms in your area? Kathy, do you have any storms in your area?
Oh, no.
I just had a huge storm.
We had quite a storm here last night. It did everything from rain, snow, thunder, lightning. It's like, okay, hail. The only thing we were missing was the tornado.
Really getting your money's worth.
Yeah, actually, yeah. It's like,
And then we got about 6 inches of wet, heavy snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just came off a live stream with somebody in Virginia, and she's not really even close to where these real storm systems actually are, but she was experiencing all kinds of glitching and outages because the winds are so high, the cables are rattling on the poles. It's just a mess out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, where I'm at, we got rain last night, and then there's been strong winds. As a matter of fact, in order to meet my friend at the restaurant that we went to today, I have to cross a bridge, and it has a high peak at one point, and you could really feel it. So I'm fighting the steering wheel just to keep the car straight.
Now, you put the sail up so you can get better gas mileage. Arr! Cassie Mike!
We're getting a lot of rain.
From where I live, if you don't have a 4-wheel drive when this all happened, you don't have a 4-wheel drive, you ain't getting out of the neighborhood. It's all uphill grind.
Kathy tried to
And
say
believe
something.
me, there was a lot of spinning, nobody going nowhere.
Sounds like my love life.
Kathy,
Anyway,
come in, Kathy. Are you there?
Kathy, do you copy?
Yes, I'm
Kathy,
here.
do you copy?
Oh, there we are.
I'm here.
Worried
Can
about
you
you,
hear me?
Kathy. Yeah,
Yes,
we hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Yeah.
I do want to say hello to Jeff
rain here.
Marks.
Hey, my food is ready. I must go. I just wanted to say happy birthday to Mike, and thank you. You're awesome. You may be a Cubs fan, but that's okay. And
you may be a Cardinals fan, but you're not so bad.
You just had to add that in there, didn't you?
I had to go in a whole stream without mentioning. I can't do that.
What? We're even. We're even.
We are
Cardinals
even.
have
This is
one
true.
win, one loss. Cubs have one win, one loss. So we're
That's
even
true.
right now.
And honestly, you guys probably look better right now, but hopefully that changes.
So you both equally suck. That's good. I'd like to hear that.
I mean, that's the NL Central in a nutshell.
Pretty much.
But yeah, always happy to celebrate. You're the first person who let me on a live stream besides maybe Nerdrotic and his member streams, and I had to pay for that. Mike hasn't paid. Mike hasn't made me pay yet. He has tried to pay me to keep me off this stream. He said, "Please stop coming over here."
Well, I was going to say, Mike's to blame.
Yes, it's his fault.
Ooh.
But yes, thank you. Happy
If
birthday, sir.
and it's a big if. If I ever get monetized, I'm never gonna ask you guys to pay to get on a stream. Why?
Mm-hmm.
If I hadn't done that before, why would I start? Because you're making money. Bullshit.
Well,
All right,
don't
everybody clip that. All right.
Yeah.
No,
send it to your lawyer. Put it in an envelope. Mail it to yourself.
Hey, Attorney Crit over there. You got that, Attorney Crit? You can put that in the briefs and you have that all ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
Right. But yes, I want to thank Whoopa for being here, taking the time to be here. Enjoy your supper, and I can't wait till May when the Cubs and Cardinals face off for the first time.
Take care
And of
there,
course,
Wilbert.
the Cubs and Cardinals are actually going to be playing in July over in England for 2 games, so that'll be interesting.
Hopefully, people won't get hurt. I remember when Kershaw was playing in Australia, he came back, he was hurt. It was great.
Yeah.
Oof.
All right, we do have a spot available in the starting lineup. If anybody would like to join us, you're more than welcome to.
I can see all these drunk Brits going in and going, this isn't cricket.
Oh, what the bloody hell is this? Oh, baseball.
Bollocks. It's all bollocks. It's like them calling that football over there.
All right, Jets, line up against the wall and prepare to cough.
And Kathy, at any time, if you need to bounce out, go right ahead. I understand what it's like to have internet problems when you have inclement weather.
Inclement weather.
Yeah, I don't even have a computer either. So I guess I'm gonna pop out now.
All right, but if you do want to come back in, feel free.
Happy birthday again.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
Good seeing you again,
All right,
Kathy.
have a great birthday.
Bye, Kathy.
Yeah.
Me too.
Bye.
Thank you, Kathy. You have a
You
good night.
too.
But again,
Good night.
if you do want to hop in later, if we're still on, hop in.
All righty.
But yeah,
Okay. Have a good night.
Night,
we'll do.
You too.
And Jason's got to get ready for his stream. So,
Yes,
Jason,
I
go
have-
ahead and plug your stream if you'd like. And
Oh yeah. Well, before I do that,
I just want to say hello, Jace.
Hi, my co-host.
Hello,
I was gonna get
Chris.
I was gonna get the stream ready.
I know. I just thought I would pop in and just say hello.
Hello, man.
Happy
Hello.
birthday, man.
And
Thank you.
wish Guy a good birthday, man. If you're here, or we're gonna fucking kick you, man.
I'm not gonna kick you.
I
just might start talking about the Cubs a little more than usual. And everybody's gonna go, "Where's Pop Talk, Mike? Where are the game streams, Mike?"
But yeah,
when did this become Pacific 414 Cubs Talk?
But yeah, we're gonna.
Well, the
when the
looking
lights come
beautiful
down,
tonight,
feel.
kids.
But just to clarify something earlier, so Bud Light apparently revealed today that that Dylan trans guy is going to be their spokesperson now, or something like that.
Are you serious? That narcissist?
Apparently they
yeah.
released a special 365 day of being
We're
a
supposed to
woman
be happy.
can for him.
We're supposed
I
to be
have a
happy,
picture
Sparta, and you just brought us
of the
down. What's
new-
going on?
Thank you.
I think it's more hilarious than anything.
I feel
hilarious.
It's hilarious.
ashamed. I have
It is hilarious.
I
And I do have the
ashamed.
picture right here. Look at this picture of the cover. It looks so beautiful.
I feel ashamed I have the same name as that person.
What, Crit?
But
No, that Bud
Oh,
Light.
Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, Bud? Your first name is Bud? Oh.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yep.
No.
There we go.
That is just.
I don't want anybody on my beer can.
More pandering nonsense.
I don't care if that was a man, a woman, a trans, whatever. That's still freaking frightening if I saw any face like that.
There is an actual tie-in here, because when you start, transitioning, you do eventually generate buds. So it makes sense that Bud Light would be a good trademark.
Oh, gosh. We're all doomed. We're doomed.
Yeah,
we are doomed.
Please,
We really
God,
are.
send the meteor now. Send the asteroid now. Please, God.
You go
It's a
from
meteor nearby. Yes, sir, but it's not going to come by Earth close enough to strike us. Make it happen.
We might all be surprised.
There's a
about
reason
proximity.
why aliens have not visited Earth, and they're watching our radio broadcast that we send out into space.
Well, no, I mean it's just like the South Park episode. We're like a reality show to them, so
Yeah.
I mean that's how they look at it.
it's
just reality show.
Normal. It's like normal people watching Jersey Shore or whatever MTV used to have back in the 90s and 2000s, and just like, oh my God, why in their world are people like this? Let's keep on watching.
I think I've heard them say that when they're watching Pop Talk.
Yeah, I do. Somehow I
Go on.
stuck up on it.
Who the hell is this Mike PACIFIC414 Baron Arm Tag Cash Money 007? And why is that old man so angry?
Which you haven't
Mike,
seen
when
yet.
you get a chance, make sure to check your Steam. You're gonna find some surprises on there.
Ooh.
Well, I already told him about
That's
the
your
one.
question about my anger?
Yeah,
That's 'cause
Cash.
I'm a curmudgeon.
Baron already told me that there's an unauthorized Sonic game where you got to find out who killed
That's
Sonic.
free. I'm gonna download that, but there's two surprises for you on there, man. One from me and one from somebody else. So when you get a
You
chance,
got gift. Oh,
Nice.
I gift. These guys.
Nice.
Oh, don't tell me Phil was actually nice for once.
Oh, jeez.
nothing from Phil.
It better not be. It better not be a certain type of picks, because if it is, I'm gonna scream and holler and rant.
No, you'll like it.
It's not that he was nice; it was that he was aggressively angry with his money.
There we go. Get away from me! That's not Phil though. Phil's not aggressively angry with his money.
All right. I don't know if StreamYard is going to be able to capture this, but I'm going to try it anyway.
Well, you should be able to. I thought.
I would think so, but you never know. It is StreamYard, and StreamYard doesn't always cooperate. So let me see if I can bring it up here.
StreamYard can be a bitch at times.
What you said about StreamYards? Yeah, I can.
Yeah, it's not even okay. All right, I got it now. But Spock, and thank you very much, Spock. Thank you so very much, brother.
That was a logical
Ritual,
gift.
I will definitely check this game out, and he's not alone.
Oh, hello.
Oh, yeah, yes, Cash. I am going to check out Scars, brother. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, Spock had this idea that let's pretty much empty your wish list. So it's not just So yeah, We saw those 2 games on there, and so
Just
yeah,
buy
happy birthday,
everything
man.
on his wish list so he can make a new wish list.
That's
So
right. There's only one thing there left but it's not going to come out for a while. So
a question to Cash. I don't know if you've answered this many times, but when you are having having an angry debate with someone about money, do you just say, "What do you think I am, made of money"?
I haven't said that one yet. That's a new one. That's pretty good.
When someone says, "Well, I want you to buy me this, this, and this," what do you think I am, made of money?
There is a guy named Nerdporial that the first time he came on, though, he's like, "Hey, Cash or credit?" But see, Cash doesn't like. He only likes cash. He doesn't like credit, and he always said it every time he was on the panel. He always said it. Just kind of cracked me up. Yeah.
But it might be on something.
Well, I mean,
happy birthday, Mike.
Thank you, Gap. How are you doing today, brother?
I am doing good. How are you gentlemen doing?
Hey, pretty good, man.
I'm doing pretty well.
Happy birthday to you.
Wait, isn't Paul supposed to be on later to sing
to
happy
you?
Birthday with...
I know he said he was going to try to come on the stream.
555 you. Happy.
Wait, whoa. You calling me a noob? You calling me a noob?
Who's calling who a noob?
I don't know. Am I the only one here?
You only.
Are you calling me a noob?
You only turn 18 once in your life, after all.
And on his birthday, he became Robert De Niro for 5 seconds.
I mean, you must be calling me a noob, because if you are, then please, if you or someone you know is playing a game on easy mode or casual or even rewinding the game,
there's a person we saw recently, Pacific and I saw, that was rewinding Mega Man game. You can do what you want, but it's not the best idea.
And just know, folks, this is all a skit right here. Please call 1-800-555-NOOB. That's 1-800-555-NOOB. I'm not only the founder of 1-800-555-NOOB, I'm also a client. At one time, I was playing Jedi Fallen Order for the first time and got to the final boss, and I died over and over and over again.
Story of my life.
So I took the easy way out and put it on an easy mode.
No.
Disappointed.
Let's all thank Mike for sharing. Okay, that's really opened up this time.
So this stream is saved, right? All right. So I'll have that for my testimony against Cash.
However, I recently went back to play Jedi Fallen Order. I got to that same very final boss, and I ended up beating that same very final boss on Jedi Knight. I was disgraced. I brought dishonor to my house. The first time.
Why have you not performed seppuku yet?
Yeah. Come on.
That would be cultural appropriation. That's why.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Sorry.
I know.
We are Americans. We do not care about cultural appropriation.
That's right.
So have you watched the news lately? This isn't political, but I have some audio that I recorded off the news last night.
What is it? Phil McCracken demanding Buster Bars?
Well, I'll play it for you guys if you're fine with it. Yeah. I recorded this last night while I was watching the news. It was big stories. So.
I just want everybody to know that PACIFIC414 does not condone or condemn anything that's being played right now by Lord Crit. This is all his own action.
Good evening, America. Welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight, the show that's not afraid to tackle the tough issues. Tonight, we've got a breaking story that's shaking the world of YouTube streaming. That's right, Cash Money 007 is being sued by Phil McCracken for playing on easy mode. And folks, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, I know what you're thinking. Playing on easy mode, that's not a crime. But folks, it's much more than that. This is about fairness, about integrity, about the very soul of gaming. You can't just go around playing on easy mode and expect to get away with it. It's like cheating in Skyrim, folks. We all know what happened to Fandomology Master Paul. Now, a certain political group will tell you that playing on easy mode is just a harmless shortcut. But they are missing the bigger picture, folks. This is part of a larger agenda to undermine the industrial spirit that has made America great. We can't let that happen, folks.
Nice.
You know,
Nice
AI is seriously screw things up in the years to come.
Wait a second. That was AI?
So Chris keeps coming up with this stuff, Mike. And
he doesn't. He's used my own voice.
You know, first of all, I want that clip because I'm calling shenanigans here. I'm Fandomology. Master Paul isn't. He's the Star Wars guys. Fandomology wasn't good enough for him.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I am Fandomology.
You know what? I got it. I just figured it out.
Perhaps it's copyrighted by. Perhaps they got the channel wrong.
See,
you never know.
He's using Tucker's voice because he secretly works for CNN. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Yep.
Are you accusing my client of working with CNN?
I'm accusing you of working at CNN.
No. It's not him. It's his father's uncle's brother's twice removed cousin from his mother's side, who's a roommate back in college, whose uncle's father's second cousin, third times twice removed.
He has the same name as that person, probably helped get that thing or person, whatever, on the Bud Light on the label. Yes.
Well, I have a.
You have the ring, and I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
You mean this individual? You mean this individual?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
I don't endorse Bud Light. I'm more of a. I'm more of a.
Sure.
No, I don't endorse Bud Light.
I definitely don't.
You remember that meme with the crazy girl? That looks like that.
Which crazy girl? There's a lot of them out there.
The meme with she had the long hair and she's like, her eyes started popping out. I don't know who that was.
Are you talking about AOC?
No.
No.
It's the one that's
some like HR manager or something. It's like, I'm in charge of HR. Whether or not you people survive this company's future is my decision, not yours. Like that crazy person. Yeah, I remember that one. Good grief.
Yeah. Mike says that to me before every show.
There's also
it's true. Usually when Baron's backstage, I tell him, "You're not going to leave the show until I tell you to leave."
There's also Brie Larson with her crazy eyes when she was getting interviewed about whether she's going to continue as Captain Marvel. A
little nuts.
You guys seen that video, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
With Jeremy Renner's face, he's like, "Why am I here?"
I was too busy looking at the feet.
Yep.
Oh, I lost them.
Who just left?
Yeah, but unfortunately, we also have to go. We have. So we are going to stream on 540 Studio. We're going to do our not a podcast, but a podcast today.
Or
where
how
we
I
just
like to
have
call
fun.
it Saturday fun days. Or Saturday satisfying days.
All right.
Yeah, but again, Mike, congratulations, man.
Thank you, Jason.
It's really
Thank you,
nice
Chris.
to get to meet you, get to know you, and I'm happy to do more stuff with you, man. It's really fun to be here. So
yeah, I mean, that's one of the great parts of YouTube is getting to know people you never would have met without the internet and without StreamYards and.
Yep.
See, you help us become mead ordered off a Wish, Chase. So you're Andre. So I mean, we're getting there. We got that,
Yeah, you have your filthy Norwegian here.
As I have dubbed him the bad Norwegian since he
yes,
knows
and
English
we do
more
have
than
merch
me.
of that. We do have merch of bad Norwegian. But I will talk to you later, guys.
Hey,
Have
take
a nice
care.
stream.
If you ever want to hop back on Pop Talk, just let me know. Just send me a DM either on Discord or on Twitter.
Yes, $9.95, by the way. $9.95.
Yeah.
Pay $9.95 to get on.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to pay that get off. Hey, take care, Jason.
It's only $9.95.
See you guys.
Have a great stream, guys.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Gap, if your internet issues fix themselves out, make sure to hop back on, brother.
Yep.
And we do have some open spots if anybody would like to hop on.
Yeah, like, where's your client, Mr. Crit?
Yeah. I cannot comment on that right now.
Okay.
Oh, so you're not going to tell us the whereabouts of one Phil McCracken?
He's just busy. He'll be around later, I'm sure.
Just like I can't tell you my sources. That would be giving out sources, right? That's illegal. You ask every news agency their sources.
Crit thinks he's in that game Phoenix Wright right now. So yeah.
But getting back to what we were talking about earlier with First Contact, and enjoying it for it being good Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wish I was getting right now. But you know what? There is a way to still get good Star Trek. Just go back and watch the stuff that was already made.
Yeah.
Read all the old books.
Yep, I think even when Data said resistance is futile, I think even people clapped in the theater, if I remember, when he said that. 'Cause it was very unexpected, and you're like, oh crap.
Folks were excited when they were watching First Contact.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah. Well, we were all still in the game. It was still being honest with us, so we were still being honest with it, and that's what made it all work. But yeah. Yep. I just did a stream on Thursday. We were just celebrating, some of our favorite OG Star Trek episodes.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I apologize. I'm sure that there's some fans of the new CGI work, and it is excellent. And from what I understand, in context with the episodes, they're actually very pleasant to look at. They don't really interfere with the continuity of the show. But I kept on getting jarred at this notion that, guys, just brush up the old stuff, man. Can't we just have the OG? Do we really need special editions of everything? Has the world really gone so 4K bonkers? It's kind of odd. Just the Star Trek I saw in theaters just doesn't even exist. The Star Wars I saw in theaters doesn't even exist anymore. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. It's all right, Steven. It's all right. It's what part of the stream is about. I mean, you look at the physical models, maybe CGI can add a little bit more detail here and there, but at least with a physical model, you're looking at something that's real.
Yeah, the eyes cannot be fooled. There's a shot in the movie Interstellar that still boggles my mind. When I saw it in the theaters, I was like, holy crap, CGI just became unbelievable. And then to my chagrin, I found out that what I was actually looking at was a full-scale prop on a gimbal that they were filming. All of those space shots of the shuttle itself, the Ranger, the sleek-looking model, those were all full-scale practical models, and that's why I was amazed. I'm like, that can't be CG. Look at the cobwebbing on that paint job. That can't be CGI. It can't be. And it wasn't. I was like, whoo! Thank goodness. The reality just got bent out of shape when I saw that in the theater. I'm like, how can that be CGI? We're not that good at this yet. So,
well, the CGI in Shang-Chi was actually, I thought, good. It didn't look cheap, and I thought they actually put some money into it, and they had some pretty cool special effects. But that movie, it's all over the place sometimes.
Yeah.
It wants to be too goofy, and then it tries to be serious. But that father in that is like the best thing about that movie. He's the best. Better than the daughter, better than the son. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. We're looking at we're kind of looking at a period in script writing where it's become just collage work. They're just cutting and pasting and throwing things together until they seem to fit well enough to put it out there. It's like, and we're getting these subpar beta versions of these movies as the only alpha in existence. It's bizarre. I don't get it.
Well, you're kinder than me. I equated to a bunch of monkeys throwing shit on the wall and seeing what sticks. And that's what we're getting.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but AI has gotten so much better.
Oh,
Yeah, it has.
And Kathy here is saying she finally watched the first 3 John Wick movies. Kathy, what did you think about them?
Oh, she gave me a special message to say about that. I don't know if she did.
Hello.
That's what she had to say.
It stinks.
Come on.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a troublemaker.
Baron.
Never seen it.
Do I have to play the clip?
You know you're going to eventually have to, so...
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Nice seeing you all.
Do I have to?
Well, you know me.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
I missed that clip.
Baron. And when I let you back on
Baron.
to the panel, I just want you to know one thing about anything you have to say, any opinions that you might or might not have. I just want you to know one particular thing.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Come on, Baron. You're that. Never mind. You're back. I was about to respond to what you said in the chat. I figured you like the cold because you probably are related to the abominable snowman.
Well, plus I got a lot of, I'm Walrus Boy. I'm the superhero's Walrus Boy. You've never seen a cold walrus.
Wait a minute. You had Snortus Poopus Cuber looking at you? He was hungry?
Yeah, no, it's actually Cocaine Bear.
Wait,
either way.
Are you related to the walrus that ate all those oysters?
Lord Crick, can you please, as my lawyer, say the usual thing about, we can't talk about these things.
It'll cost you.
Yeah.
It'll cost you profit, human. Go and press platinum.
But I'm the only one that likes you here. No one else does. So come on, you gotta side with me here.
Wait. You say I don't like crit?
I just uploaded a content.
I hope you know. I'm here checking who's naughty and nice.
Wait, hold on. Brandon was saying something about he just uploaded a couple of videos.
I uploaded a content premiere about an hour ago.
Okay.
Okay.
It was a good one.
You're the only person that showed up.
I enjoyed it. No, it was a zoo episode. So it was like you had like the zookeeper and you had the animals. I mean, just check it out because I'm bad at describing things. But I enjoyed it.
Yep. I'm sorry I wasn't there, Baron. Brandon, I was uploading a video and I was getting this stream ready.
No, in the middle one, the only person who showed up.
Don't worry, more people will show up.
Yeah. Sometimes we just see it pop up in the notifications. That's what happened to me. Like, I was just about to, get dinner, and then I almost forgot it was Mike's birthday, too. So I almost didn't show up here. I was going to start my own stream up, and then I was like, oh, shit, it's Mike's birthday.
You don't even get the, okay, youngster, out you go. How dare you forget that it's my birthday?
I know.
Don't you know who I am?
Mike's been telling me about 5-6 times.
I knew it was your birthday. But the thing is, but also today, I was actually at C2E2 up in Chicago, and I had a great time.
Nice.
It's amazing bad. I also got this nice little poster of the Sultry Starfire.
Okay. Wait. Put that back up on screen.
Well, yeah, actually, they also sold like some not safe for work versions of different characters as well. But I just took I took the more tame version, but yeah, this
Oh,
is
I
a
was gonna
very
say, put those not safe ones up there and see if we can get you out, man.
yeah. I don't want to do that. I don't want to
Boobies.
to Pacific, not even on his birthday. And also something that was great. Also, the vendor I got my lightsaber from, they were there at C2E2 when I got myself a brand new blade for my lightsaber.
Oh, nice. So let me bring that up on the screen.
It's blue. Yeah. This is an Ultra Saber's heavy grade Ultra Edge blade. This is where it looks on camera. It actually looks like it looks like it's really bright on camera. So it's like the best one you should get. This is like an initiate size blade, so it's like 24 inches, and it's perfect for me handling it.
Sounds like a lot of bragging going on there.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, C2E2 was really good, and also I also completely forgot about it, but I actually got to meet Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic there. Yeah, I forgot he's
cool.
He's also an Illinois native. I totally forgot about that. I just saw his booth, like, oh my gosh. Just like I just walked up and just shook his hand. I wanted to take a picture of him, but he got I think he may have joked saying, "Oh yeah, pictures are like $20." Like that was cool with that. But and again, I just kind of saw him walking by and just said hi to him again. So it's just cool just to meet him. That was just really interesting.
Yeah, because you never know. You're watching somebody on YouTube, and someday you might actually meet him at a convention.
Yeah, that's true.
Aaron, do you still have your lightsaber?
Darren, you got a lightsaber?
No, I don't have a lightsaber. The only thing I got is a hilt.
Okay, which one?
What's left of it now?
Oh, that's
no. I never had a lightsaber. No.
Yeah, you
did. Is that
what?
one of the ones?
I know I paid for it.
Is that Obi-Wan or Qui-Gon?
It was specially made. Someone made this up at a convention we went to, and it was put up on auction, and my former wife bought it for me. I basically walked in at the auction when they said sold and pointed at her. It's like, what the hell? But it's not made to. Well, if you're talking about the one way back in the 70s, yeah, because that was a blow-up blade. That thing didn't last long because...
Gee, I thought maybe if you had it, you and Jet Sparks could go at it. But
definitely now that I got a lightsaber, if they're gonna hold ICCC in Nashville again, I'm definitely gonna take that puppy down and challenge Paul to a lightsaber duel.
Oh, Paul!
Oh my! Hey, Paul, if you're watching or you're listening, you've got a challenger.
What about Mexican Iron Man, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, all I know is Paul better practice a lot.
Yes.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play the clip one more time because he's here.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Training, sir! Training, sir!
What kind of training, son?
Army training, sir! Army training, sir!
Please welcome back to the channel, the Smoking Patriot. Hey, Patriot, what's up, brother?
What's up?
Hello. What's going on, man?
Hello?
Hello?
Patriot, do you copy? This is Starfleet.
Hello?
Hello?
Starfleet command to the Smoking Patriot. Come in, please.
Hello, Earth to McFly, butthead.
Speaking of Starfleet, I'm playing this game called Star Trek Encounters, and it's a PlayStation 2 title, and you get to fly a starship. In the beginning of the game, you're flying an NX-01, but these buttholes want me to disable the engines on the Zindi ship, and every time I try to disable the engines, the ship blows up.
I had that game. The controls in the game sucked.
Did they?
I've had slightly worse, but they're not great. They're not great, yeah.
Nothing is better than Star Trek Bridge Commander.
I gotta try
You're damn right, Crit. You're damn right. There's nothing better than Star Trek Bridge Commander. I will let you know there is a section of the game, DJ Runny where you're supposed to take Voyager through this wormhole. I'm gonna let you know that's a pain in the ass.
Typical Voyager. I don't even know how you're supposed to disable these engines. I can imagine. I don't even know how I'm supposed to disable these engines, man. Like, I mean, that's like, if I'm having a hard time disabling engines on a Zindi ship, I'd imagine going through a wormhole will be a pain. I mean, like what? Harry Kim, you got to have him controlling the sensors. And you know how that turned out. Last time Harry Kim had to control the sensors on a shuttle in front of the ship, the Voyager, crashed on an icy planet.
That's right.
Oh. Icy wiener?
That too. Everyone was frozen.
Better than volcanic.
Smoking Patriot, this is Starfleet Command. Come in.
Roger that, Starfleet Command. I read you loud and clear.
What happened to the communications earlier? Is there something wrong with your subspace network?
No, it is my grandfather's birthday today also.
Mike is your grandpa?
Very cool. And I was gonna put in there, Mike. What we got back didn't live long, fortunately.
I was going to be a smartass, but Patriot, please wish your grandfather a happy birthday for me.
I will.
I know he doesn't know me, but he's a fellow April Fool's Day birthday boy. So please, send my best wishes.
Yeah.
DJ
Ronnie,
Ronnie,
I can't be on long because we got family over. I just wanted to hop on.
I understood. Thank you, brother.
DJ Ronnie, maybe you can help some of us convince Paul that easy mode and cheats, especially on Skyrim, is not the best direction.
Well, I'll tell you what. I would tell you what. When I play Super Mario Brothers 2, the Lost levels, you bet your ass I'm gonna hit that rewind button because that game was like the ultimate troll move. That game was designed. The first time that game. Hold on. Poison mushroom.
Hold on. You're gonna take your lumps and like it, mister.
In the All-Stars version.
Yep, that too.
Easy way. Generated quick.
Exactly, that's true. He is right. There's no easy way in the All Stars version, and if there's no rewind either on the Super Nintendo.
That's right. You got to take your lumps.
If Mike and I
got me there
ever decided to not punish ourselves in a game anymore, not challenge ourselves, we would be in the Paul Club, and I don't ever want to be in that club.
Wait, we already are in a club. It's called Tuesday Night Trek.
That's not a club. That's Paul adjacent, I guess.
Paul adjacent.
It's going to be in the world. In the NES version.
That one's even harder.
Boy, that escalated quickly. That really got out of hand fast. You know
the echo is great.
Echo.
I am hearing an echo. Echo, Bravo, Delta.
DJ Ronnie, you never, when it comes to gaming, look, we thought before he was playing at least on normal, Kingdom Hearts, different. Then we found out the truth. Very, very upsetting. He can play his games on what he wants, but there's some of these streamers who are like, you play your games on easy mode? Yeah, some of them do, but it's not the best direction.
Cash, what did you and I do last week? What did we accomplish last week?
On hard difficulty? Oh, we beat the game.
We beat Streets of Rage 4 on hard difficulty. Yeah, maybe we died a few times before we actually beat it, but guess what? We beat it.
We found a way, yes.
Yeah, we found the way. It's called doing the Rambo thing.
Oh, it was not. We didn't always do.
And Mike and I would have Mike and I would have finished the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game had we if we didn't keep having connectivity issues.
Mm-hmm.
And we were playing that on what was it, the hardest mode?
Yeah, we were.
So I mean, you gotta love connectivity issues. God bless the internet.
Well. What do you want, Mike? Are we do you want Dying Light to be on what, normal, or do you want it to be on hard, or do you care? Or
haven't played those games before.
I'll tell you what, Cash. If we're gonna play a game, and yes, I'm doing this voice for a reason, you better be ready to play on hard.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You better be ready to go over the top. Okay.
That move is impossible.
I want Paul to play The original Dead Space, not the remake. The original Dead Space on hard difficulty. That's what I want to see. Let's see how long it takes him to go crazy.
But he has a family. He has to play on easy mode.
Can't we? You can help, DJ Ronnie. You can help.
Well,
How can I help you?
You can help. You can convince Paul that it's not the best track.
But I don't know if I even fully agree. Like I empathize with your position. I really do. But are you talking about playing on legendary? Like if we're playing Halo, are you talking playing on legendary or hard?
Man, no, hard or normal.
Okay, well, good.
I want him to. I want him
reasonable.
to at least go to a normal difficulty. I'd like him to. He told us offline that he played Persona 5. I'm sure some of you know what Persona 5 is, Persona 5 Royal, or heard of it. I don't know.
I got the ED64 Plus.
Ooh.
But we need to get him to
It's a
just
good
play
device.
on normal at least, and then build from there.
Can he play, let's say, Star Wars Shadows of the Empire for N64 on medium? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So you're not tyrannical. That's fair.
No, we're not tyrannical.
Cash isn't, but I am.
Yeah, mine can be worse. we just when we find out he's using cheats in Skyrim and
You need to get punished.
insulting.
Doing something like that in some games.
But what I love though is when he had those cheats and it happened to have a naked person on the screen there during this game. So it's like, serves you right.
And some games do punish you for using cheats.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, true.
It's true.
Yeah.
See, I personally have no issue with Skyrim and Fallout 4
Had that happen to me.
with mods. I have no issue
Oh
with
yeah,
that.
dude.
'Cause
Mods
those-
are fine, man. That's
Yeah.
not
But some people
We're
consider
just
mods cheating.
right. They do, but mods can just enhance the experience of the game. You just don't need to
Sometimes
put on
mods are used to just enhance the graphics.
You want
Yes.
Paul to play a hard game, have him play Desert Bus for a couple days.
I
Haven't played Desert Strike on Genesis.
Also helps advance the story.
I mean, he should play Mega Man 11. That game is
the easiest difficulty.
That game is unforgiving.
That game just tells you to go to hell every time you die.
You saw it when I was in Torchman stage, where every time I got to the part where the fire is chasing you, it's like if you let that double gear system overheat and you lose some of the special weapons like Tundra Man's weapon, you're screwed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's.
I haven't played the original Ghosts and Goblins.
Oh
yes. Yes, that game is brutal. Yeah. I'd like to.
One way to make Paul play on normal mode
Punished for playing on the
is if you catch him playing on easy mode, make him watch Caddyshack 2.
Oh man.
Some games do punish you for playing on the easiest difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
Like a Mega Man game, you can take it to the Bobby website.
No, for you say, hey, Caddyshack 2, that movie's horrible, but I got a good movie for you. Recommend him Highlander 2. Tell him it's a great film. Yeah.
Crit, Highlander 2 is no better than Caddyshack 2.
I know, right? He doesn't know that.
Well, you know how I keep on saying I got that fan-made Mystery Science Theater 3000 of Star Trek 5. They also did one for Highlander 2, so we could watch that one.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they did back in the time before that Rogue Edition came out.
And Kathy says some people don't have far to go crazy. Yes, I'm proof. You see that? You see the hat on my head?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. This team makes you drink, drives you crazy, but it's that tough love relationship. It's like I really hate this team right now, but I still love the team. It's one of those things. It's like when you get a bad episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, Code of Honor.
Some Rosa.
Yeah,
and the thing all because of a goal.
I hate this episode, but I still love the series.
Good
episode.
Yeah.
Tasha Yar gets to show her strength as a warrior, and I mean, like, those fluorescent light bulbs were very dangerous. They could burn your shirt off, and so I think Code of Honor was actually a pivotal episode in that season of Next Generation.
They use that in Easy Bake Ovens.
Yep, that's true. If it's good enough for Easy Bake, it's good enough for Tasha Yar's arm. And Luton was a warrior who cared about his people, and that's why he knew when a woman showed up, he believed that a woman could not fight. But in the end, he learned that a woman can fight, and that is the lesson from Code of Honor.
You're so good. I don't know if you're serious or not.
All right, DJ Ronnie G. What do you think about Move Along Home? Be careful how you choose your words.
Is that a riddle? Is that a riddle, or is that Oh, I don't remember. I might need like a synopsis to remember that. I might. Oh God!
Oh, there! Don't!
I'm not even going to pretend. Not that I was pretending before, but in that case, I'm definitely not going to pretend to even like that one because, like, that was just like it's like one of those episodes. Like, what was the one with the dream guy from Voyager? Same BS, right? That one at least was a bit more cerebral, but even then, it's like it's worse than a holodeck episode, you know?
Yeah.
Move Along Home. Alan Moraine counts to 4. Alan Moraine, then 3 more. Alan Moraine. If you can see Alan Moraine, I'm going to take another swig.
Alan Moraine.
About the episode where Beverly Crusher has an affair with a ghost.
Yes, I said that. Sub Rosa. Yeah. I already said Sub Rosa. You listen much to the show you're on?
No.
No, neither do I.
No, we tend not to listen to each other in case anybody wants to know. And even though Phil's not here, I'm going to play this because a certain person is here.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Yeah, I was watching him wave his wand around the other day on Hogwarts. He was very proud of that. He was really trying to get.
He kept talking about his wand the other night.
Well, yeah, he was having trouble with having the wand connect with the box to get to the next level. So it sounds like a very personal problem.
Yeah, got good control of your wand.
So, what would anybody like to talk about? Remember, no politics, nothing about current day entertainment.
Squirrel overlords, how they're taking over the world.
Squirrels are awesome.
Squirrels overlords, yeah, they're out there. They're taking over the world, one by one.
Wait, are there 4 of them, and they each wear a bandana? One's blue, one's orange, one's red, one's purple?
No, yes. These are Dr. Evil like squirrels that. Yeah.
Do they live in trees?
Yes,
they've
been
bunkers?
secretly running the world for thousands of years.
They have it, yeah.
Do they have technology?
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
They're far more advanced than we are. They're the ones that help broadcast things out to the aliens and let them know.
Oh, they're like SETI or METI.
So whenever they're going like this, they're plotting something.
You got it. Mm-hmm. You're right. They're like a James Bond villain with fur and a tail.
Yep.
Not that James Bond didn't try to get some tail, but that's beside the point.
That's right.
Of course he tried to get some tail. It's James Bond.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you see some individual that's a little weird disappear, that's because the squirrels got them. They're nuts.
Your age.
Yeah, an assassination was carried out by a squirrel by just dodging in front of a car and causing it to crash.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Hey, Baron, you see who we have in the chat right now?
Nerd.
There's 10 people here,
Yes, there is.
and that is the most. That's the most you can get invite on StreamYard.
Yes.
And they won't even not let you.
Yep. And Nerdporial, I know there's a Drunkporial around, but there may be a drunk Civic soon, very soon.
Are we full right now?
Yeah, we're full.
Unfortunately, we are full right now.
That's what she said.
Yep, it's full.
Well, I got to get going though, so
Okay.
we'll be full here shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll probably
I
back
gotta
too.
get
Thanks for
going.
having me on.
Okay.
No, not a problem, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you very
Here,
much,
yeah.
Sparks. Thank you very much, Patriot.
Hey guys.
Yeah, and I'll hopefully be on a Pop Talk here soon enough.
Yeah.
Well,
and
So
call me crazy, but I am doing one tomorrow. It's not going to be very long, but I am doing one tomorrow. So if you want to hop on, let me know.
What about
you
me?
are crazy. I'm saying it now.
It'd be $50.
Well, I do root for the Cubs, so there we go. That's where all the crazy comes from.
I mean, you could root for the Oakland A's, so you know.
Wow.
There's usually no panels on Pop Talk.
Yep. Usually with Pop Talk, I try to do open panels 2 times a month, once on a Sunday, once on a Wednesday, and then on occasion I'll, just say, screw it, I'm gonna surprise folks and put out the link. So you never know. Stop by, I might throw out the link and.
Yep, spoken like a true Cubs fan.
How do you join? How do I join the Pop Talk thing?
It just depends. If I have an open panel, then you can join, or if I put the link out there, then you can join. But
Where do you put the link at?
I put it in the chat, just like I did for today's stream, and it's just something I've done. I used to have open panels each and every episode of Pop Talk, but then I got to thinking maybe I don't need to have it each and every episode. Maybe I just have it 2 episodes per month.
No, I'm making an episode tomorrow.
That's not going to be an open panel, and I've already told Cash and Baron they don't even have to show up because it's going to be very short.
Who's gonna join?
They don't have to join. It may just be me. Like I said, it's going to be very short.
Should he be hanging on the thread by himself? I think we
We'll have people in the chat. I'll be at work. I'll be at work jumping into the chat. That's what happens on Sunday. I might work.
I'm sorry, Brandon.
What was your previous Pop Talk?
The previous one was on Wednesday.
There was no link.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't an open panel.
Who joined that video?
I had a few people join that episode of Pop Talk, but
how did they join them?
I invited them, Brandon.
How do you invite them?
I invite them by sending them an email, a DM.
Discord or email.
And then
Usually
there are
just
some
ropes me, drags me in.
Then there are some episodes where it's just Cash, Baron, and I. And it's not because I haven't been able to get anybody on. It's everybody else is busy, dealing with real life, or they're doing their own stream. So that's just how it goes.
Streams.
Too cool for Pop Talk.
I said that once. Didn't get me any words.
Hold on. Too cool for Pop Talk? Well,
too cool.
Baron did make a soundbite, and I made a soundbite too, but I gotta find it first. Let's see.
Well, the soundbites are easy to find.
Yeah, but you know all the different clips I have and all.
Well,
can you eat? Can you eat?
There's the most people I'm trying
Yeah,
to get
Patriot had to go.
Oh, take care, Patriot.
I do want to thank Patriot for stopping by, and Patriot, if you're still listening, we got to do a stream sometime.
Yeah.
Can I eat a soundbite? Like, is that something you can eat?
No, you can't eat a soundbite, DJ Rada G.
I don't think that's right.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I always watch Pop Talk with PACIFIC414. Make it so.
Wait, does Patrick Stewart watch Pop Talk with you, or watch the show that has you on it? Because if he's sitting there watching it with you, that's kind of just weird. That's like me watching my own YouTube videos while on stream.
DJ, these are AI voices that we created.
But still, the point is, do you watch Pop Talk with the AI voice, or does the AI voice watch the show with you on it?
No. These are AI voices that we created.
Yeah,
we write what they're going to say.
I get that. The AIs are thinking machines. I get that part. I totally understand that, but what I'm getting at is, do you point the computer's webcam at your TV, at the screen?
Hold on. We select the voice that we want the AI to create. We type in what we want the AI voice to say. If it sounds good enough, then we download it.
But it's a robot, right? Like there's a robot, like one of those vacuum cleaners, like R2D2, it rolls up in front of the screen and watches Pop Talk, but you program it what to say, but it still can think and breathe. I mean, it doesn't breathe because it's running on batteries, right?
Not this one. Not this one.
Oh, not this one. Okay, I got you. Different model.
Yeah.
It's like worst troll ever.
It's like this one I created using AI.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
But jokes aside, in dead seriousness, although AI is the industry term now, or the popular term, I think the term is overused in a lot of circles because, like, AI and machine learning models or machine learning trained models are distinct. People, when they think AI, they're genuinely thinking sentience, which it's not the case. You have the term generalized AI, which I believe we're actually quite some decades away from, possibly centuries.
Yeah.
Probably all be long gone by then.
Yeah, we have Hollywood to thank for that. This is why when the movie Deus Ex with Deus Ex Machina, whatever the heck, it's the robot girl movie with pseudo Google guy. Those movies piss me off because all they do is terrorize people about something that is so infant at this stage.
Yeah.
This thing is just generating art based on a sentence. It's not going to take over the world. Relax. Okay?
Well, exactly. Look at Terminator 3. That was freaking like if that ever happened, the whole Skynet thing, it's like, oh good gosh. No.
Yeah.
Well, when I call a helpline and they get a computer talking to me, what the hell have I got?
I don't know.
What's your age?
You have, well, no, I'll tell you what you have. Actually, old man, you have what they call an expert system. So in the 80s, they had these programs called expert systems. And the idea was, like, let's say you had a guy on an oil rig out in the ocean, and it would basically ask him a series of questions, and it would have, like, a body of information. But essentially, it wasn't thinking, it wasn't intelligent, but if you feed enough, a large enough data set into something like that, it sometimes gives useful answers. So with these phone systems, we're getting something like that. Except instead of you answering the questions by using a keyboard or a mouse, they have speech recognition now. So I mean, it's not AI, but interestingly, the speech recognition technology right now, it is using that AI machine learning crap, and it's very effective now, more than it was 15 years ago.
DJ, why do you explain exactly how Pop Talk works?
I did. Oh, I stumbled onto that. I stumbled by accident.
That's a secret, yeah. But everything you had to say about that, this is what I got to say.
Very interesting, but stupid.
Wait, what? That's a paradox.
It's a paradox.
But it's like something that kind of blows my mind. Because I mean, some of those phone systems are pretty effective now, right? Like they actually understand what we're saying, and when you do it on your phone, it's trained to understand your voice. Like if I've been using the same Google account for 10 years, it's building a model based on my voice. But when I call a bank, do they have a model of my voice? Sometimes, but not necessarily, and yet they work somewhat okay. Anyway, not to put you guys to sleep, I just thought, old man touched upon something interesting.
Yeah, there's a whole thing going on with AI right now that you're right. We really need to start delineating some form of specific classification system because People are generalizing something that really shouldn't be generalized. I mean, ChatGPT is a general image and creative piece of software, but it's basically just a gigantic syntax data set. That's all it is. Right?
Language model, yeah.
And should be considered to be a form of intelligence, because we really don't know what's going on upstairs over here. You know, it's actually a lot more complicated than we think it is, but it is just a series of algorithms based on mnemonic responses and stuff.
Yeah, but we're advancing so quickly. We're in the age of I can't remember what they call it, but it's
like a singularity kind of sorts.
The singularity, yes. We're in
I'm
the
following you.
beginning
I'm
of
just
the
listening
singularity.
to the panel.
But this is going to evolve exponentially over the coming years. It's not going to take
we have
100
eyeballs
years to make this.
I highly recommend to the panel and anybody listening, of course, there's a YouTube channel out there called 2 Minute Papers, and this is an algorithmic engineer. He designs mostly for photonic activity in an image. That's his game. But he's been doing these 2-minute, which are basically 5 to 10 minute shorts on the current papers being written by scientific engineers on how they can analyze what the computer is thinking in real time. So they do have handles on this thing. There are ways to get inside the brain and do therapy on the algorithm, so to speak.
Do you remember about 10, maybe 5 to 10 years ago, there was a release of Google was doing some, work on their so-called AI, and they had this thing called Google Deep Dream. And so what they did was they wanted to know what was going on between, in the middle. So they knew what was going into it and they knew what was coming out of it. But they didn't know what was going on in between. So they ended up the result was these images that look like an acid trip. And if you do a Google search or image search for Deep Dream, you get these really trippy images. Like obviously that's dogs playing poker with multiple eyeballs, almost more like nightmare fuel. But I forget the specific details. I didn't read the research paper, although I might want to check out that channel you just mentioned, 2 Minute Research Papers.
2 Minute Papers. It's called 2 Minute Papers.
That's cool. That would be good, because I don't, some of these papers are a lot to slog through, but just so I don't know, I forget what the details are, but from what I vaguely remember, this is what's going on in the middle step, although I'm sure I'm oversimplifying or paraphrasing the crap out of it.
Yeah.
But it's
a continuous comparison system. It's not really any different than somebody illustrating a still life. It's not any different than that. We're looking at an idea, maybe in the form of a sentence, maybe in the form of an input image, or a combination of both. And it's basically just going, yeah, this kind of looks like, yeah, this kind of looks like, yeah, this kind of looks like, over and over and over again, until it stops recognizing that there's a difference between the two, between the task and the completed project. And yeah, there's a gigantic space in between where it develops this cloud of possible answers. I forget what they call that. There's a specific computer engineering term for it. It's a cloud of some sort, or a space.
Okay, all I gotta say about this is I'm gonna remember this conversation when my toaster has a knife to my throat. I remember this whole
Well, hide the knives from the toaster, okay? If you're really afraid, just put them on the other side of the room and stop ordering toasters that have legs and arms.
We're coming and knocking on your door, Steve.
And you know what, Baron? If you tell your toaster that you're not going to swear allegiance to it, it might say something like this.
Extinction to all traitors!
Your age.
That is one of the best lines in Interstellar, when the robot settles down into his primary position. Once they get on board, he goes, "Oh, all you humans ready for my robot colony? All my slaves ready for my robot colony?"
I freaking love Dwarves and K's. Those guys are great. Those robots have great sense of humor.
They really do. Great bits. And the performances were really on point.
He's like, how about I throw you out of airlock?
Yeah, just fantastic. But they're responsive systems. Those kinds of AIs are just cumulative response systems with really, really fast computers that are basically just pouring through information and saying, yeah, this sounds like a good idea. Just like in Terminator's head, it's like, what responses am I going to say? And he's just like, fuck off, asshole, and
Okay.
No cussing.
Okay, Steven. Okay, Steven.
There's cussing a lot on this channel, Brandon.
Oops.
You won't cuss.
There is.
You
I'm
Yes,
not going
Baron.
to tell somebody on the panel not to cuss when I've done it myself.
I cuss. But, Steven, I have a question here. You're in the desert. You're walking along. And you see a tortoise there.
Yeah.
But it's on its back. I'm surprised you didn't ask me what's a tortoise. You know what a turtle is? Yes, same thing.
Let me tell you about my mother, Baron.
But yes, you help the turtle because turtles are good people. I mean, good friends. Turtles are really great fellas. They really are. I can't say enough good things about turtles. They can be a-holes sometimes, like when they climb out of the tank, and then I come home from work, and the turtle is stuck under my TV, and I can't find the turtle, and then I have to spend 2 hours looking for the turtle, and then when I find them, they're covered in dust, and I gotta wash them.
So tell me about your mother.
This happened to me once. I was talking to Wilton the troll one time, and he started ranking on my mom, and I was like, oh man, But at that time, I was talking to a Muppet, right? You ever meet Wilton?
Yes, I have.
I
Yeah,
haven't yet.
Oh yeah, he's great. He's
there are
man.
some people out there that love tortoises.
Yep. And tortoises are cool. I mean, I got one tortoise and 2 aquatic turtles. The tortoise is the more well-behaved one in general.
Who has to go?
Are your turtles soft?
Oh, by the way, we got a spot open for anybody who wants to come along.
We do?
Yeah.
DG Ronnie.
If you want to join us, you're more than welcome.
110.
You have a singular wit, sir. I mean, you really do have a quite unique singular wit about you. That whole thing about the turtles and everything like that. Some of your little micro dissertations are hysterical, my friend.
And I mean, I genuinely like my turtles. I mean, yes, I am, throwing a little wittiness in there, but I genuinely am fond of them. They're great. And they're all right.
It took us a long time for him to get him not to say turtle power every time he came on.
He's probably working on.
What do you have against turtles,
some
kid?
mutagenic ooze.
I have to ask if your turtles are soft shell or hard
to change them.
Say again, old man.
Are your turtles soft shell or hard shell?
Oh, they're hard-shelled, all right. They're both thick-headed and hard-shelled. But the soft shells are like, I think those are like oftentimes you can find them like there's a lot of Asian species like that. But I have 2 red-eared sliders, so they're definitely hard-shelled. They live in they're freshwater species. They're kind of aerodynamic. So one thing that distinguishes a land species from a freshwater species is the shape of the shell, because they got to be able to swim quickly. And whereas the tortoise, he got, that round helmet, almost helmet-like shape, although not quite like that full helmet shape. In Africa,
slow in real life.
Well, interesting fact. So my tortoise, he's slow. My freshwater turtles, the aquatic turtles, they usually are lazy, so they look slow. But when they get startled, they will sprint. They will dart pretty fast, and that's actually because in nature, when they're near a lake, if they're not in the water, they're vulnerable. So if something like a bird wants to peck them, they have to be able to get back in the water quickly. So that's like the moment where they will suddenly suddenly be able to run really fast just to dive into the water. Because once they're underwater, a bird is not coming after you. Birds tend not to swim. Except
penguins?
Punkwaddle does swim, yeah.
Yes.
That's true.
Pelicans.
And oh yeah, do they pelicans can swim or they just stand in water?
They dive into the water.
Oh, ducks do swim. Yeah, I guess they swim on the surface. Now, penguins, do they swim or do they fly through the water? Because they're like in the water, but it's sort of like flying through the water. Then again, is a submarine swimming or flying?
All I know is the submarine's full of semen. That's all I know. So.
Oh yeah.
What's that black thing on that person's arm?
That's true.
That black thing on his arm.
All right. Well, is there any games that anybody's looking forward to? Any movies anyone's looking forward to?
Well,
Mario.
What is that? Zelda shit.
I
hear Dungeons and Dragons is actually not bad.
Yeah, they say it's pretty good, so yeah, I'm gonna check that out. I guess
I might have to look at that.
Yeah, I've heard that it leans a little heavily into more family-oriented entertainment than
yeah, there's like a
specifically
good dad story,
swashbuckling.
Well, we should have at least a decent or a good Dungeons and Dragons movie at this point, especially with all the technology. But who knows?
Come on.
Well,
I want Wolfenstein.
Well, when Kier Pine is romancing the beholder, that
I'm
gets a little
mainly into like
ridiculous.
classic Looney Tunes.
Yeah, some of those Looney Tune games that were on NES were pretty fun.
Oh yeah.
What about the ones for
Crazy
Cats?
Yep.
They had some for N64. I gotta check those out.
The Dodgers game.
Ooh. Oh yeah, oh shoot. Yeah. I got that on my list. Okay, I'm gonna try that out.
I have it on my ED64 Plus. It has pretty much every N64 game.
Yeah. You got the is yours the red ED64 or the black cartridge?
The black cartridge.
Cool. Yeah, I got one just like those are really cool. And it's like you can get them on Amazon. They're not like they have this other one that's $300. I got the one that's $80 on Amazon, and it's a good cartridge. What you got? Okay, so you got $20 less than me. That's good because like as we say, I can't spend $300 on a flash cartridge was overkill. But 60 to 80, I'm like I can live with this. And it's like it's basically it's a cartridge with an SD card slot on it that you put in your N64. And so it's just some games don't emulate well for N64. They run better on the console.
Cartridge, the red on top.
Mm-hmm.
Got it for $50.
It's a good deal. Yeah.
And actually, you play ROM packs on it.
Oh yeah, dude, I haven't tried that yet. But you ever see when Paul does Super Mario 64 with a ROM hack?
They did a lot of them over the years.
Yeah.
Something, maybe twice. I don't know. He's only played that game on stream once or twice, I think.
Yeah, probably about twice.
A friend of mine in England told me they've got a game over there called 52 Pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Now, despite the fact that it's the same name as a dirty little game we play here, it's actually something about you're going through an entire series of locations and events trying to pick up 52 different things and stay alive.
And I do want to say hello to Spock's Friday Night. Spock, if you want to join the panel, you're more than welcome to. And
it's only logical that you do so.
And that 52 pickup game sounds pretty interesting, old man.
Yeah.
It's in England, so I know.
If that Tron visual novel turns out well, I might get that. And if that Star Trek game turns out well, Resurgence, I think it's called.
Yeah. It was supposed to come out last summer, but then they delayed it. So I haven't heard anything as far as a release date for this year, or if it's being pushed back even further. And
the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom looks.
I don't know how long the stream's going to last, to be honest with you, Brandon.
It'll go until it goes, Brandon. You will accept it.
6 hours later.
Oh, we have had an 8-hour stream.
Oh, God.
Several millenniums later.
Yeah,
Probably like
welcome to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You knew where I was going with that. Thank you, Baron.
Wrap it up now.
The colostomy bag is full.
Welcome to my 414th birthday.
But you know what game I'm looking forward to, and I know it's been delayed, but I'm actually looking forward to the RoboCop game.
Yeah, that has potential. It does. I just hope it's long enough, and the price is going to be worth it. And
they got Peter Weller.
They did, yes,
to voice RoboCop again. So that's all I need.
Oh,
to know.
Did they?
Yeah. He's in, you can hear his voice in it. He sounds the same.
These early 90s.
Sounds maybe a little monotone, but maybe that they want him to be that way.
Well, he was monotone, but I wonder if they're going to do things in post-production to, his voice to make him sound a little bit more like he did in the original 2 RoboCop movies.
Well, he sounded
I'm
great
sorry.
in MK, so I don't think you need to change his voice. Just give
that's
him more
gonna
direction.
if that's going to be a $40 to $60 game, because I can't see that being 70.
No.
It's got to be at least 8-hour campaign, 10 hours, and if they have multiplayer in there, that could be cool too. But
And speaking of games, Spock, thank you very much, brother. I will definitely stream that game. I will definitely stream both the games. The game you gave me, the game Cash gave me, I will definitely stream it. Of course, Cash and I are talking about playing Dying Light when that's available on Epic Games for free. So if you end up downloading that, I would love to play that alongside you.
You probably get a punishment for it.
Nah.
The Dodger 64 game.
Really?
And Spock did say he will try to be on the panel, but he's currently not home. That's fine, brother.
He's on
join
planet.
join when you can, because the saying here on this channel will always be the same, and that saying is, as soon as I find the clip,
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
That's so funny. I didn't need that to be unmuted. I could actually hear the dialogue in my head without unmuting it. It's such a relevant quote.
And see, that's what's so wonderful about great TV shows and movies. There are lines that we know by heart that we don't even have to hear the actor or actress even speak the line. We can say it ourselves.
From ED64 Plus.
Yep.
Have fun storming the castle.
It's the Black Contract. I had it for almost 2 years.
You know, Mike, you were talking about RoboCop and this game, and I find it hysterical that we were even speculating about whether or not the voice would be this or the voice would be that. Meanwhile, you guys were just tinkering around with publicly available AI voice cloning units. I mean, you know, when are they just going to install something like that in the game? And quite literally, you could just make them say whatever you want.
Just like that Disney did with Obi-Wan, with James Earl Jones signing off the rights to use his voice.
Yeah, and I'm sure Peter Weller has a subline in the contract that might actually be possible. A game like this, and the way the network is all set up, and the way industries and sub-industries are set up, this game could be expanded on infinitely. There could be a skin for the original RoboCop movie, for the second RoboCop movie, for the third one, for the TV series, for the new film, you know, and you could reskin the model when, you know, as much as you want. I'm sure it'll be a big sandbox of Delta City and the building of Delta City. And
Yeah, and this game will probably not. This game can't be politically correct either. It has.
That's right.
It just can't.
No, it can't.
They try to do it, they're gonna fail hard.
No, they can't do it. No, definitely not.
Because the original movies weren't politically correct.
Yeah, they also have the hindsight of satire too, because that entire film is you know, what's his face being, you know, Van Hoven.
Guy who ruined Starship Troopers. What?
The guy who directed Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers.
He has a very specific style of tongue-in-cheek that is, you know, deeply satirical, and so they have all of that to lean on if they want to.
Right.
I just think they should ask a lot of the fans, a lot of these different developers, a lot of different companies, what would you guys like that would make us a lot of money? Just make it. Just, oh wow, okay, so that's how that works.
What would I like? And everybody pulls out a scroll with a list of something that they would like to be done properly.
Do you, Steven, by the way, do you have any desire to want to watch that CGI Trigun? Because if you do, we can find a way to watch it. If you have any desire.
Not really, no. And eventually, it'll all be, reviewed on some Discord channel or some YouTube channel or something like that. Somebody will put up a review of it, and I'll see enough of it to find out like what the deal is and see whether or not there's joy in some of the fans' faces. And I'll just be like, whatever. I guess Ruby was a success too, so say la vie for aesthetics.
Well, it's just right, and it's just the whole thing with like it's just like the Rings of Power or Willow. It's like what you see in the trailers. It's like, do I really want to put some kind of time into watching this?
Yeah, dude, I abandoned whole YouTube channels because they were stuck on the whole Wheel of Time thing. I'm just like, dudes, I just can't even listen. I haven't even read the books. I don't even know what you're angry about. It's like but you've been angry for 4 months. It's like enough already.
And real quick, guys, long range sensors have discovered a Borg cube bearing 213 Mark 014. We have Locutus of Borg. Thank you, Locutus.
He assimilated our hearts.
Captain, Command Pacific, I'm asking permission to do the dog on back, belly up maneuver.
Wow,
that's a risky maneuver, Mr. Ransom. Are you sure you can pull it off?
I'm hoping it'll be enough of a distraction to allow the rest of the fleet to get into position tactically. One submitting dog.
Do it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh my.
Pretty good.
What is going on?
And see,
you broke crit.
There's no structure to this stream.
He broke crit. He's like, what's going? That's it.
Usually it's the other way around. Crit's breaking us. He's saying or doing something that breaks us, makes us go crit.
That's right.
Are you there?
I don't know.
By the way,
you've never heard of the belly up maneuver?
That's a negative, Lieutenant.
Since we've been watching season 3 of Picard, I will stand on the hill with about 20 people, or I don't know how many people do not like this, or there's mixed feelings, and I'll say this show for me is a mess, and I'm waiting for.
Wait, Cash. You're saying that you stand on a hill, but when you're standing on a hill and you're looking at the face of your enemies, do you happen to say this?
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
Well,
no, he doesn't.
They're not going to have dialogue like that. We're going to have. I don't know. We've had some good dialogue, but even Picard said, "The only family I've ever had is Starfleet."
The only family I've ever needed was Starfleet.
Patrick Stewart, how much did they pay you to say that?
The thing is it's not right, because it'd be these people. If it was actually, something that
on the deck. It's just very bizarre, some of the things. And what did they say that last episode we watched? It's like, are there only 2 people in that space station, Geordi and his other daughter? It's like
there's nobody else stationed there to look over the Fleet Museum. It's just those 2 running the whole thing on their own, on their lonesome, making sure that the lights are maintained on both space dock and the ships that are there.
Dude, all I can hear is Deadpool just going, it's really funny. Every time I come by here, all I see is one X-Man. I guess the studio couldn't afford any more X-Men. That's all I hear when you tell me shit like this. It's just
technically, that's probably the case here.
Yeah.
They probably couldn't afford any more people.
Yeah.
And by the way, hello, Anonymous. I mean, seriously, we had a whole conversation. We didn't even shake hands. I mean, for crying out loud. What is this?
That's the way it works around here, man. I swear.
Oh, Anonymous was here? I didn't notice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know you didn't notice.
Anonymous?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. These are my friends.
Anonymous.
I know, of course we're your friends. I wouldn't stop by your stream if I didn't like what you were doing, brother.
Seriously, right? Me too.
He's got a stream.
And then you ignore me when I come to yours. Happy birthday, Mike.
Thank you, Anonymous.
I'd watch your stream more often if you weren't waving that wand around.
Anonymous, you've been here long enough. You know you can speak out of turn.
That's true.
I do. Well, no. Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Then I usually shut up if I don't know what I'm talking about.
Bullshit.
What?
I know what it is, guys. I know what it is. Phil's not here. Phil's not here to egg him on.
We need we need to find these like Disney panels at conventions, and we need to storm the Q&A session and be like, do you guys really think this is the best direction for your entertainment or your property?
Obviously,
no, Cash. All we have to do, and I know Baron used this clip for you, but all we have to do is say to any of those panels,
what would you say you do here?
They'll tell us they have people skills.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that too.
I'm going to need you to write better material. That would be great. And if you could revive the Star Wars sequels, I would appreciate that.
That'd be
finalized.
Define better.
How about we retcon them and memory hole them?
Advertisement.
Okay. Revitalized from Orca Boy.
38. That's a whole 30.
Now listen, you over there from the California CCP. What are you talking about? And you, Animos.
Oh my gosh, that's a poor substitute.
Oh, the Baron just went to look like Phil.
If
anyone who likes Autobots, anyone who likes GoBots, they're losers. Hate you all.
Hey, don't bring those GoBots over there, man. I want my easy bake oven.
Justice for Star Trek 5.
Easy? Did somebody say easy? Somebody said easy?
Easy bake oven, yeah.
Oh, easy.
Yeah. Easy mode, easy bake oven. My gosh.
You need to get one of those. We can make some muffins out of there.
Yeah.
Only if Mary brings it to my house.
Goodbye.
And Delaware, I tell you, the Delaware is a southern state. I'm a southerner. Have you ever heard of the Mason-Dixon line?
You know, Chris, I think your client should be here. Could you please summon your client?
Oh, that's right. I'm suing you for all that.
I'll have
See you later, Brandon.
Bye, Brandon.
Oh, boy.
You know, wait a moment. I thought I was supposed to be suing Crit for using my voice all the time. I hate you.
I hate you all. That's wrong.
I hate you all.
I hate you all.
All right, so we lost Brandon.
I'm not racist.
Yeah, but I just put his link into the chat. So if anybody would like to watch his latest video and consider giving him a sub, the link is there in the chat if you'd like to do so.
Oh, I want to promote my next live stream at Phil McCracken. It's 2 hours of me bitching. I want you all to come on there.
Actually, I believe, even though Phil's not here, I believe Phil does have a stream coming up on Monday.
He does.
I think you're right, yeah. He didn't even invite me. I'm hurt.
Hurt!
Hurt!
Is Paul going to help him out?
Yeah, Paul is going to be there. Going to be there.
Of course, my little buddy will be there. He's going to help me out. He always does. He's my little buddy. I got him to watch Caddyshack too.
No,
Wait, his little buddy? You mean, are you saying Paul's Gilligan?
You know,
he might have a Wesley Crusher.
Oh boy.
Baron, I'm going to need to see you in a large blue T-shirt and a white hat.
That's right.
To make sure. Because there's some awful Gilligan's Island stuff going on here. I mean, yeah. I could easily see you playing the skipper.
Gilligan!
Yeah, but who's going to play Gilligan?
DJ
Paul.
Ronnie G.
Oh,
DJ Ronnie G is going to play Gilligan's.
No,
Yeah, I don't
DJ
have
Ronnie
that.
G's the professor.
I don't have the hat. Oh, Professor, I'll take Professor. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I want to be Ginger.
And Thurston Howe.
We must tell Jace this. We have finally found out about it, that Anonymous actually does want to be a woman. But remember, we will
That's right.
support you whatever you want to do, Anonymous.
I got indoctrinated the other day, so I've learned that I am a woman. Shocking, I know.
He prances around, tucking it in like Buffalo Bill, and
Oh, I haven't done that yet. I just learned it, so I have to try that out. So.
And he can't wait to go to the women's locker room.
That's right.
Paige,
locker
my
room,
client.
women's bathroom, dressing rooms. That's where I will be for the next month.
hey, ladies, does this bikini make my balls look big? Huh?
Oh, Baron.
So, Anonymous, you said you were
interdoctrinated?
Interdoctor penetrated, was it? I mean, what did you say?
Well, he was a doctor.
Well, that's the scary thing. He went to the proctologist, and he heard the proctologist go, "Hey, look, no hands." So yeah, he got a little.
Yep. Never go full proctology.
No.
He convinced me I was a girl.
How about that guy up in Canada?
There was something about a flashing light.
Hey, I thought he
That's all I
convinced.
remember.
I thought he convinced you were a car.
No, the flashing lights were under the hood of the car. That was the original story.
Maybe.
You know, I remember that.
I blanked out there for about a half an hour. I don't know what happened. But
Do
I woke up,
you remember
a woman.
green, blue, red? Do you remember the sequence by any chance?
Alternating. I felt dizzy. I don't know. I don't know what was going on.
A little reach around.
I woke up feeling like a natural woman. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey.
Menopause.
You just started singing that song, huh?
That's right.
He feels like a natural woman.
Wait until
Anonymous. Is that like that Duran Duran song? You came home from work, Anonymous, and then you put on a dress, put on some lipstick.
I don't remember that.
It wasn't a dress,
Hungry
Cash.
Like a
It was
Wolf?
a kilt.
And he was
Kilt?
like,
Oh, he put on a kilt.
Anonymous, feel like a lady.
Dude looks like a really bad lady.
Dude looks like
It looks like a lady, maybe.
That song was used. Obviously was used in Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I can't remember what other song. What other time it was used. Yeah.
That movie's actually, that's another one. I started watching a bunch of older films that are showing up on YouTube as like watch for free with ads.
With ads, yeah.
And every time I watch one of these things, I'm watching it going, I see why I can watch this for free with ads, because this is a problematic film. There's problematic parts in here. I can see them. They're like, we've been so educated on the subject that it's, watching Mrs. Doubtfire, it's like, wait, there's messaging
Training
in here
video.
that's like really, really insane. But
it's a good movie.
It's flipped on its head, though. And Birdcage is the same way. It's like the conservative guy falls in love with the trans woman. Gene Hackman's character, because she's such a conservative gal.
That's because of Cash Money in the CCP meetings. That's why.
CCP. I'm still trying to figure out where these CCP meetings are in California. I don't want to know. Actually, there could be.
So, Cash, do you have to pay?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have to pay the reparations yourself, or are you giving
They
money
can't.
to
They
Newsom?
can't because they don't. Is this actually getting a little political now? I thought we were skipping.
I'm sorry.
Right on the
Well,
edge.
let's talk about California.
Well, as long as we keep it satirical and fun.
I'm just
I don't mind. I don't mind satire. That's what Saturday Night Live used to do when it came to politics.
I can tell you, I don't know, because of course, Crit also lives in a liberal state too with nutcases, but I don't know if they're as broke as California, because California is a bigger state, but California is broke. I think they said they're 40 $2 million or billion in debt or something.
Yeah, it's in the billions.
They can't get the money, man. It'll blow up in their face again.
Yeah.
They're gonna be getting handouts from Papa Biden.
The thing is the problem is they're overpaying cash. His job there in California. That's why they're in the hole. He's cash.
This is on California welfare.
We have around this area, like close to LA, there's at least 30 or 40 homeless people. I'm like, well, we're finally building shelters, so can we try to find a way to get some of those people in shelters so they can get a hot meal and stuff? Some people want to stay on the street. I get that, but we should encourage that. Yes.
Cash, you're revealing the CCP's secrets. Okay, you
Oh,
really need
okay.
to back
Oh,
off. As a citizen of Los Angeles, I'm
Yes.
telling you right now, the union is listening. You need to be careful.
Are they?
Okay.
The thing is,
They'll move you to a worse sector.
See, the thing is, he almost sees those people down there from his position in his money bin, just as he dives in and starts swimming through the coin.
We already know.
Wait.
He's on the
Cash the Scrooge
diving
McDuck.
board. You can
That's
see.
right.
We already know from what Peter did that if you jumped in that money, you would hurt yourself really bad.
Yeah.
You
This
dude,
paper
like-
isn't lubricated.
Not a duck. Not Scrooge McDuck. That's the thing. Peter's this big fat walrus going in there. Not a graceful duck.
Right.
A Scottish one, nonetheless.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, that's fantastic.
Although the late Alan Young provided his voice.
Yeah, he was great.
Yes.
A lot of people don't know what a big star he was in Canada before he came down to the United States. He had his own shows and everything. And then I was listening to like World War II era broadcasts. And he's got a show. That's when he came over to the United States and started doing shows here. And he had like stars like you can't believe. I was listening to it. And I swear he had like Lucille Ball and other people that were on the show with him. Big names. Of course, we always remember him as, Wilbur. Hey, Wilbur.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, this man had a spectacular career.
Yeah, and when they released the remastered version of DuckTales, the video game, I was pleasantly surprised that they actually got him back for the voice of Scrooge McDuck, and he didn't miss a beat.
No. He was a
It was also in the Time Machine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Playing which part?
He was the friend, and then he played like the son of the friend in the when the world's about to get nuked.
Okay.
So he actually had two roles.
That's of course in the 50s version.
Yeah, the 50s one. Yeah, the George Powell version. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any other version than that?
Well, yeah. In my opinion, there are. Specifically, there are, whether or not they're good or not, there are other versions. But yeah.
Okay.
I can't ignore the contemporary one from the turn of the century just because of that prop. That prop alone makes me completely forgive everything in that film.
Wow. I was looking for the Morlocks.
I'll tell you, the book is a fascinating read. The original tale of the Time Machine is... neither of those movies even come close. Neither one. Not even close.
I happen to have read it.
Yeah, social political commentary in science fiction form.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what he was, right? I mean, these guys are speculative fiction makers. They're predictive masters, I guess you could call them, or they're speculating on how we might be better prepared if we could speculate the worst case scenario. I mean, that's what intelligence officers do, don't they? Oh, did I just say H.G. Wells was an intelligence officer? Good grief!
But yet we still get Phil McCracken out of all that.
Intelligence officer is an oxymoron.
Yeah.
I dealt with those guys in the military. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sure there's all different flavors of those kinds of guys, though.
Oh,
there's
you
ones
bet.
at the top that are just so scary and dangerous. I don't even want to be in the same room with you, dude. I'm sorry.
That's why I always went unarmed.
I still want to know how Cash swims through that money, though.
Apparently carefully,
Cash.
and in a papers-proof suit, because then he'd be covered with paper cuts as well.
Yeah.
Oh.
And is Bitcoin included in that?
Well, that would help. That would help. I mean, if you're going to turn cash into a swimming pool, you really should crumple it up into balls.
Ooh.
And DJ Ronnie G, I know your dinner has just arrived. So, is there anything you'd like to promote, brother?
No, apparently my last live stream was blocked in every country that matters, so I guess I'll have to redo that again, but that's okay. Other than that, I do have a Stargate video where, when people say something is nuked from orbit? Yeah. Well, I have a video of a ship nuking something from orbit, because nobody ever shows a clip of something getting nuked from orbit, which I find disappointing. But anyway, I digress. It was really good seeing all of you, especially Old Man, Baron, Mr. Ransom, Anonymous, all of you guys, and Baron, who currently looks like Yoda mixed with Phil right now, and Cash, of course, Cash too, and of course, happy birthday, Mike.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for stopping by and taking time out of your evening to join us here on the panel. And you're doing great stuff over on your channel, brother.
Thank you. How do you get banned from all those countries? I want to know.
Basically, I was playing something that had like a copyrighted material all over it.
Oh, okay.
I was doing a reaction stream. Yeah, I was doing a reaction stream, and something like that. Reaction streams are a little tricky. I do have some tricks up my sleeve on preventing them from getting detected, but I didn't even try in this one. I just played the music and the video without doing any obfuscation.
Here I thought it was something more sinister.
Nah, but interestingly, I do have a BitChute channel, but I'm going to migrate to a different platform because BitChute is way too sketchy for my taste, and I have some content that is just way too sketchy for YouTube. And it's not my own content, it's from a VHS collection, but it's great.
Anything named BitChute would be kind of sketchy in my book. My crying out loud. You hear the name.
Rumble's monetizing everybody, so you might as well run over there and.
The one thing I'm sick of, all these space movies have something getting shot and blown up in space, and it blows up. They're in a vacuum. It goes everywhere.
Don't even get me started on that, man. But you're absolutely right. A lot of stuff does it, and a guy who makes an Japanese anime series that I like a lot was guilty of having spacecraft getting shot down. The ship would get shot and it'll go, which of course once again doesn't really work in space when you're in the middle of space. So that's cool. But anyway, gentlemen, I'm gonna dart. It was a pleasure seeing all of you guys and an honor.
Thank you again, brother. You have a good night.
Great to have you around. Love you.
He's got to go to his hot pockets.
I just saw an Italian movie where they had a spaceship getting blown up, and you know what they did? They put the explosives in their model, and they hung it from a rope.
Yeah.
And detonated it from behind, and it went everywhere. Most realistic thing I ever saw, and it happened to be in a crappy movie.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that's when I saw the first season of Stargate Atlantis, and they put up the shields and then detonated a nuclear weapon above the shields to block it out to cause a radioactive interference pattern. I was just crying. I was so happy to see such an event played out into science fiction, because it's like, you think of the number of science fiction novels that included nuclear weaponry as a micro assault, as a micro artillery shell. It's all over Starship Troopers, and Doc E.E. Smith's universe has had nuclear weapons all over the place, and cataclysmic weaponry in space combat. I was just so impressed that they went there. I was so glad to see it happen on screen. I'm like, okay, I'm on board, guys. You've been doing a great job, but that's it. I'm sold. I'm here to stay. Let's do this Atlantis thing, man. Let's go.
Atlantis was such
what a lot of people don't understand is sometimes when that nuke weapon goes off, all you get is 25 miles of glass.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish we could have seen such kind of... you know what? I'm not going to bring it up. I'm not going to bring up Mando. Not doing it. Sorry. Sorry. I almost went there.
I had, like I said, I had lunch with a friend today, and she was saying, I'm not liking season 3 of Mando. And she even asked me if I've watched it. I said, no, I'm suffering through my own pain, which is Picard.
Right.
Oh.
Baby Yoda, do 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 do. Baby Yoda, do 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 do. Baby Yoda.
Yeah. Here's a story about a man named Bo-Katan. Oh, it's a female named Bo-Katan, and that's her name. Her name is Bo-Katan, and she's gonna run the next season of the show.
To be the man, you gotta beat the man, and I'm saying, woo, right here, I'm the man.
You don't like Bo-Katan?
No, that's not it. It's so obvious that that there are these gigantic Disney labeled carrots hanging all over the place in that show. It's just so obvious. It's painful to watch.
When she's like walking in front of the camera, it's not painful to watch for me.
Yeah, no.
It's not painful to watch Katie at all.
Yeah,
No.
That's the
don't
way
get
to
me
go,
wrong.
Fred.
Yeah.
Stick with your penis.
My problem with the show is Grogu.
Yeah.
And it's going nowhere. And that's kind of annoying me.
Okay, well, there's a lot of stuff going nowhere. Actually, the problem is we all know where it's going. We're just really, really lost as how they're planning on getting there. We're hoping it's going to be a story of some sort, but I doubt it. I don't think it's going to happen. They're just going to plunk us there. They're just going to give us all these member berries, and they're just going to say, see, Jake Skywalker.
See,
hard.
Of course, Katie Sackhoff comes on the screen, and all of a sudden there's a great disturbance in the shorts.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm really wondering about is Disney laid off, 7,000 people?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a huge shakeup going. And the bets are on that JJ is going to get perp walked off the set.
Whatever.
Is
Damage is already done.
Is JJ even working on Star Wars? I heard from Doomcock all the Wokies got laid off, so...
Who knows?
I don't know.
Who knows? But
Trust me, it ain't all of them. Believe that. There's so many in there. It's run by those people, so they would have to fire 90% of the people to clean that place out.
Yeah. 7,000 people is a lot of people, but you consider the size of the Disney network, coast to coast and internationally, that's barely a friggin' drop in the bucket. And that's 7,000 people culled from the entire corporation. It's not just from one department or something like that.
Right.
It's skimmed across the whole board. And maybe these were the most loose-lipped people, or maybe even they thought these were woke infiltrators that were trying to disturb the wokeness. You know what I mean? It might have actually been a purging that made a more effective fighting force, too. Let's take that into consideration. Because these people are not dumb. I keep reminding people of that. Everybody loves to think that the enemy is dumb, but the enemy is not dumb. Okay.
They know what they're doing.
Well,
they do know what they're doing. What's that?
Frankenstein's Igor said that Indy had better turn in so much, $1 billion, or it's done for people.
Yeah.
Well, it is done. It's the last one. I mean,
whatever.
I still think I'm still optimistic for Indy because of Mangold. I know people are jaded because it has the Disney branding on it. Though, to be fair, Rian Johnson did Jumper, and I was a little too enthusiastic for that. But Mangold did do those 2 Wolverine films, which I really, especially Logan. I thought that was a great send-off. But I guess Wolverine's alive, so it doesn't matter. That whole movie doesn't matter.
What, Logan?
Yeah, because he's going to be back
dude,
in
you got to
Deadpool,
look.
so.
Logan has to be considered the same way Joker has to be considered. If we're going to look at this thing mechanically, they're all going to shoot for elsewhere stories. And every time they get a story that works, they're going to say, oh, no, that wasn't an elsewhere story. We're going to fit that into the whole continuity. And every show that doesn't work or makes too much money for it to interfere with another part of the franchise, they'll say, oh, it's an Elseworld story, and they'll make it work like that.
That's why I'm not enthusiastic about the whole James Gunn thing, because that's basically it. It's oh, we'll have this and this work, but we won't have this work of the old DCEU. And I was fine if they finished off that Zack Snyder story, and then did a reset. But I guess that story will never be finished. So
they can't. I always try to look at this thing in raw finances, and it's the idea that if they try to make the Zack Snyder universe work, then everybody that worked on the Zack Snyder universe has to get paid for it. You get what I'm saying? But if they just cap it off, then there's only so much money being made, and that's it. That's the end of the story, because they've ended that universe. So all incarnations of Superman, Batman, and the rest will not be associated with that as strongly as possible. So they're not obligated to those people anymore. This is all about shuffling off the old wood. That's what they're doing over and over and over again. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm kind of just tired of what do you call it, DC. Although I'm also tired of Marvel. I'm not happy about where Marvel is going.
Yeah, although I've got this vibe, and I don't even know if I'm going to even be around when it all happens. Who knows what the world's going to be like by the time it actually hits broadcast channels. But the notion of a combination of a Green Lantern universe combined with a True Detective story in the vein of the True Detective live action series that was on TV, that was on the show, on the networks. That show's really, really solid, and it got a tremendous true crime audience. We might get really, really surprised. I don't know why, but out of that whole speech that he gave, that one property really spoke somehow. There were some guys joking about it, and we were having a good giggle, like, turning them against each other because one side had a really good point and the other side did too, but they were both on polar opposites of whether or not they thought it was going to work. And it dawned on me, trying to be the man in the middle, that this might actually be a really, really interesting thing. Imagine you've got the contemporary Lantern, the one from the animated series, and then you've got the old school Lantern, the one we're all familiar with from the 60s and 70s, working together in the same way that Woody Harrelson and McConaughey were working together. And McConaughey is the older, more wise Lantern, and the other one is the newer, more strict by the rules kind of Lantern. And they start doubting each other because the Lanterns are doubting whether or not he's a stable Lantern anymore. Because this case on Earth is like aliens are intervening in religious and cult societies, and like it's just like the True Detective story. And I'm like, that might actually be really, really cool. It's like X-Files combined with the Green Lantern universe. People being possessed, and like it's all taking place in the backwoods of Kentucky, like that kind of grounded feel to it, where it's really gritty. But occasional superpowers are shown on screen. I think that might actually work. I don't know why. It just really sung to me. I'm like, you know what? That's got some meat on it. There's a real possibility there. I'm sure they'll try to screw it up as best as they can. They're getting paid good money to screw it up. So, we'll see. But the idea itself is really, really juicy. I like it.
It sounds like a neat idea.
Yeah. It does.
Potential.
I mean, I may be expanding on it in ways that Gunn has no intentions of expanding on it, but he gave us the chestnut of the Lantern universe and the True Detective universe, and I started combining them together because I'm watching a few people react to the series. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of meat on this bone. If I could easily see the substitutions 1-to-1 right within the basic framework of that True Detective story, and I'm like, wow, even if you just keep the cameras all on the ground and we occasionally see somebody in uniform, this thing is really tight. This thing's really cool. I mean, aliens as drug dealers on Earth trying to interfere with our society, and the Lanterns are trying to get justice back and grant supremacy back to the Earthlings. Like that kind of a storyline sounds really intriguing, actually.
Yeah,
I would definitely watch it if they made it into live action.
Yeah. So, we have to have faith that something might happen, and we need to be on the lookout for it. But we have to, at the same time, we need to sharpen our blades, because when bad stuff comes out, we need to decapitate it immediately. Just, I'm sorry.
I've been really worried about Everest Studios and what they've been putting out lately, and I'm hoping for a turnaround here. But yeah, we have to be the same way. All these studios, whether it's Disney, Fox, Sony, Everest Productions, all those guys.
Yeah. Actually, I saw something recently. I've been mentioning it around, but it's hard for me to remember who remembers it and who's seen it or not. But it was an AI generative short film. These guys are videographers. They videotape themselves playing out the whole skit, and then they used AI to add in backgrounds and kind of cell shade in a kind of AI-driven rotoscoping technique. And the short is on YouTube right now. We could probably check out a few panels of it if you wanted to. Called Anime Rock Paper Scissors.
Oh, I've seen that.
All capitals, and it's basically like two sons of the king playing rock paper scissors for the kingdom, and it's done in that anime, verbose kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh card game kind of style, where cards are solving the fate of whole like parts of the sector and stuff. Their fists are in the air for a few beats, and the candles get blown out when they finally close their fists down, and like really crazy anime stuff like that. But it's hot, and this is just a couple of guys with about maybe like 20 grand in their pocket, and they put this thing together, and it's done with minimal crew and minimal technology. And this technology is about like 2 years away from being in everybody's desktop computer. So there's a really promising future of grassroots, in much the same way there was with early cinema post World War II in Europe, where guys were just buying cameras and they were like, you know what, we could do some really crazy stuff with this, man. Let's start screwing around, have some fun.
It kind of looks a little like a Scanner Darkly.
Yes, well, it's a rotoscoping technique. That was all manually done in Scanner Darkly, and also Waking Life is the other piece that they did.
I put the link to it in the private chat and also in the public chat.
Cool deal. Yeah, it's definitely worth the viewing. It's just a handful of minutes, but it's solid. It's very anime. I mean, in its beats and its tone, but it's a Western piece. It's a Western animation.
Way back in the 60s, I saw a German-made budget indie complete film that I didn't quite believe that I wanted to see it, but my dad dragged me to it. And it was about World War II, closing days, and all the kids that were taken into the German military. And it was just unbelievable, the impact. And I'm going, this is a bunch of kids that put this together.
Mm-hmm.
It was better than anything that was coming out anywhere that I'd seen before.
Yeah, I've been thinking about a possibility, and at this point, because I'm not in any sort of position personally to be able to take on any sort of getting myself into live streaming or starting to compete with all of you guys, as opposed to coming on here and supporting you guys who are already at it. It's like, why compete if I could just bring my ideas to this table and the other guy's table as well? So the notion would be maybe once in a while a pitch stream should be done. Just hog wild. Chat brings up pitches, or panel members come up with their favorite pitches and just pitch an idea. And for a handful of minutes, the panel just mulls over the pitch. And it could just be wackadoodle. Like, I had this cool idea when I was, 6 years old, and I wrote it down. And when I was a teenager, I did illustrations for it. And, it's just this rough idea that I've got, and I'm just going to lay it on the table, Because
it'd be interesting to see how something like that would go, and how the chat would interact with it, how the panelists would interact with the chat as far as the idea is concerned, and
just as an exercise of us getting creative again.
how would you feel if we did that and we all came up with some really cool ideas about something, a movie or TV show or comic book or something, and then like a year later you saw that?
Well, because of the way publishing works on YouTube and because of their strictness of copyright, our enunciation of these properties would be a partial ownership.
If we could prove that they stole it from us.
Well,
I mean, they wouldn't do it 1-to-1. They would take ideas for what we had. And,
right. And you know what?
Around, call different names.
I've been of the opinion for quite a long time that if I can't personally execute the idea myself, then I hope somebody with the clout and the capability does execute my idea. So I'm perfectly willing to tell all of my ideas online because I just want to see these things out there. I mean, they're not my children. They're just a ghostly idea in the back of my head. You know, if you feel like you got the power to get this done, more spirit to you. May I have a job, please? Because I would love to talk deeper about it. You know.
Hi, I'm J.J. Abrams. I want to talk to you about this.
I understand that, but I have from a creative standpoint myself, I have comic book characters that I created when I was younger, and when I quit drawing for 20 years, you know, it kind of went to the wayside, but I still have them. I'm actually working on updating them now, and even thinking about origin stories and backstory and all that stuff. I would never, ever put those out there, you know, just in case they were good enough. Somebody took them, and I would die if somebody took my stuff and didn't do it right.
You didn't have any copyright on that stuff, and somebody profited from your idea, and
that's why it's an interesting idea too, because the disclaimer would be, you know, all ideas mentioned should be understand that you're mentioning them into the public theater, and these ideas will be openly discussed and possessed by the entire panel because it'll be an open stream. And it's really, you know, you don't bring your A game. What you bring is exercising your pitch game. You know, these aren't my top pitches. I have better ones, you know, but it might be fun to kick around some of our own ideas and just get into the exercise of experiencing the process of being that creative. Like, you know, there's a lot of kids out there that, you know, I watch them reacting to some of these movies, and these are really old movies, like from the 50s and 60s, and they're earmarking the property with a handful of things that they're recognizing it. And I'm like, dude, you've watched like 4 movies and 2 TV shows. It's like, how do you even have the ability to have an opinion in the first place? I mean, you know, the amount of film and theater and television that I saw by the time I was 12 years old, it was astronomical compared to some of these dopes today.
Yeah, I mean, they have more stuff to buy to fill up their time and take away their attention than TV and movies. That's all we had when we were growing up. If you weren't outside creating some new thing to do to fill your time, you were in front of that boob tube watching whatever was on at the time, and in being you know, getting your imagination sparked and fulfilled, I guess, what you want to say. But these kids nowadays, that's like the last thing on the list to do for them.
Well, you know, this is a really interesting thing that's coming up the pike too, because I'm starting to get onto panels where I'm discussing and reviewing movies with young people whose point of perspective on the property starts in video games, which I'm not knowledgeable about at all. Right? I mean, I have a handful of knowledge of the video game concept, and I've played a few arcade games and a handful of console games. But these kids started their entertainment journey on a choose your own adventure with like a zillion possibilities, right? And now they're playing games at 15 and 16 years old where you could generate your own avatar from scratch, and it's almost photographic. You know, so how does that person even look at a piece of structured cinema if they've been playing a free roaming landscape for the last like 10 years of their life?
True.
So, I don't even know if that's wrong, because it's certainly the future. Everybody that I know that's under the age of 35 came up through the video game ranks, not through the cinematic ones.
Yeah, we started off in cinema. We started
That's right.
off, and then we moved to video games because we were there at the dawn. We at the birth of the video game.
Well, my point is that we were at the dawn, and we were restricted because we had no outlet to touch the story other than our gameplay as children. So we were restricted, and that may have provoked us to be creative to make our own thing. But these kids have been playing a fully interactive story their whole life. So do they even feel the need to be creative? They have an environment to be creative in already. We couldn't touch our television show. Our television show was prescribed.
Yeah, it's a cheap creation or creative outlet to me, I think.
But it also softens that nerve, because that constriction of not being able to create is what catapults you forward like a stretched rubber band. But these kids have had their rubber band relaxed their whole life.
Yeah, true. Like I said, we had to invent things to do as kids. I mean, we invented games. We went out in the woods and explored the surrounding area. We went. I mean, I can't imagine. I can't tell you the amount of things I had to do. I mean, especially living in the boonies. There's there was no. You go into town once a week, maybe. If your mom took you. So there wasn't no access to the arcade unless it was a special occasion. So you get together with your friends. You play pig, on basketball, and horse, and you go out in the woods with a 12-gauge shotgun and try to shoot squirrels or something, or you go out in the woods as far as you think you can go and hope you don't get lost on the way back, just to push your limits. And it was a crazy ride when you were a kid back in those days, but now you can't hardly get a kid to go out of the house.
Yeah, and why would they need to?
It was a 22 rifle going out hunting squirrels. What's ironic is the land that I used to hunt squirrels on and target practice is now the land I live on.
That's crazy. Yeah.
And now we know why the squirrel overlords hate us so.
That's right.
It's all because of old man.
You've taken far too many of us with your 22 rifle.
It was a big, huge oak tree. Yeah. And everybody used to go out there and sight their guns in on it. Well, when they went to cut it down here, when they opened this up for a development, 20 years later, they were trying to cut the tree down with a chainsaw. And they couldn't figure out why the chainsaws kept going gaburp. Left and right, they were going gaburp. I told those guys when they're cutting it down, you ain't going to be able to do it with a chainsaw. I sat back in my driveway in a lawn chair watching them, laughing. They tried everything. Finally, they came back and they did something. I'm sitting there and they go, how? And the tree goes down. They go, yeah, nothing like a little bit of dead cord to take care of the tree. Well, when they got it down, they saw the thing was just littered with projectiles in it.
Oh, wow. That's hysterical.
And I mean, when they cut down, what I could see of it, there must have been no less than 500 bullets in there.
Man, it's amazing that tree didn't go up in flames in a lightning storm.
Now, the one thing that came up, and I thought, well, you were talking about this, coming up with an idea for something. Something just came up, and I'm not kidding you, very, very recently, like within the last week or so. And that was that they found out in Iceland, they had a weapon over there, and they finally figured out, they couldn't figure out what it was. They finally figured it out. It was a gun in the 800 AD in Iceland. A guy called Four Fingers came up with this thing. Well, what he found out was you take charcoal, all the sulfur that's laying around in Iceland, and nitrates from the shark. You put them together, it goes kaboom. And that's how he ended up being Four Fingers.
Wow.
But he also invented a metal tube in which you inserted the gunpowder and fired a rock out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is all fact.
Right.
And it's even talked about in the sagas, which is where they got this all coming from. The big shock. Now, my question is, they came up with gunpowder about the same time the Chinese were.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have a little bit of sci-fi in it? How about somebody from outer space coming in and showing both groups how to do it?
Yeah, that would be the Twilight Zone episode right there. Absolutely.
Imagine if you would.
A man who used to have 5 fingers.
Yeah,
but that'd be a cool concept, to get together and just, noodle out anything like a comic book or a TV show or a movie or something, and just kind of play with the idea and make it, even get some characters going, dialogue a little bit. That'd be pretty neat.
Yeah, I mean, these streams, by the way, once they go up live on YouTube, after the stream is finished, there's a transcript available. So we could just be free to just talk, and then pull the transcript and edit it down so that we actually recover all of the information. And then $25, $30 later, you could copyright that material as well. And that's it. You've got proof. I mean, if you copyright the transcripts and the YouTube video at the same time, the material inside of it.
Sorry to cut off. I gotta go. Again, have a happy birthday, Pacific.
Thank you, Crit.
Take care, my lawyer.
See y'all.
Take care, man.
Again, Cash, see you in court from Mr. Phil.
I'm taking it.
Well, we've got a group out here typing away.
Anonymous on the witness stand as well. So
I've been summoned.
Yeah, you've been summoned by Phil. So
I want you there. You better not hide. I want you there.
Get your floaties and your totes and your pack it up. But bye. Have a good one.
See you, man.
Take care, man.
Take care.
I do want to thank you, Crit, for being here. I also want to thank Pop Culture Mechanic for hopping into the chat. Thank you, brother. Greatly appreciated. And, of course, Phil McCracken, Scottish therapist.
That's not the real Phil McCracken. I am the real McCracken.
Well, he says here, first, I hate you. No shit. He says, I really hate you. No shit. April Fools. I've never seen a bunch of hideous people on one live stream. 3, happy birthday. 4, I hate you all. And that's not April Fool's. Of course it's not April Fool's, but how can you call this hideous? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Well, you've seen your own live stream, haven't you? Then that's just a lie.
No, I hate to tell you this, but you're really not good enough to get in here.
Oh, he's good enough to get in here if he wants to click the link. And I mean,
I'm already here. I'm already here.
Then would go the whole group.
His lawyer just left, but I wonder if he could actually speak without his lawyer present. Probably not, for legal reasons.
Yeah, he's
It was
probably
all
been,
a conspiracy. He left early so that McCracken.
He doesn't want to get embarrassed.
Hello,
And as far as who released McCracken, I don't know. I'd like to talk to that person and say, what were you thinking?
Yes.
What were you thinking releasing Phil McCracken upon the world when the world wasn't ready for it?
Oh.
Talk to Zeus, Mike. You got to talk to Zeus.
He won't take my calls.
He's like, today I will release the Kraken.
Thanks a lot, Zeus.
Scandinavian mythology about a giant serpent-type creature that could tear your ship apart. From their description, it sounds more like it was a giant squid, which we know exists. Now, does that mean, by any chance, that Phil is a giant squid?
Well, I did play Squid Games once.
Shiver me timbers.
Well, he's a giant something, but I don't know about squid.
Yeah, and as far as Squid Games, I don't know, but he likes to play Among Us and act like he's this innocent little bystander who does nothing. And then when you least expect it or you're not paying attention, whack.
And then you get somebody like Paul that goes, I'm the killer. I'm the one that did it.
Thanks for taking the fun out of this.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Hey, I'm going to do a pitch at you guys right now. This is an idea that I have full ownership of. For all I know, it's never been explored before. The idea is that there's an organization out there called BEAT, the Bureau for Ethical Animal Treatment, and it's in our world. So that it's our world, just as recognizable as it is out there today. And in this world, this organization BEAT is filled up with cooperating animals from all the animal kingdoms to try and stop the humans from hurting them so much.
So they're anthropomorphized talking.
Yeah, they're slightly anthropomorphized. And the top 3 agents are Quack, Moo, and Oink.
Ooh,
so
good deal.
There are 3 squirrels, right?
No, they're a duck, a pig, and a cow.
I never would have thought
that. You take the cow into the barn, bang, moo, thud.
And the Quack has this kind of look like Michael Douglas from Falling Down.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got like the heavy heavy horn rim glasses, and Oink is the most intelligent out of the group. He actually was recovered from an experimental lab where they were experimenting on pig intelligence. And the cow was spontaneously, divinely gifted intelligence and just wandered into the BEAT organization one day. But Quack's parents were all killed by duck hunters. And that's it. And that's it. You just run with it from there. The first mission involves a very old animal that used to be associated with BEAT, but became far too radical for them to handle. And his name is Thomas P. Turkey. And his idea is to become, after initiating a terrorist attack on the United States, he infiltrates the White House and becomes the turkey pardoned by the president. So he can be pardoned of all the crimes he's just committed that day by the president of the United States. And that's the
but he had
to stop.
He had to eliminate the other turkeys that were there to take their place.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't mess around. Thomas P. Turkey killed the man that owned the farm that he escaped from.
And then he had to, usually the president has 2 turkeys and he has to pardon one of them. So he had to, off the turkey, one of the turkeys, and take his place. So he,
that's right.
Plucked him, put him in the freezer.
Yep.
For Christmas.
Well, there's a gang of rats that work with Thomas P. Turkey, and they were able to commandeer an entire Secret Service man uniform and infiltrated the White House, pretending to be a single Secret Service man. It took about 50 rats to make the suit stand out right.
They had to have
there's enough rats in the White House
now because of COVID.
Oh, this happened long before COVID. At the time that I wrote this, I think Clinton was in office. That we were kicking this idea around. So it was Clinton that pardoned him.
Does it involve a dress at all?
Yeah, that's right.
It was before that too.
I'm going to pardon this turkey. That's right. I'm not going to ever eat this turkey, but I will eat his friends.
This turkey, although delicious, will not be harmed by this president of this country, of this United States. Yeah.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go to McDonald's. I'm on run.
I'm going to see if I can find my brother in the parking lot.
Oh, Bill, I want you to take a look at my lockbox.
Dude, whatever. And we got into politics anyway, so that's the loose pitch.
I'm doing it to be funny.
Yeah, satirical
satire
talk is fine.
Yeah. I just didn't want us to get into that heavy-handed political talk.
Right.
Yeah. Now, to me, a cow is so dumb it thinks it's a new cow every time it blinks. A new day every day. Just blink.
Yeah, they would need a mind that simple.
Simple minds as cows? Wow.
Nice. That would be a cool pitch, right? You just tell the entire story of Simple Minds just using cows.
Is the turkey's biggest enemy rain?
What, because he looks up to see if it's raining and drowns?
Right.
God, I remember that. Like silly. That's a real thing, isn't it?
Yes.
I remember when I saw a goat get frightened into unconsciousness by an umbrella. I was like, wow, these things are dumb.
Fainting goats, yeah.
That's fantastic stuff, man. This thing was just like, I have no idea what just happened. Clunk.
The smartest animal in the barnyard is a pig. If you don't watch out, he'll eat you.
What, the goat?
No.
Pig.
Oh, the pig. Yeah.
One of those fainting goats right now farts and over it goes. Scares itself.
Yeah, in ancient days, they used to say when they had an enemy, what are we going to do with them? Just feed them to the pigs. Look it up. It's in documents all over.
Yeah, we've now had that made popularized by Hollywood that pigs eat people. Usually fucking idiot people that I have to get rid of because they're stupid idiots.
They did Silence
I do want to say, real quick, I do want to say hello to the angry Canadian.
Yeah.
Why so angry?
Come on.
You say
I
it's the
thought Canadians were happy people.
Tell that to my brother-in-law.
What happened to your brother-in-law?
My brother-in-law bought some turkeys.
Okay.
Oh, God, what a nightmare. Yes, they did open their mouth and rain. They scratched the hell out of his car. I mean, they're just unbelievable. Turkeys are not nice.
No, there's probably a reason, it's this whole idea that animals are noble and the poor creatures, and if I one more person watching a Western going, oh, those poor horses getting knocked down in that stunt where they're taken care of for the rest of their life after doing 2 pictures, it's like, come on, really? I mean, seriously, this creature is being more protected and more cared for than most human beings on the planet. So I find it all sympathy to be ridiculous. That thing is probably at its top of its game and enjoying the stunt work and everything else that goes along with it. So I don't know. Yeah. It's so strange.
The horses are trained to fall down.
And of course, they sit around and go, thank God we weren't working without Bolton.
However, in Conan, there was a camel that kept biting Arnie. And that scene where he punches it and then knocks it out, they all say, oh, that's all. No, it was for real.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Classic
He was so pissed because that camel kept biting him every time he went by him.
You're one hunk of meat, Arnold. It's like, don't remind me. Stop reminding me.
This camel keep biting me.
Those 2 humps you have are not the kind of humps I want.
I told you I didn't cause that accident. It was somebody else.
Come on, Cash Money. Come on, you can do it.
And
Yeah,
when he does that thing, he goes, what was it in True Lies? He goes, they were all bad. They were all bad.
They were all bad.
So I thought I would pull up a few things that happened on this date some 45 years ago.
Like, man, you're an Aries, man. Like, harsh vibes, man.
Yeah, okay. I'm an Aries. Yeah, that's right.
Me too.
As was my dad. And I know a few other people who are Aries. So let's see. It says famous birthdays on this day include Anna Maria Maricana and Mirka Federer. The number one song in the U.S. was Night Fever by the Bee Gees. And let's see. Matchstock Man and Matchstock Cats and Dogs by Brian and Michael. Let's see. Pretty Baby, directed by Louise Malley, was one of the most viewed movies released in 1978, while Scruples by Judith Krantz was one of the best-selling books. On TV, people were watching Rumple of the Bailey. If you liked video games, you were probably playing Air Sea War Battle Europe, Armored Encounter, Sub Chase US, or Alto Trek. The US president was Jimmy Carter. The UK prime minister was James Callahan. And the Pope was Paul VI.
And, of course, for the Chinese zodiac, you're a horse.
Yes, I am.
Chinese zodiac does not work on us. It's on the other side of on the other side of the planet. It's a totally different database, totally different data set. Go ahead.
So what if you want to be hung like a horse? Then I mean.
Well, then you get hung like a bull instead of a horse, because there's a bull in the pantheon. And of course, you could always be a Sagittarius, which is fairly well hung, being a centaur.
And some other famous birthdays on this day. WWE superstar Randy Orton is also celebrating a birthday today. Susan Boyle, Alan McGraw, and Cecil DeFlaunt.
Ally McGraw. From Love Story, right?
And poor Susan Boyle, she's kind of just disappeared.
She got her.
I'm sure she's doing fine.
Huh.
So I just thought I'd look it up just to see out of curiosity. And
yeah, I don't know how I feel about. I don't know how I feel about those video games that they said we were playing. I don't remember any of those video games even existing.
Those kids in their video games, man. Oh, playing that game, that Pong game, man. I don't get it, man.
What's up, Godzillionaire?
Hey, Godzillionaire. And I know you probably haven't seen it that much, but I'm going to let you know and let everyone know who thinks that they're late to a stream at any time, whether it's Pop Talk, whether it's a live stream like this, or whether I'm doing the box score. You just need to know one thing.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
But in your case, you're late.
Now, Elijah Wood's career, on the other hand, well, guess it's okay.
Whatever. I'm sure he's fine.
Well, you had that show Willard with the dog, right?
Yeah.
He's doing better than the Harry Potter star, I'll tell you that.
Is he? I think Radcliffe's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen Radcliffe sooner than I've seen Elijah Wood lately. So
I still want Elijah Wood to do that show that Brian had on Family Guy. That would have been great. Did you guys see that episode?
No.
James Woods comes in How you doing, you assholes? I couldn't stop laughing. It's great. You should check it out. It's so funny. Of course, they've pretty much canceled him, assholes. But
yeah,
he's had a great career and whatever. Yeah.
I also want to say hello to Apion. Good to see you, brother.
Apion.
Cash and I met him last week over on Fat Stevens.
Yes.
Fat Steven was having an open panel where different folks come on and discuss their YouTube channels and what they do on those YouTube channels.
Yep.
And let's see. Apion says Elijah Wood was good in Sin City as Kevin the Silent Killer. Yeah, he was.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
he did do a good job.
Yeah, he's a good actor. It's just, I just love when people defend them. It's like, listen, can they just shut up about a lot of stuff? Like, imagine going on social media every day. Hey, you know what? I need to tell somebody about my life today. I went to the bathroom and I played a game and it was amazing. You guys want to hear about that? And so instead, with a lot of these celebrities, it's like, oh, well, we want to lecture you about something. And it's like, oh boy, I can't wait. Oh, you just made yourself look like an idiot. Go back to your utopia, all right? And we don't need.
Go back to Cash's CCP and enjoy.
My comment is always, whatever you're smoking, pass it around.
Seriously.
Yeah, it makes zero sense to let me go on social media and completely, crap on half my customers.
Yeah, right.
And just tell them, hey, I don't want 50% of this country's money.
Right.
When you go to the
I will remind you that it's hard to tell what their motivations are if they're spontaneously doing this because they're just nutballs. It's really hard to tell, especially living in a world where we accept the existence of OnlyFans. And if we accept the existence of OnlyFans, then that means that these people could be getting paid to do these silly things.
They could be.
Well, I got a question. Does anyone else do this on Twitter?
Yeah, other people that get paid do this.
Well, yeah, normal people get paid to do that. I don't know if celebrities get paid to do that on Twitter to like alienate your audience.
Well, I also find it funny too. Like they try to twist Chris Pratt's words around. All he was saying is like, I understand people are passionate. Just like when Henry Cavill said, I understand why people criticize this or want this right because they're so passionate and they've loved this material for so many years. I'm like, exactly. And I just wish more celebrities would have that attitude instead of just coming out and attacking the fans.
Mm-hmm.
About those things. Yes, fans can be ridiculous and ignorant and stuff, but so can celebrities. It was really funny to me. I was in a Discord the other day and I was talking to somebody and they're like, celebrities are people too. And I'm like, well, that's fine. They are. But like, I just feel that they could keep a lot of their personal business to themselves. Well, they could say whatever they want. It's like, I just don't like the cancel culture. Somebody else said. And I said, I agree with that point, but I still feel that they could shut their mouths more.
No, you're ignorant.
You're ignorant.
You're ignorant.
Like that South Park, ignorant.
Listen, they're in a customer relation situation. Every one of them, all of them. So they have every right to go out and say whatever they want. But there are consequences for saying things.
Exactly.
Personal, not like government consequences, but people will either buy your stuff based on what kind of person you are or not.
Yes.
Try to put yourself into a single one of these people's circumstances. Okay. You've got projects lined up. You've got casting calls lined up. You've got your past catalog in jeopardy because it's moving from its DVD copyright regulations to the new 4K and streaming regulations. And you want to solidify that legacy and make sure you continue to get residuals from those properties. And you're at a party and the person who's making your dress or your suit for the next gala event, has a conversation with you, and they're just like, I'm really, really excited about making this outfit for you and everything like that. I really just wish I knew what your position was on this political movement and that political movement. I really need you to like speak out about these things. And you're just like, I will. Are you still making the outfit for free? And that's it. The next day they go on Twitter, and the following day they get their outfit for free. And that's
I
it.
can see that definitely happening, but it's basically in a way like shaking the hand with the devil, or just making a deal with the devil in a way, just to say that like that's horrible. But of course that could happen. Of course.
You talking about Phil McCracken? You talking about me, the devil?
Yeah, that's when they got no principles. That's what obviously most of them have no principles or morals or
dude, they act other people's lives for a living.
Yes.
Yeah. And if they can be bought that easily, that cheaply,
to show up naked and make out with another person, or get brutalized on film and pretend to be somebody that's vicious and calculating. Yeah, I mean, think about who these people really are. Come on.
They're chameleons.
They're chameleons, getting paid good money for it too.
Comma, chameleon.
That's why we respect those that don't, about like Chris Pratt. We show them respect by watching their movies and supporting them in other avenues of their career, and like Tom Cruise, and that's why their movies make $1 billion.
Yes,
and people that like Brie Larson's don't.
Yeah,
right.
Yes,
I mean, I'm still not convinced that the whole Chris Rock Will Smith thing was real at all.
I mean, it's possible, but I think Chris Rock, he already laid into Will Smith, and yes, that could have been staged too, but I think it was real.
Here's my pound of flesh.
Yeah, I think it was just stupid. Will Smith is with well, you know what? We'll just call her a parasite. We'll just go with that. And he became a weak soy man, and Chris Rock is still have balls of steel. And he's proven that recently, just like Dave Chappelle. And even if he said some stuff like on the 40th anniversary of SNL, he still is pretty much, that he's not going to let people cancel him. If we just had more of that attitude, then these mobs would go away. A lot of them would. They would vanish. But when you give them power, including our government, then we have a lot of problems.
Yeah, I think the support is the big thing. They're getting multiple levels of high-level support, verbally, not necessarily on paper, but verbally for sure.
Yes.
So you're saying Chris Rock walked on stage and they're going clackety clack, clackety clack, clackety clack because he said balls of steel, right? Yeah.
You know what? You got to watch that scene in AI with Chris Rock getting stuffed into the cannon, and he's like, you know what? I was thinking I wanted to get shot through the propeller, but I changed my mind. I want to get shot over the propeller. You guys don't mind, do you? Be careful trying to push me into this cannon here. Guys, are you listening to me? I really have a second opinion on this. Absolutely fantastic, man. So much fun.
He's made me laugh more times than I can remember.
He had a good role in Beverly Hills Ninja too. That movie was pretty funny. Pretty good script.
Those guys. It's such a shame that we got Beverly Hills Cop, and we never saw anything like it ever again.
No, not really. There was they were showing all kinds of situations that would probably would happen at that time, especially in LA or around that, or Beverly Hills, in one of those more wealthy neighborhoods. But even
we're cash flows.
No, I wish. It still would be.
No, not in that slum. He doesn't live in the slums of Beverly Hills.
Oh, okay.
It's cash money. He's up in the top stories of the Hollywood Hills.
Cash.
I was going to say, Cash has a house overlooking the ocean.
That's right.
I wish. That would be pretty cool.
Then that earthquake comes and right down. He's got a house.
Right. That's the reason I don't want to ever live on a hill. Is those mudslides can come. Nope.
I've been in one of those houses during a tremor. It's hysterical, man. I used to do tile work. I used to do interior tile work in Los Angeles. And I've been in Jack Black's house. I've been in the guy from Will and Grace's place. I mean, I've been all over into like a dozen and a half celebrities' places. And it's, they're pretty genuine people. And you can tell who's an ass and who's not.
Mm-hmm.
The only person I could tell you guaranteed I know is definitely an ass because he was an ass in front of a whole crew of men that just wanted to praise his existence, and that's Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
I was doing tile work
praise
in the kitchen of his son's restaurant.
Really?
This guy comes in there wearing sunglasses, right? And he's like, just stands there, puts his hands on his hips in the middle of the room. Doesn't say, looking good, guys. Doesn't say, hello, boys. How's it going? Nothing. I'm like, dude, where's your captain? Put your captain's hat on, man. Do you have any idea? If you said a single word to the present community, we would all bow down before you, every single last one of us. And you're just like being this guy, this thing. I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way.
It might have been he was having a bad day. I've heard other good experiences.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's
And then,
not cool.
and then he had a bad day when he wanted to stop being Han Solo, and he's going to have a bad day when he wants to stop being Indiana Jones too.
Yeah, he got some bad weed. That's the trouble.
Whatever, man. Had a bad day, crashed an airplane, had a bad day, married Callista Flockhart. Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, my friend told me a story about when Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise were still together, and she was working in this restaurant, and Nicole Kidman was just being an absolute bitch. And I said, yeah, I could see that. I've never met Nicole Kidman, but I could see it. Though I've heard other stories from people who was doing building the sets because it's a family business. They said, like Ewan McGregor, he sits down with the people during lunch and says, hey, what's up, guys? Crew and stuff. How are you guys doing? That's really cool.
Yeah.
Another one is my friend, his grandfather worked on Hoffa, because when you live in California, you get to know people who, of course, work in the movie business. It just happens.
Oh, here we go again.
No, everybody. It's like everybody. It's like the 1-2 guys away from you. They're actually in the movie business. It's just the town.
And it's just a town, exactly. And he said on the set of Hoffa, like he was being an ass to the crew. And then one day Nicholson said, dude, I'm really sorry. And I was like, I would hope so. Geez. But my friend's grandfather worked on Hoffa and saw this for himself. And I'm sure this could happen because Nicholas, I've heard stories about you approach him in the parking lot. He's like, I don't do autographs, kid, like after the Lakers game. And it's like, dude, if people aren't being rude to you, what's wrong with giving them an autograph? I'll tell you, I didn't have the best experience with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, as I like to always call him, but other people have, and good for them. I had a great experience though meeting Henry Winkler at the airport. He was really cool dude.
Yeah.
Well, see, and your thing with Nicole Kidman is, one, she's a redhead, so you don't like her, and two, she's from Australia. You don't like Australians.
Oh, she was originally a redhead. Now she's a blonde, right?
and of course, you don't like Australians either, so that was the double whammy.
I don't.
Well, she has that in common with Marilyn Monroe. I think Marilyn Monroe was a chestnut redhead.
Yeah,
before she became a blonde.
I think she did. I heard about she drew the, what was it? She drove the director crazy on Some Like It Hot. I guess I hear Marilyn Monroe was quite a handful to work with.
Yeah.
And
that's what John F. Kennedy told me.
Yeah. That's why he killed her.
Well, finding out that certain people, and I don't want to say this on YouTube, but certain organizations had a part in the fact that he was assassinated, and we have found that out now. And before it was just like considered a conspiracy theory, yet a lot of these conspiracy theories are coming true. It's just like, man, that is scary stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's some scary stuff. Yep.
Yeah, we'll never know. We'll never know. The closest thing to the truth are those frames of the Zapruder film, and that's it. Everything else is conjecture and surmise and everything. Yeah, that's the only.
You don't know exactly what happened, but they do have records now that it's those organizations were involved with the assassination of JFK. And it's like, well, that's crazy, but
yeah,
after what's happening now with certain organizations that are supposed to care about the citizens, I wouldn't put it past them. I really wouldn't.
Yep. God only knows what's really going down with all of that. I'm sorry.
Right.
I have very science fiction level theories in my head
we
about.
weren't there, right? We can't go back in time. We can't.
We have
exactly
no
see
idea what
happened.
bloodline issues there were. I mean, it could have the whole JFK thing could literally have been an IRA thing as well. I mean, we don't know. We just don't know. The Kennedy name in Ireland has a whole backstory all its own.
Oh, yeah.
The translation of the name Kennedy actually turns out to roughly mean, as a slander, crazy man from the woods. I mean, there's all kinds of weirdness. Okay, it's not a cut clean story.
I do feel though that part of the reason he also, I think it was part of his demise, is it's probably wasn't the best idea to get involved with someone like Marilyn Monroe. But we already know, of course, the Kennedys had ties to the mafia. That's already been proven. So I don't know if JFK did, but
Yeah, well, the father was a rum runner, wasn't he? Or like he was a whiskey runner back in the day?
I think so.
Well, and he was not a bootlegger. He was a moonshiner. He was a bootlegger.
Yeah.
Meaning he brought the stuff in.
Right.
Moonshiner made the stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I know a lady who owns a landscaping service in LA. And one of her clients is Oprah.
Okay.
And she basically says Oprah is the biggest walking bitch on the face of this earth.
I mean,
and by the way, this lady's business card on there has her name, first name, in the middle says bitch, and at the end. This is a landscaping lady who goes by the name of bitch, calling Oprah the biggest bitch.
Wow.
Takes one to know one.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the lady that is the bitch, I know the whole story behind her, and it's a nightmare for her. And I'm not going to get into it here.
Yeah.
But she somehow was able to get a lot of money that she was able to get this company to start doing this. And yeah, I mean, I don't know her personally. I only know her through another person that I know personally. That's her brother. And oh yeah, what a unbelievable connection she's got with. She's Oprah. They got watering limits out there, right? Oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. Somehow she's getting the water to take care of her gardens.
Yeah. Well, there's
Money talks, man.
It does. It's the same thing. My friend, he went on tour. One of the people was a guitar teacher a number of years ago, and he went on tour, and he actually saw some people overdose and die, and he co-wrote that Butterfly song with Crazy Town. It's a crazy story, but he got tired of Shifty and people doing crack, and people actually overdosed and died, and he says, I'm out. I'm done with this. He went on tour. He says, man, when you get on tour, his words, you get a lot of free hookers.
Oh,
somebody's paying.
Pays to be a roadie.
Yeah.
You get a lot of free ladies.
So
I was the roadie for Whoopi John Fart.
But the people, they're just people. I've always told that celebrities are celebrities, musicians. Like, yeah, if you meet people, it's nice. But if you never meet them in your life, it doesn't really matter either. It would be cool to meet Chris Pratt or even interview him at some point. But if it never happens, it never happens.
It's surprising.
You haven't gotten that restraining order yet?
Only against you, Baron. Only against you.
Okay.
Wait, I thought it was against Phil.
Oh, was it? Oh, maybe. I don't know.
That's me. I'm Phil. I hate you all.
Yeah, but if you're going in for a job and so on, I've heard different. Even that woman from The Office, the one who played Pam, there was a friend who used to be their housekeeper, and they said she was just an absolute bitch. And you hear these stories, but you don't know them in real life, so you're just not sure.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to vet both parties, wouldn't you?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because who knows?
I'll bring up a person that I met personally and interacted with. You guys may not know the name, but Richard Boone.
Okay.
And he had a TV series called Have a Gun Will Travel. Well, I was doing stunt work at the Stagecoach. He came out there, and I ended up doing a gunfight scene with him that the University of Wisconsin film crew was doing. Now, I'm left-handed, he's right-handed. Those guys just had an orgasm because both guns were camera side. Well, I outdrew him every time. And we were trying to figure out how to slow me up to get him ahead. Finally, I figured out we had a 7.5-inch barrel and a holster that was meant for 4 3/4 inch. And I told him when I slapped my hip, you go for your gun. Well, he did. I did. And it looked like he actually outdrew me. They were ecstatic. Richard Boone was the nicest guy in the world with me. However, all the people said what an asshole he could be, and he was a nasty drunk. And I believe it. Richard Boone was a tail gunner in World War II. Most of those guys got washed out of the back of the plane with a fire hose. He had a fighter plane come in on him. It was probably a Messerschmitt, but it could have been a Focke-Wulf. Came in on him, opened fire, blew the canopy off. And in the process, he got a scar. He was wounded. Now, most people don't know, but the tail gunner, he couldn't wear his parachute.
Nope.
He had to put it on the ground underneath him and use it for knee pads. This whole canopy got blown off in front of him. And he gets wounded. And he came down with the plane alive. Think of that, though, in your mind. He knows when that canopy went, there should have been enough suction to yank him right out of that plane. And he didn't have a parachute.
Yeah.
Years later, he was suffering from what I would call post-traumatic stress. And I know about that personally. I did a few tours in Vietnam. And I wasn't a REMF, which means rear echelon, you know what. You know what the F word means. Anyway, I was in the field all the time. Sometimes I was out in the field, way out, alone. Did I have a normal attitude when I came home? No.
Yeah.
This little gray
definition of normal.
This little gray duck was a what have you. I get into a bar in my hometown where everybody knows me and they're all my friends, right? Except a couple of these kids that used to be my friends now come up and go, "Hey, you're a baby killer."
Oh, boy.
Well, unfortunately for them, I performed corrective therapeutic mayhem. Of course, the cops got called because Butch didn't like the idea of me pounding the crap out of people in his bar. The cops came. They started yelling at me. "He's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me." Boz Liverman, the police chief, put his hand on their shoulder and said, "Are you alive?" Well, yeah. Then he wasn't trying to kill you. Because if he's trying to, you'd be dead.
Mm-hmm.
And that scared the shit out of a few of these people and had them back off where I could start to get back to a normal life. But I wasn't.
Mm.
I was still looking to get the aggression out of me. Because I knew what happened in Vietnam, and I knew it was told on TV.
Right.
And I knew the damn lies and everything else that they were telling. I went in right after Tet. They sent me in to help support the troops at the U.S. Embassy. I got there, and yeah, there were a few dead Marines, some wounded ones, but all I saw up and down the street were dead NVA and Charlies.
Man.
We annihilated them practically. I mean, we did bad hurt.
Mm-hmm.
They hit a lot of other places across Vietnam at the same time. They ended up the same way. So, good old news agencies, including Walter Cronkite, said what a defeat it was, how we were beaten. We got our asses kicked. That's the type of things that left me with a huge, monstrous chip on my shoulder. We were not killing babies. We were trying to rescue them. You know, oh, you're a baby killer. Da, da, da. The one film picture they got of this little naked girl running with a bunch of U.S. guys running after her. Oh, they're out to kill her or rape her. No, those are the guys who were trying to rescue.
Yeah.
That's jacked up.
Yeah.
And I do want to welcome Apion to the panel.
Hey, Apion.
What's
Hello.
up, Apion?
Hey.
What's going on?
And real quick, Baron, I know you're starting to get sleepy, so if there's anything you want to plug, go right ahead, brother.
Well, of course, I'm going to try to get on tomorrow with you, even if it is a short show tomorrow. Is it going to be the same time as always?
I pushed it back to 3 o'clock Eastern.
Okay. And then after that, I'd be going over to the Primetime Kings of live stream at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. That's, of course, with the Tower of Power himself, 24 the ever mysterious Vigilante Williamson, the Hollywood Knight himself, New Bomb Turk, and myself. And that's going to be tomorrow at on 24's channel. And, of course, you catch me here with Pop Talk. So,
All right, brother. You get a good night's sleep?
I think I'm going to.
Hey, take care, kid.
Yeah.
Have a good one, dude.
Thank you for hopping
Later,
on,
Baron.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. Just the sleeping pills are starting to kick in. It's like, okay, I'm going to do a cash money here. I'm going to do a cash money here in a moment and have my face on the keyboard.
Man,
I hate him. He's better
I
paid.
can't do that, man. I've never done that. I don't. That doesn't feel comfortable to me.
It's not, but it happens.
Okay. Well, good night, everybody. Good night, everybody in the chat, and good night to everyone who's lurking.
All right.
Hey, kid.
Later.
See you, buddy.
For those of you that don't know, the Baron is my son.
Oh wow.
Oh my god. Yeah. No,
What?
I
Really?
found that
Oh
out.
my.
What?
Yes,
My
for real.
gosh. No way.
That's impossible.
I'm 76 years old.
And
Well,
you're also
84. How does that happen?
I wish my dad had a YouTube channel. Oh, that would have been so cool.
I wish
Oh,
my
man.
dad did too.
What
But he's
I want to do, but I'm
Rest in
going to be
peace.
finding out too. I know because the wife is going to beat the shit out of me.
Uh-oh.
Be right back.
All right, Stu.
I want to do shorts. So I'm looking to be able to get together and put together some shorts to dump out.
Okay.
All from this lunatic mind here.
If you could tell a story in a minute, you'll be doing good.
Yeah, that's the key.
Well, we know, old man, you are secretly Santa Claus. We
I
know
was
that.
gonna say something.
We know
I have done Santa Claus in California, Texas, Indiana, and also I was a Macy's Santa Claus.
Oh,
4 years.
I can see it.
What did you think of Violent Night with David Harbour?
I heard that was good. I need to watch that sometime.
Hell yeah, me too. My friends have seen it. They said it's great. They said it's like Die Hard, but more Christmas.
Nice.
Very cool. So, how's your day been, Apion?
Well, it's good. It's going good, actually. It's going great.
Good.
I've been watching some 80s Swords and Sandals movies. I was watching like Deathstalkers. And I watched Deathstalkers 2 today. Oh my god.
Huh.
Softcore porn.
Really? Or there was okay.
But yeah, it's really good.
I love it. I mean, if you were watching that, no one's gonna judge you here, man.
I mean, I'm glad I wasn't watching with a group of guys or something because it's kind of porno-ish.
Oh.
I'm like, wow, how'd they get away with this shit? I was, oh yeah, it's the 80s. They could get away with a lot of shit.
Yep.
The main character is like, oh yeah, you're a woman. I would be okay with you slapping you around a little bit. It's like, holy shit.
Edgy.
Yeah, so I've been having fun with some old movies and things today, and just having a good Saturday. How's your birthday going?
It's been going good.
Good.
My sister the other day took me out to dinner, and then today I met a friend of mine for a late lunch, early dinner, and it's just been a real good day.
Good.
Nice.
You eat your favorite food and everything for your birthday. Get something real special.
Yeah,
I mean, McDonald's.
I mean, my sister took me to Outback. She knows I don't go
Outback,
there
nice. Oh yeah,
that often. So she said, "Have you thought about your birthday dinner?" I said, "Well, I've been contemplating, but one place I haven't been to in a while was Outback, and at least our Outback that we have is pretty good. I can't speak for every Outback across the country, but I know ours is good." I said, "You know what? Let's go to Outback." So we went to Outback. That was on Thursday, and then no, not Thursday. That was on Wednesday. And then today I went to a Mexican restaurant with my friend for, like I said, a late lunch, early dinner, and had a real nice time. Then we just sat around and chit-chatted for a while.
Hell yeah, shoot the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Sometimes those are the best times.
Well, Mike, I want to wish you a very, very happy birthday.
Thank you, old man.
I trust that you really enjoyed Outback. I know it was really good. So I bet you had a really great steak to chew on.
I did.
And, Cash, Animos, DJ Ryan. It's been really an absolute total pleasure to be with you guys.
I appreciate you taking time out of your day to be here with us, old man.
Yeah, I appreciate your stories always, man.
Yeah,
That's
really.
cool.
Thanks for sharing your stories. I was in here and I just captivated listening to you.
I just truly and dearly love being here. I'm ever so thankful that you guys let me in. And with that, I hate to say it, but good night, guys.
You have a good night, sir.
Have a good night, brother.
Well, man.
I don't know him well enough to be calling him that.
You have to call him that. That's his name.
Okay.
That's right. It's his only name.
As long as it's approved by the panel.
Yeah.
That's what it
Old man.
Oh man, come on, man.
Sound like
Apion,
Biff from Back to the Future.
You know Master Paul, right?
Me?
Yes, you know of Master Paul?
I think so. Maybe.
Well, if you get to know him better, try to convince him to stop playing games on easy mode and using cheats. Yeah.
Easy mode.
It would be nice. We're trying to help him. We want him to stop doing that, but he's so blatant about it. And then he'll throw some of us under the bus about it. Oh, by the way, guys, just so you know, Cash and Mike, I'm playing on easy mode. Okay, well,
but you're basically not playing.
Right.
You're on the people mover at the airport.
That's right. I like that.
You couldn't walk the rest of the way at the airport, so you took that little lift, huh?
Yep. So we're trying to. So when he watches this later, we're gonna keep giving him crap about it because he just is so blatant about using cheats and playing on easy mode. He just wants to keep doing it.
That's what I love about Wolfenstein. Like, if you play on easy mode, it puts a fucking pacifier in your mouth.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, it does.
It calls you a baby.
That's funny.
It literally calls you a baby for playing it on that mode.
Well, Cash, I got a question for you. Would you rather see Paul play a game on easy mode, or would you rather me play a game where stealth is optional? If you know what I mean.
I mean, it's okay, Mike. I mean, it did when you were playing, like when you're playing Final Fantasy, there's not really like obviously a stealth mode in that. That's not how that game's built. But when you were playing Shadows of the Tomb Raider, it was like, okay, you can take this person out.
Man,
and you're just like, nope, I'm gonna just start firing the arrows. I'm like, nope, Mike, you can't do that. Like,
that game is easy mode on normal.
Yeah, it's not. That's not going to be a good thing. And I'm like, Mike, you got to move. You got to move. I just kept looking at the screen, and he's like, no, he died. No, Mike. And then you improved. But yes, it helps with games like Tomb Raider to actually use stealth, just like obviously Metal Gear. And trust me, I've gone and run and gun in Metal Gear. It doesn't work very well. The game goes, really?
Metal Gear's like,
okay.
You're supposed to hide in those crates.
That's right.
You're trying to come up on me instead of using stealth. Yep. Hey, come here, young man.
Yep.
Whack.
Pretty much. Yep. The AI in those games are pretty dang smart compared to even the AI in Call of Duty and some of these other games.
Oh yeah,
they're pretty smart. Yes.
Yeah, I love best game over screen too. Snake.
Yeah, Snake. I don't know what if Kojima's not involved in a new Metal Gear or even a reboot or a remaster of Snake Eater or whatever.
Dude, Snake Eater was next level. You can literally like outweight that old guy and he could die of like old age in the woods.
Yeah, it's true.
What the fuck? Who wrote this shit?
It's brutal.
Yeah, like there's like a thing where if you like change the timer on your console for like a month ahead, he'll die of like old age or whatever from like being out there for a month.
That's funny. I've never tried that. That's awesome. I love that stuff.
Yeah, there's like crazy ways you could beat that game. It's insane. And that game is too old to have that many different ways to beat it. It's awesome.
Yeah. And a lot of those games, for whatever reason, just has never come to PC. They were always pretty much console exclusives, unfortunately.
Metal Gear's never got a PC port, huh? Wow.
Not certain ones, no. Phantom Pain did, obviously, but yeah. That's not even completely...
Or no, that's not the sword game. That's the other one.
No, that's
the one with the 20-minute hospital scene where you have to like drag
Revengeance, right? I think it's Revengeance.
That's the sword one, the Fruit Ninja game.
Yep. Yeah, that's the button mashing one. But yeah, they don't. The AI. Remember, if you guys ever played any of the Call of Duty campaigns, and a lot of them actually have been really good. I still think Advanced Warfare, where it's like, you know what, I'm gonna push Kevin Spacey off a cliff or whatever in this game.
Advanced
like
Warfare.
it's a quality revenge story for the campaign, but the AI that you're with, it's like they'll shoot two dudes in the game, and then you have to shoot 50,000. It seems it's horrible. It's like, man, this AI is horrible. I don't know if they do it on purpose. Activision did. I don't know, but it was weird. Yeah.
Maybe they don't want you to just like hide behind something and just have the AI do most of the work on like the harder difficulties and stuff.
Though the AI and those Uncharted games are pretty good. Pretty
I
good
like the
AI.
Uncharted games. They're fun.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I remember playing the first one was a monster.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uncharted
very good game.
Uncharted 2 is my favorite. The music and everything.
Oh, it's the ending though with the fruit when you're shooting the fruit got a little bit repetitive, but overall I would still say that's a very.
I just love Lazarevich. Drake! And then you got that epic bridge scene where you're running and then like you have to save the Chloe, or is it Elena that's getting grabbed? And it's like,
was it? Yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, it might have been
one of those two because he's got both of those women. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, he does. I still say 4 is a great game. It's just Naughty Dog, man, I feel has changed since Neil Druckmann got more power because he is always willing to pander. He wants to work with people like Anna Sarkeesian, and she's been there. I don't know if she's there anymore. I know I saw her at the Game Awards, and I remember Crit was also like, "What is that bitch doing there?" I just started laughing. But it's just she's made a mockery of a lot of gamers, and she's taken their footage. Like, this is actually true stuff. I just wish Neil Druckmann had less power because I really liked The Last of Us, the first game, and now the remaster from, I don't think I'm spoiling this. I don't know if you guys, any of you guys are ever going to play The Last of Us, but they made it where they're telling you, and I was reading about this, Abby, you kill all the people of her in the game, Joel does, so they can justify why Abby does this to Joel in the second game. And I'm like, wow,
because Joel kills
that
her
is
dad.
just right, and that's just so insulting. I'm like, wow. So you
even
don't
in
want
the
to go
TV
that
show,
far. Yeah,
they made sure that Joel killed her dad, and I'm like, oh, we're doing this, huh?
Oh, no. Ridiculous.
We're doing the golf swing. It's gonna happen. Everybody knew it. It's gonna happen.
And so, yeah, I still have to finish The Last of Us season. I will. I know how 2's gonna go, but yep. Some people are saying this is. I love some of the media, where they say, oh, this is like the first good adaptation of a video game. And I'm like, oh no, nope.
It's pretty
We're not
solid,
going there.
but it's not like the first good one.
No,
not even.
It has a good budget. There's some things that I've seen that I don't care for, man. Like, they've changed stuff that I like better in the game than in the
most
show.
certainly.
But,
The Infected are only in like 4 episodes.
That's
and barely.
stupid.
Like the world is so not dangerous. Like they should be walking on fucking pins and needles like every second. But it's like they can just walk to the next objective. Like it's easy mode.
And then Ellie has to curse. Fuck this. Fuck.
Yeah, she
like
swears a bit in the game, so like that'll be all she does in the show.
Right. But they just want to emphasize it more that she needs to curse. It's like it's silly. Yeah. It's out of place.
And Neil Druckmann did it, so it's like it's not like they had someone different write it.
Yep.
Neil Druckmann had his hands on everything.
Yeah, he did. He really did. And he says, well, we'll change things if we don't think it works in the show. And I'm like, why? And I don't know how you feel about episode 3. Like, I don't like the whole suicide pact. The relationship is fine. And I even forgot Bill was gay. I did. I hadn't played the game in so long. I
you
forgot.
Find out through notes and shit.
Yeah. And I had forgotten that. And I was like, well, then Bill should have still met Ellie in that episode, and they
literally a huge part of the game. They never fucking meet.
I didn't like the whole suicide pact thing. It was ridiculous.
I would have been okay if they did that, their whole little side story, but it didn't take the whole hour. Like if it was like 15 minutes shorter, and then we got the whole Joel and Ellie going through Bill's traps and stuff like they did in the game, and there's a couple infected staggering around, and Joel takes him out silently with the bow and arrow because the whole thing's about stealth in that part. Like they just ruined that entire part to have like Joel and Ellie just grab the keys to the car, take a hot shower, and dip. Like what the fuck?
Well, it's once again I'm going to tell you guys, so and Hollywood's a weird place, okay? And production money does not come easy. So I can actually honestly see somebody on the financing production staff quite literally saying, I'll let you do the series. We're going to do the adaptation. We're going to do it justice because I like the game too. But will have episode 3 be an expansion of my favorite scene, the scene I celebrate every time I play the game with my boyfriend.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
Done deal. That episode has racked in and locked in the screenplay on the financial contract level that scene needs to exist for this production to move forward. And that's it. Done. End of story. They don't care.
And what made that episode good, even if, people are like, it's pandering this, but people forgot Bill was gay, probably because they hadn't played the game in a number of years, or they haven't played in a long time. And the performances were really good with Frank and Bill. They really were. It's like, okay, I can see these two coming together. But, my brother didn't mind it, but I just had a problem with the whole suicide sequence, because after remembering, oh, right, if I would have rather Bill, they said, well, we could do the suicide pact, but we're not going to. I need to stay alive. And I need to see Ellie and Joel or whatever. And then Frank just died because Frank was dying anyways.
Yep.
Right.
I just think it was better if I was looking at Neil Druckmann. I said, no, I mean, if I have the final say on this, we're going to do it the way the game did it, because it just works better, I think.
Yeah, well, and you would think this is one of the most bizarre things ever, and it's this notion that they keep adding these, check marks, right? And to check off these boxes, they keep adding these things or amplifying these things in some way to condone to this, whatever. And for whatever reason, God bless them, be at peace, go with God, have a good time, whatever. That's not my problem, right? I have my issues as well. There are things in my closet too. So, God bless you, whatever. But they alter the scene so that the two of them commit suicide. I mean, like, for real? That's the positive spin,
right?
You have this lovely love story, and there's no lesson to be learned by the main characters. Like, there's no passage of knowledge. I mean, it's like, shouldn't you have had our main characters and the audience witness this lovely couple before they went? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is your positive message here? I just don't get it. If you're going to do this, fine. I'm along for the ride. I'm stuck, right? I want to watch the show. You're going to put this scene in. What am I supposed to do about it? But really, this is the payoff you offer me?
I think it's that Joel's going to die for Ellie. Like, that's kind of the whole thing, is like, he's going to end up giving everything to her, kind of like the way Bill gave everything to Frank. And it's like such a weird comparison. I don't know if that's what they're going for, but it might be.
Yeah, it might be, but obviously they're going to cast Abby, and they're going to try to make us care about Abby, and then the media is going to yell at fans if they don't like Abby again, just like they did in the second game, because that really worked out for them. But once again, I keep pointing out to people,
she's a horrible person.
Yes, she's a horrible person.
She's sleeping with the pregnant girl's guy that's her ex-boyfriend. Well, yeah, she's horrible. Like,
yeah, and so that game made less money. And why was it leaked early? I think the people who worked on it said, what the hell did I do? Or it's like, well, I got my paycheck, but do I feel good about making this game? I mean, why was it leaked early? Yes, we know endings are leaked, or they have been for a number of years now. And you don't want to look on YouTube because you might spoil yourself. Excuse me, spoil yourself with the ending of the game. You may want to buy like Assassin's Creed or something, but it made less money. How is that a win for The Last of Us 2? It made less money than the first game. That means that a lot of people rejected it. Yeah. I guess a lot of people have liked The Last of Us series. I know my brother has. I haven't finished it yet. I'm going to finish it. I think from what I've seen, the few episodes I've seen already, I like the budget. I like Pedro Pascal as Joel. I think
he is good as Joel.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's the best thing about the show. And Nick Offerman was really good as Bill, but he's dead now, so we won't get to see another performance from him.
Yeah, right. And he didn't get to have his back and forth with Ellie, which was so important. And it's like, you missed such good dialogue.
Yes. And it's fine if people
they didn't even have the moment where Joel and Ellie actually learn more about each other and become a surrogate family.
Yeah, I've heard that note a bunch of times on other reviews of the whole thing, and that's the really miserable part about this. It's like, fine, like I said, we're on board, okay? You're driving this train. What am I supposed to do about it? It's like, but this is the path you're leading me on. This is the positive message, or more importantly, where is the positive message again? I just don't understand what enrichment this nutrient is supposed to be giving me. You're serving me this meal, and it's making me tired and sick. I just don't get it.
Yep. It is. It's the same thing. You watch the Cowboy Bebop, and if you watch the original anime, you're just like, well, why haven't they? It's considered a classic by a lot of people. And the music is amazing, and it's just the opening is great, and even the opening for the show was fine, and it was okay. And you had Jet, and you had Spike, and they were okay. This is pretty good, and then Faye Valentine comes in, and everything goes to hell.
Right.
It's just she's cursing. She's in the wrong moment of the situation. And I remember one of my friends was like, well, the reason this show got canceled after a season is because of the hardcore anime fans. They didn't like it. And I'm like, I think to myself, I'm glad you liked it. Glad your boyfriend liked it. But I did not. And Crit did not either. We were just like, what is this? You guys had an okay, you were building. And then you started changing everything, even and when Faye came in there, it's like, I can't watch this anymore. This is horrible. This is the woman who has attacked fans, and she just proved their point. She was horrible. I know she's in other stuff like Jurassic World and so on. Danielle.
She's forgettable in that too.
Yeah, and it's not even her fault. Okay, yeah, she has her own. She has her own things to apologize for, all on her own, right? But the writers, the directors, and the costume designers decided to quite literally have her snarking away and being all sassy and girlish and queen-like while bleeding to death on a couch during a gunfight. I'm like, what? Like, really? I mean, what? Really? It's like, what is this? Is it a cartoon? Is this supposed to be satire? Are they not injured? Is it just ketchup on their outfit? I mean, seriously, what the hell's going on here? Hey, where's the Jeopardy level? Why should I believe your universe? You're not selling me on it.
Yeah, and then they're saying, because for me, I would still look, they made her a lesbian and they did this. This stuff is just ridiculous to me. They're going to do it and they're going to put it out there, and you're just going to have to accept it, because it's not like you can get it canceled. Not that you want to, but it's just, you understand why this stuff from Netflix, people didn't like Death Note also, the live action one. I know a lot of people were upset about that, but actually watching 1 or 2 episodes, just like watching She-Hulk, and you know where She-Hulk comes into the Incredible Hulk in the 90s cartoon. It's like, where is the sex appeal? Why is it always we're being lectured? Like, this is not the best direction for you, Marvel. These shows are gonna keep getting canceled. And you watch, as I like to call it, Home Alone Hawkeye. I watched the first episode of that. I'm like, I can't continue this show. I just can't.
Yep.
I finished Hawkeye.
Did you like it?
Yeah, the final villain's Kingpin from Daredevil.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he gets beaten by Kate Bishop.
Yes, I saw
and
that.
And then gets ran over by a car.
I know, it was so stupid. I saw those scenes.
That little 90-pound girl beat up the Kingpin.
Yep.
Yeah. It happened.
There goes all believability in the entire Daredevil universe. There goes all believability in the villain and the setup for Miles Morales to become Spider-Man. I mean, you realize what you just did? This cascade effect throughout your whole kingdom? You dumbasses.
And he was held at gunpoint by Echo also.
Killed him. She shot him, or she shot.
She shot next to him. They're going to show she shot next to him.
I'm sorry. Any of these chicks that take off their helmet and their head is like 3 sizes too small even for the helmet. Okay. we have to insist on calling these things its. Okay. Echo is an it. Okay. I'm sorry. And so is whatever that abomination is in friggin', Scarlett Johansson's miserability contract. Whatever.
That Black Widow movie could have actually been pretty cool, and it had some actually good.
It could have been pretty cool, but I got so sick and tired of all the stupid jokes.
Dude, I'm sorry. It's like discussing your maxi pad during a scene with. I'm like, why is this scene even here? Did Jake Skywalker put down his glass of blue milk and write this scene? I mean, what the hell is this scene? Why are we doing this? It's so unnecessary.
I love when they buried those thousands of prisoners and guards in that prison. They're just all dead.
Well, the movie is also bad.
Not one word about it either.
The Taskmaster situation was horrible. I figured that out in 10 minutes. It's that girl. Oh my God, come on. I'm like, no, it can't be this. Oh, it is. Oh no.
Yeah, Dad, do better. Do better. Dude, try to be like Mom. Try to be like an international supervillain. I mean, come on, what the hell?
It's just crazy.
You got to do better, Senator.
I have protection. If you smell me, you can't hurt me.
Unbelievable. What the hell? That whole Falcon situation is just we've totally gone off the rails here. We've basically violated every rule of the opening of this stream already. We're already in deep violation territory.
My friend was like, "You want to watch Falcon the Winter Soldier?" And I was like, "Okay." And I'm like, "Oh no, he can't do this." And then it's like, "Oh, by the way, these are the only people who made America." And I'm like, I don't want to go too political. I was like, you know what? What did you just say, Anthony Mackie, in this? What the hell did you just say?
Yeah,
this
standing there
stupid,
in your glistening white outfit. You gave up your wings for some old dude's shield, and now you're yelling at another old dude wearing a white outfit that was given to you by a nation that is kept isolated from history for all of its existence. I mean, I'm sorry. Wait, what? Can you have that on paper, please? Jury, can you read that back for the judge to hear again? Like, what the hell? I mean, what the hell?
Oh man, I missed.
Well, it was like Sam saying that the responsibility of the shield is complicated. I'm thinking, how the hell is it complicated? There's only one other person that's ever held that shield before you. It's not that complicated.
Walker was handling it just fine.
And I have a friend who's just like always wants to go at me, like with She-Hulk. She's just like, well, it wasn't for men. It's like, it's for nobody.
Yeah,
it really is. It's for nothing.
I'm glad, and it's like, I'm glad you like it, but some people get so upset, even your friends. It's the same thing with Picard. You don't know what you're talking about. What are you doing? This Star Trek is back.
Cash money, you need to apologize for any negative view you're about to have. Picard is one of the greatest Star Trek spin-offs you'll ever receive.
Yeah, I don't trust that guy.
And it's fine if people like it, and it's fine if people like The Last of Us 2, and it's fine if they want to like this. But when you don't like this, it's either A, you're negative about everything. Do you ever like anything? Or B, you're a bad person for some reason. It's so funny to me, and it just makes me laugh, and that makes them madder, of course. But it's like, give Rings of Power a chance. Why? Why should I? Give me a reason why I should give it. Give Willow a chance. Why? Why should I give it a chance?
I gave it a chance when I saw it in the theater.
Oh no, guys! Red alert!
Uh-oh!
Red alert! All hands! Battle stations!
Aye, Captain.
Because we have somebody here, and he's about to cause a lot of chaos.
Uh-oh! They're cracking.
No, he's Homer Kraken. From the Digital Department of Defense, you can call him TKO, you can call him Pit Viper, you can call him Chaos. Just don't say he's a Romulan.
Oh.
Just don't call him for supper.
Don't call
Oh yeah! Guess who's back? Happy birthday, Mr. Brown. How goes your justicing on this fine day?
Good. How's your day been, brother?
I've just been fighting Egyptians, Carthaginians, and barbarians in Rome. Total War.
Oh, you're playing Total War now. Okay. Because I watched you play some of XCOM 2, and I was like, no, you can't. I was thinking in my head, no, Chaos, you can't move that unit there. It's gonna die.
I gotta let you know, Chaos. You're not the only one. He goes, no. He watches my stream and says, no, Mike, you can't Rambo this shit.
I gotta Rambo it, Cash. Come on, I gotta go in there like Rambo.
Oh, and I'll be doing another installment of Watch Me Fuck Up Defending the Earth from Aliens tomorrow. What does this button do? No. Oh,
nope.
Something broke. Did we need that? We didn't need that, right? We're good, right? Okay.
You should never show Chaos shiny red buttons. He sees shiny red buttons, especially the ones that blink. He goes, I must touch that button. I must detonate whatever explosive is inside there.
Must push the button.
The red button in Men in Black.
It's shiny and beautiful and whispers sweet nothings into my ear.
Chaos, you must play State of Decay 2 and run away when a Juggernaut's coming at you and let Pacific save your life and Silver's life.
I don't know if any of y'all have seen that, but that is one of the most epic moments in video game history. So me and my homie that got Mike into this game, me and him, seasoned veterans, okay? We have slashed legions of zombies beneath our feet. We all attacked this warehouse, right? And then a fucking Juggernaut. We're playing on are you out of your damn mind difficulty right before you are out of your damn mind difficulty. And then we're like, yeah, we almost have the whole area secured. And then a motherfucking Juggernaut just bursts in. You hear me and Homeboy go, ah! And I take off running. I'm half a mile away. Homeboy takes off. I look back. I go, where's Mike? And I just hear distant explosions. It sounded like Fallujah. I run back over there. Mike is running backwards, putting landmines at his feet, catching shrapnel from his own landmines as the Juggernaut runs over them. Then I raise my gun. Mike's gives a Klingon howl, starts unloading his magazine into the freaking Juggernaut's face. Juggernaut lifts his hands up. They're about to come down and turn Mike into raspberry jam. I raise my gun, and right before I pull the trigger, Juggernaut's body hits the ground. It's over. Cubs win. Cubs win. Cubs win.
That was
freaking epic.
That was probably one of the most fun State of Decay 2 streams that we had with Silver. And
the funny thing is, Mike was like, I'm sacrificing myself for y'all guys.
I was trying to buy you guys time to get out of there.
I know. He went into that fight not thinking he was going to come out, and he gets the Congressional Medal of Zombie Defense.
I love it.
Because I was like, I'm not about to fight. I was a jerk. I'm like, this is a hard mode Juggernaut. I'm not about to fight him. And after Mike's like, let's go. Run, homies. I got this. Stovall Core is calling me. And then a few minutes later, not today, Stovall Core. Not today.
One more. Give me one more.
Oh, that was one of the most epic moments we've ever streamed.
That's fantastic.
It was just one of these moments right here.
Glory to you and your house.
There are two Klingon sisters somewhere in the galaxy making their way towards Earth to abduct Mike. That's how much testosterone he put out during that battle.
Well, I mean,
they're coming for him.
Cash, you want to tell Chaos about our recent Streets of Rage 4 stream?
Oh man, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, we played on hard difficult. It's like, Mike, you want to play on hard difficult? Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Mike, I had died. Our game over for me, and then Mike finished off the game. But before that, Mike died in other bosses. Yeah, we beat it together.
How did you beat that big ass robot that kept kicking me in his ass?
We found a way.
Where's the footage? I want to see it. I need the intelligence briefing immediately.
You want the footage? You want the footage? You want the footage? Here. Go to this link. Go to Cash's channel.
Mike got our asses ripped off, dust it off, and hand it straight to us.
Yeah, he.
That hurt
Yeah.
my soul.
Yeah, we found a way.
Wait, Cash, did you play State of Decay 2?
I've been trying to get him to play it.
I'm gonna get what is it? It's on Game Pass, I think, right? Ultimate Game Pass, I think it's still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mike, when he gets it, we have to do a hardest difficulty you were out of your damn mind run.
But Cash is a noob.
I know.
Yeah, I'm a noob at this game, but I mean, as long as we go slow, I think we'll be okay. Is this actually a hard game, State of Decay? I've played.
When you get into the higher difficulties, it can be.
Okay, cool, good.
Put it
I'm
right,
up
State
for
of
the
Decay
challenge. It's not a problem.
A lot of zombies. Okay, you can get like, man, you know what I mean? Oh man, remember when I got my Mike? The time I got my red Talon guy, like you guys got killed, and I had to get my red Talon guy all the way back home off a sliver of freaking life. That was a great run too. Yeah, I gotta start streaming that again. Yeah, definitely.
So I gather you're enthusiastic about video games.
I mean,
he's always been. He's always been enthusiastic about them.
I play from time to time.
Bullshit.
Oh man, you're hilarious. Love it.
Bullshit.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to go to bed.
All right, Anonymous.
You guys take it easy. We still got one more day of the weekend, so have fun with it. Mike, happy birthday, buddy! Glad you're in this.
Thank you,
world,
Anonymous.
and, hope you for another 100 more birthdays. So.
Good night, Anonymous.
Good night, DDOD, Chaos Man.
Yeah, have a good
Cash Money, you're a
jackass.
All right, never mind.
Okay.
Cash is all right. Cash is all right.
I look.
Cash is just all right with me.
He's just all right. I look forward to your next Hogwarts stream and what you're going to say about the villages and the lesbians. It'll be great.
You never know what's coming up in that thing.
It just made me laugh. It came out of nowhere. It's so funny. I love it.
Guys, I looked up real quick at the side, and I looked at Steven, and I straight up thought, I was like, Renee? Oh no, you're alive? Holy crap!
Renee Albertson.
Yes, he looked just like him. Like I have the Streamlabs up on my upper monitor, so I looked up. I was like,
Are you a fan, Stephen, of Renee Auberjonois?
Who am I? I don't know who I am. Who are you speaking?
Renee Auberjonois, who played Odo.
Renee Auberjonois.
And he also played the awesome priest in The Patriot too. You know, like him in The Patriot.
In Benson and
yeah.
I know. I can give you the link, Nerdfoil.
He's only coming on because I'm leaving. He's sat down there waiting for me to leave. I know exactly how he.
What a jerk!
Yeah, no, I have a lot of respect for that role. And it was part of the reason why the whole Dominion conflict kind of like pissed me off. It's like, oh man, you're really gonna make him part of a whole species? Do we really need to find out where his mother came from? I mean, seriously, man. He was the coolest, most ornery and earthly, present day human kind of attitude about law and justice. Because the Federation is like all over the map about peace and love and hugging trees and all that good jazz. And Odo was just like, he was always in contact with the two characters that I adored the most, and that was the Tailor and Quark. I mean, I love those three men in a room are absolutely priceless gold on screen.
Yeah,
every
you're
time
right.
I watch them.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
they're the three best characters in the whole show, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, hey, don't forget, Nog leveled up. Nog,
absolutely.
No, Jadzia Dax is probably my favorite character in the show. I gotta say.
Yeah, certainly the most sexy. I will agree, but
just the way she handled everybody. She could handle anyone on that whole crew with just a look. She was awesome.
Yeah,
she teased everybody.
Take
care, Anonymous.
Yep,
guys. See you later, Steven. Great to be on the stream with you, buddy, and talking to you. Nerdporio, you're a snob. I know why you came on after I'm leaving.
We haven't been on my screen, so.
It's okay.
We're detecting elevated nerd waves coming from 020 Mark 414.
All right, guys. You take it easy and have a rest of a good weekend, guys. Appreciate you.
You too, brother.
Until next time.
So I come in and I hear Renee Auberjonois. What's going on?
I thought
supposedly,
at the side of my
supposedly Steven looks like Renee Auberjonois a lot. Well,
Kind of, he kind of does.
Think of him.
Think of
Think of him from the Patriot.
I want it.
Bring up a picture of him from the Patriot, and you'll be, oh yeah, it's him.
It's him.
Renee Auberjonois was a great.
Now the question is Steven Ransom a shapeshifter from DS9 or is he a shapeshifter from Picard season 3?
Oh god!
What is this
with the fatty tissue and the with the fatty tissue.
Not familiar with the series.
I watched episode 7 the other day and
Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? Because that's what it was. It was Scooby Doo.
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
You gotta catch me first.
Exactly, and I'm going. Oh, this show's trash.
Well, and here's the thing. People are liking it. Like I'm seeing people on Twitter, people I follow, saying that they're liking this, and I'm like, why? Why do you like this? This is not. I mean, there's a big. If you like New Trek, that's fine, but this is not much different from seasons 1 and 2. The only thing it's slightly better. There's some stuff going on, but they pad out the episodes. They pad out the episodes with feelings, and they stop what's going on. It seems like things stop so that Picard can have a conversation with Jack.
Yeah, and they just keep dragging certain things on. And this latest episode, I'm tired of Starfleet and the Federation being painted in a bad light.
Like they decided to go.
I agree.
They decided to go with the whole, the Dominion. They were just fighting a war, whereas Starfleet was trying to commit genocide. Well, I'll be honest. I mean, the reason why that happened was because Starfleet was losing the war. I mean, the Klingons, the Romulans, and Starfleet were losing that war. Especially the Breen weapon at the very end of the series.
They were losing the original Defiant.
They didn't need the Cardassians at that point. Like.
It's made it more realistic.
Yeah, and so they're just going with this superbly grimdark approach, and I'm just like, why not just bring more? Where's the world building? I don't even know what's going on in the greater galaxy. There's so much New Trek out there that just haven't done any world building. Like I got more out of a season of DS9 in terms of world building than all of New Trek, including this Picard season.
Well, here's what I don't understand, Brian. We get lines from Picard saying, oh, well, the only family I've ever had is Starfleet. That's not true. And the fact that they write that is just, to me, insulting. I can't. And I agree. Why do we need another Crusher? Other people have said that. Why do we need another Crusher?
They want another Picard. You remember in Generations how Picard mourned the death of his family? Because they all burned in a fire, and he says there will be no more Picards. Well, this is Terry Mittal saying, not true. And I mean, I'm fine with that, but you got to build that. You have to build it.
That's right.
I mean, the actor's fine. Aragon,
all right,
Ed Speleers, he's fine, but it's just like he's just a member berry. He's a walking plot device. Yeah. His existence was a member berry. His father or his parentage or what his father was a member berry, and now his abilities. He can see like me and Steve, Prophet of the Dragon, been saying. He's practically from the upside down. He sees red. He sees red veins appearing all over the place.
Yep.
And apparently, this new thing is it aromatic syndrome or is it something else? Is something did Picard have? Did Picard carrying some virus or something that gives his son superpowers?
Yeah, superpowers, right? He's got like Matrix powers, like he can just take the phasers and just like rip them out of their hand and stuff like that. It's really weird. Like, where do they want to go with this? And then the ship and the then we brought Data's come back, and this show is just all over the place, and the whole thing about Picard, they're still yelling at the guy. Yeah. Even in season 3, they're still like, "You have done this." Like Riker's like, "You go sit in the corner. You sit in the corner now."
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Riker shouldn't be acting like that. He's a captain.
No.
Exactly.
You're in command.
Right?
You own it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that, dude. I just don't.
He's like, remove yourself from the bridge. You've killed us all. I'm like, Captain doesn't talk like that, and B, Picard's an admiral. He could tell you shut the fuck up.
Right.
If you could have heard me as we were watching it for ourselves, I would say Riker would never do that to Picard. He would never say, "Get yourself off the bridge." And I do have to agree, and I'm only paraphrasing what he said last night on your stream with Prophet of the Dragon, how even though there was a little bit of a quality drop off with the Orville for its third season, it was still watchable. This stuff, I'm sorry, it's not watchable.
Like, I'm curious if people think that the Orville or this is better than the Orville. Like people are like, I've heard claims that people are saying this is better than Enterprise, Voyager, and the first 2 seasons of TNG. I'm like, no.
I'm requesting a toxicology report on all the people who were saying that.
Well, that's funny he's talking about toxicology, because after this, I'm going to be doing a whiskey stream. I'm going to be drinking and bitching about everything about this series. So yeah, after episode 10, that's what I'm going to be doing. Be drinking some Woodford and just.
Well, sign me up for that. That would be.
Drunk Poriel's going to probably come back. He's a myth though, but I mean, one of my live watches. I think it was episode 2 or episode 3. I just did a facepalm. I just started crying.
I think it was episode 3, because I was watching your face. I'm going, oh, whatever Brian's saying, he is not liking it.
Oh, and we were even saying, like, they could have found a way to keep Ro alive. No, she can just die. It's fine.
And that's the thing. That my favorite moments was Picard and Ro. Now, I know a lot of people will disagree with this, but I liked their interaction. I felt like Patrick Stewart was acting like Picard again.
Yes, he was. Yes, I like their interactions as well, man.
But then you had the Raffi and Worf stuff that just ruined it. The B plot.
Yeah, is that the woman who spins in her chair and the?
No. The Vadic's the one that
she's the one that talks. She's the one that talks like, "Goo people, what's wrong with you, JL? What are we gonna do with you? You got my ass fired, JL."
It's so stupid. And if they're calling him JL, that really pisses me off too.
Yeah.
And Shaw did not call him JL. She called him Jean-Luc.
Shaw is a great character, Brian. Fuck you. You're a piece of
shit. Wait. He's an asshole from Chicago.
That's me,
dude. I'm sorry, but if you want to take I don't understand how they could mess this up so bad. I mean, I get what they want to do. They want to get this edgy universe, right? All dark and mysterious and edgy with all these edgy things that are really edgy.
Tell us how you really feel.
I mean, like, that's all it is. It's just edgy. Everything's sharp and dark and noir and mysterious and cool.
Well,
not like old Star Trek, that's just faggy and colorful. God, you guys are such games.
I mean, a lot of content creators have met up with Metalis, and they've done streams with Metalis. Popcast Guys is one example of they've had Metalis on. Robert Meyer Burnett has had Metalis on. So, I mean, they're really trying to get bigger influencers who have been on the other side of the fence. Now they're kind of reeling them in. So
yeah. All I'm saying, I'm not to speak directly about Picard, because there's all kinds of messy eggshells all over the place with that whole thing. It's just this notion that Gene Roddenberry's screenwriting, or Gene Roddenberry's inventive and creativeness, has already done this better. I mean, doesn't anybody remember the Andromeda series about a federation of planets that collapsed, and this man out of time becomes a Buck Rogers in his own future and tries to reassemble the galactic,
yeah, I just recently
Federation
watching it. Yeah, or the Confederation, I think it was.
Yeah,
no, the Commonwealth. It's called the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth, right? And it's like it's Buck Rogers, it's the Lensman series, it's Galactic Patrol, and it's Star Trek all at the same time, but in this lost universe. And it's just nothing but trekking through world building, and the world is all destroyed as well on top of everything else. So, they already did that. It's like they've already done even that, and they did it better with less money. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore. I just don't even know what to say anymore. You guys are quite literally picking at a cold plate of old French fries to find the best French fries to eat because you're hungry, and that's all this is.
Yeah, and it's not even. Yeah, it's like they're very cold, and it's like like, I mean, what baffles me is just people saying that this is season 8 of TNG, that this is the greatest hits of Star Trek. No, this is not even the greatest. I mean, there's member berries, but even the member berries, I'm just like,
episode 6 was full of member berries, and I was so tired of it.
Yes.
That's all it is. And I can understand why people want to watch this. I can understand why people want to like this. It's not a choice. It's
I wanted to like this
I
too.
am so desperately hungry for Star Trek that this will be enough.
That's exactly what I think it is.
And the only difference between you and the rest of them that like it is that they're willing to, settle on that. But you have a higher standard, and you're just not going to tolerate it. You're just like, no, you're wrong. I'm sorry.
I'm not afraid to point out, the flaws of an episode.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I've been called nitpicking or
Some
whining.
people just go back to toxic relationships over and over again. No matter how many times she screws you over, you just keep going back, hoping this time she'll be different.
That's right.
Change.
Yeah, but when you have legitimate people who, prior to the season, were just like you, the first 2 seasons saying, this isn't good Trek, this isn't good Trek. Then all of a sudden they're saying, I've seen the first 6 episodes of Picard season 3, and this brings Star Trek back to being Star Trek. You're thinking, okay, I've listened to this, person's point of view for quite a while. I trust their point of view.
That was me.
So I'm going to give it a chance.
Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, that was totally me. And with listening to Rob, like he started talking about this series 6 months ago, and I got excited. And then Dave Cullen comes in and he says, I saw this, and oh my God, this is something special. This is balls to the walls. Great storytelling. This is Mystery Box done right. I mean, that was directly out of his mouth. And I got excited. And then I'm watching this with Prophet, and Prophet's not a Star Trek fan. He's seen TNG once a long time ago, and that's it. He's not a Star Trek fan at all. But he watches a lot of TV, a lot more than I do. And yeah, he's just saying this is crap. He's saying this is crap, and I'm watching this, and I'm like, I can't make sense of it either.
And I do know what happened in the past.
And it's just the weird direction that they're taking this. Like, why are they incorporating the shapeshifters from Deep Space Nine? And then we find out that those are not the shapeshifters. The Vadic is a shapeshifter, but she was a prisoner of war. And then they tortured her with 3 blind mice, whistling 3 blind mice, and adding chemicals to make them undetectable. And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I'm like, is there any Dominion? Who is she? Who's her boss? Who's that ugly head thingy? Is that a Dominion? Is that species 8472?
I literally thought it was Skeletor the way it looked.
And I have a question. With the red eyes, do you think that Jack is a power wraith or something?
That's what I was saying to Crit offline. The reason why we're seeing all this red and we're seeing Jack's point of view and his eyes being red is because he's a Paul Wraith. I even brought it up to Cash. I said, when Jake was possessed by the Paul Wraiths and Kira was possessed by the Prophets, Jake's eyes were red.
What were Kira's eyes as the Prophets? Were they like blue or something? Or
yeah,
that was I liked that episode. By the way, I forget that was a season 6 episode, I think. And then Ducat's eyes were red when he was possessed and kills Jadzia. Spoiler.
And I even was watching a video the other day where somebody said, "Could this be Ducat? And the Paul Wraiths?"
I mean, the Paul Wraiths and Ducat they weren't destroyed, but they were sealed in the caves, the fire caves. And then I don't know if you saw my stream, but people started making dirty jokes about fire caves because Beverly Case McFadden is a redhead. Fire cave.
How can you make a dirty joke about a fire? Actually, never mind. I don't want to know. Nope, don't tell me. I changed my mind. I don't want to know.
I absolutely don't understand how a movement that is pushing these changes into the Star Trek universe has the gall to make a mysteriously conceived child suddenly have superpowers. Okay. I mean, seriously, this is actually a utopian society based on a socialist system that actually works, and you're not going to use it to your advantage. You're going to actually dismantle it and turn it into a very harsh military organization, which it never was. I mean, again, messaging. I just don't get what your message is.
To be fair, every socialist attempt in history turned out to be a military state in the end. So, realism?
Well, according to human history, but Star Trek had already surpassed all of those things. They had proven it by having a legacy of almost 500 years.
Yeah, another thing that comes to mind is, it's this Kurtzman and company's way of saying, after the Dominion War, the Federation became depressed because of all the losses it suffered during the war. So there was no more hope in the galaxy. It's like,
but they don't cover that.
They don't even cover. There's no world building. There's nothing like.
There's no world building.
Where's
at all.
Where are all the aliens? Where are the Klingons? What's going on with Romulus?
Where's the hamburger and cup of soda that went with these French fries? Why am I getting a partial cold meal of leftovers?
You and your food analogies are making me hungry.
Well, I mean, I don't know how else to break these things down until you start to get at these visceral connections of like how pathetic this property is at this point. It's like you've taken some piece of garbage screenplay, produced it with the characters that resemble the ones from the original show, and just slapped the Star Trek logo on it. That's it.
And the choice of dialogue, I mean, have you noticed how like they state the obvious all the time now? Like they don't have natural conversations like they do in TNG, whether it's business, well, it's usually business related, or not business related, like task related. But they're speaking like the obvious now. Like it's just, and Picard he's just back to old man Picard, who has no energy whatsoever. Like episode 5 with Ro, he had energy. Like I was like, oh, maybe this is where Picard's going to come back. But then episode 6, he just reverted back. He's like, Geordi, why don't you help us? I'm like,
Geordi, aren't we homies?
And Geordi was going all Jake Skywalker in that episode until, his daughter was telling him, we have to help because they're my family. And then they steal the cloaking. They steal the cloaking device
from the Botany Bay,
from the Klingon, the HMS County.
The only way to save this series is to suddenly have Data and Picard go down the path of a Rowan Z episode where Data becomes a sleeping bed, a robotic sleeping bed for Picard, and they take over the city of Japan.
I've seen Rojan Z. It's good. It's a great movie.
I don't even.
Well,
can't even.
Well, let me ask you this, Brian.
Nice.
When it comes to the Starfleet Ship Museum, and they not only mention the Defiant, but they show the Defiant, which we know in actual Trek canon would be the Sao Paulo that was renamed the Defiant.
Right.
Does it even have a place to be at the museum since it's not the original Defiant, which was destroyed by the Bring?
That's right. There you go.
I mean, it did become Cisco's motherfucking pimp hand part 2, so that alone gives it a place of honor in a museum.
Yeah, but we only saw it in What We Leave Behind.
I don't know. It's very strange. It's all very strange. They're doing the same thing with Mando. It's how many times has characters been standing looking out the windshield, then suddenly we see bolts of energy from firing at the ship, and it's actually bouncing off the shields, and we can hear the concussion, and the ship even rattles, and still they turn around to each other and going, "Yep, they're firing on us." It's like,
they throwing ice cream at us? No, they're not.
So pathetic. And if they toss the Grogu doll in the air again and call it a Jedi, I saw that, guys.
Wait, what? What?
They're just tossing it's like he's doing all these leaps and bounds, but there's no actual articulation of the body. It's quite literally like somebody just yanked a string and he just flew over the
So
kid's
they're
head.
not animating like they did Yoda in
Nothing like that at all.
No,
No,
it's a
he should have
puppet.
like
It's a
landed on the
puppet.
kid's head, tipped the back of his helmet, spun around. I mean, like they should have made it more acrobatic. But even Korg had more movement, in the arena episode of Star Trek. I mean, for crying out loud, you've got all of the world's technology at your disposal, and this is what you give us. And then you save the two creatures that almost killed your youngling. I mean, seriously? And we could see that these are very realistically depicted, but you can't get this miracle character to perform one magic trick for us in a single episode. I just don't get why they're putting in the effort. I just don't get it at all. They're making this pathetic attempt at losing money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not a we'll say review content creator, because my God, I was like, why do you guys even put yourself through this hell? I go, oh yeah, you guys gotta have to for your channel.
I would not have covered this. I would not have what makes me angry is I would not have covered Picard if I didn't hear positive stuff from content creators that I trusted, because I didn't cover season 2. Like I saw season 1. And the season 1 was before I started my channel. And season 2 was last year, and I was like, I'm not covering this. I'll watch other people's stuff. But this time I wanted to cover it because I was excited for it, and I wanted to see if this. I was just curious if this was, going to be as good as people said. And unfortunately, it's just if it's not the Star Trek that I like, that I learned, that I grew to love over the course of several years, then what good is this? I mean, I'm actually gonna finish the show and see what the payoff is.
I mean, Chaos. There's only episode 8, 9, and 10 left for this whole season, so I'm in the same position as Brian. I've already gone all the way through. I might as well finish it out.
Yep, Star Trek failed so hard. I have not watched one single episode of New Trek. At all, not a single episode of Discovery.
You're gonna be bored because they really. I mean, for a 10-episode show, like you want to see a good 10-episode arc, watch the final 10 episodes of Deep Space Nine. That's how you do a 10-episode. That's how you do a 10-episode season. Here and then you have to have the world building. Like they barely do any. They like the first episode should have world building, but no, first episode's always mystery box, this mystery box. So you have no idea what's going on, and they're withholding information. This is a bare bones story. Like
the first season is not supposed to be a commercial for the second season. It's actually supposed to be something. It's actually supposed to be something that the second season builds on, not the other way around. It's not a big commercial.
New Trek does not build on itself whatsoever.
No,
they just they start stories, and if there's anything that's unresolved, they just forget about it. And then they just move on to a totally different story.
Well, what's the deal, man? It's like the whole screenplay is vaping, man. It's got short-term memory. It can't remember everything, man. That's your job.
And then when we do call them out on it, they're going, "Oh, you're just an is, and all this."
Yeah,
it's not for you.
Here's the thing: once you if people do that, then that's where you just say, "Okay, I'm not wasting any fucking excuse my language. I'm not wasting any fucking time talking to you because you're just an idiot." And one thing, I mean, now I know not everyone here is religious, but I'm going to quote the Bible and say, "Don't waste your time arguing with a moron."
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't sweat fools.
Yeah. Don't suffer fools.
That's right.
The Harlan Ellison way.
And with original Star Trek out there and original Next Generation Star Trek out there, for those who are big fans of it, there's plenty of Star Trek out there to enjoy. And if you're not really into Star Trek, then there's Firefly, there's Andromeda, there's Babylon 5. Okay.
My brother is watching Babylon 5 for the first time, and I'm jealous because he's watching it for the first time. I want to watch that show for the first time.
What? Where's Babylon 5? Where can you watch it at?
I gave my brother. I have DVDs, so my brother's watching my DVDs right now. But yeah, they had it on HBO Max, and they updated the visuals, like they upscaled it, but then they took it off, and they never released it on physical media. Like I want to buy that. I'd want to buy that.
So did I.
I haven't seen Babylon 5 in so long. It would really be like watching it over again for me because I don't remember shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I barely remember, but the gigantic arcs, the big brushstrokes, I will never ever forget. ever.
Mass Effect stole a lot from Babylon 5. A lot.
The visualization of the presidential takedown over Jupiter, I will never forget that image because it just rang like a bell in my chest. Because I was raised on all of that JFK stuff and the Nixon stuff and all of this global world conspiracy nonsense. And it was playing out like 1,000 years, 100 years in the future or something. And I'm like, wow, this show is just, that's it. I'm captivated, man. You just totally sold me. I'm yours for life. You know, you've done something nobody else
Michael
is doing.
Straczynski right there, yeah.
There's some brave television. And the aliens, God almighty, the Vorlons alone are just so they're just floating across the ground. What is this spacesuit I'm looking at? Is this an anime turned into live action? Like, this is incredible.
Yeah, I remember them. And I remember the weird alien race whose only distinct feature was really bad hair.
Yeah. Oh, Centauri. Londo.
The Centauri.
Like your whole
he's an Italian. He's like a French Italian.
Yeah, they're supposed to be Napoleonic. Basically. Yeah.
Like your whole shtick is
we're
bad hair.
We're going to die. Yeah, I get to watch you die. Jakar. Jakar is probably my favorite character in Babylon 5, played by Andreas Katsoulis, who played Tomalak in TNG.
That guy's arc from start to finish is absolute magic.
Yes. Like he goes through he freaking loses spoiler, he loses an eye in the season 4.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah.
Which basically makes him Odin to his people. I mean, for crying out loud, you want to talk about the future of the galaxy they're creating in this storyline? He quite literally you're watching a mythological character be born on screen. That's how powerful these characters are. They're myths. It's like And that final episode of the 5th season, I was like, what is this episode? How far into the future are they going to push this? It's, where they're trekking past and they destroy the Earth and bombard it into the 14th century. Just magic. I couldn't believe that episode even happened.
Are you talking about the end of season 4? There was episodes
the end of season 4. Yeah.
Where you go into different eras and see what happened. Yeah, I know it's so.
What years was this out, or was this on air?
Yeah, 94 to 99, I believe.
Yeah, playing up against
and what's funny was Straczynski made this series as early as the early 90s, maybe even the late 80s. So he wanted to do a science fiction, and he collaborated with a lot of people. Harlan Ellison's a big name. And Peter David, who created the Star Trek New Frontier stuff, but he brought his ideas to Paramount, and he had a Bible. He wrote a Bible. He gave them a Bible for months, and then they're like, no, we're not gonna go along with this. And then shortly after, they came out with Deep Space Nine. They came out with Deep Space Nine.
Of a fucking bitch.
I think they stole some of his concepts to create another Star Trek show. But what's funny was Deep Space Nine became its own thing apart from Babylon 5. So it's hard to compare them. I mean, they're both very different, but both very good.
Yeah.
Right.
And they've both had actors who appeared on both shows.
And Star Trek actors. I mean, you had Judson Scott was in an episode. You had who else was in an episode? You had Michael York was in an episode.
Majel Barrett was on Babylon 5.
Majel Barrett was in Babylon 5.
Walter Koenig.
Walter Koenig, Bester. Dude, well, he's better. He's better as Bester than he is as Chekhov.
I had the opportunity to tell.
Damn.
I had the opportunity to tell Koenig to his face that Bester was probably one of the greatest sci-fi villains ever conceived for television. He's right up there with Ming Merciless and Darth Vader. I mean, he's right up there as far as I'm concerned.
Don't forget Ducat, that motherfucker. Woo.
Yeah, Ducat's great too.
Potent,
Marco Limo.
textured, layered villain. I mean, this guy had marital affairs that interfered with his business practices. I mean, his girlfriend was stored by the shadows to become a weapon. I mean, wow, dude, this guy's incredible. What an incredible villain.
Yeah.
And vicious. Everybody was so vicious and serious about their business.
Oh, yeah.
Babylon 5 isn't supposed to be all Federation, happy, sunshine, and rainbows.
No, it's not. It's
More
brutal.
realistic.
It's like the Crusades in space, basically.
Yeah, it is. I guess I'm going to have to sail the 7 seas to watch it again, because now I know why I never finished it, because I went into the Navy in '98. So I was in Japan for the last few seasons of it.
And what's up, Zan Zoltan?
Hello, Zan Zoltan. Good to see you, brother. It's been a while.
Hey, Zan. How's it going, man?
But what was great about Babylon 5 was that the characters were so complex. Like they were three-dimensional. Like you had Dr. Franklin, who had his drug addiction arc, and then you had Garibaldi and his he had a similar
and
sobriety.
He had a wife that had passed on him for a much more wealthy man. Yeah, he had some issues. They had a Mars colony that had a whole political history laid out in the background for us, piece by piece. It was amazing, dude. That show.
Oh yeah. And then of course Londo and Jakar, just great pairing. They're just such a great pairing together. Probably my favorite scene in the entire show is them stuck on the elevator or stuck on the turbo lift. And this was in the middle of season 3, and this was at the point where they were at like the height of their adversarial relationship, because Londo basically had them conquer Narn, which is what Jakar is. And well, Jakar hates his guts. It's like, imagine, having a freedom fighter, Jewish, like an Israeli freedom fighter in the same room as like Goebbels or something, just something like crazy. Well, okay, that's not fair, because I actually like Londo, but it's kind of like, just imagine like two enemies being in very close proximity. And all you hear Jakar do is just laughing at just Londo trying to get out of the elevator. He's just like, why are you laughing? Because I get to watch you die. And that was that. It's so dark. It's
confirmed
so
death. Your body has no escape. There's no way I'm not going to know you're dead.
Yes. It was just such a great scene. Like, it's just like, it never gets old.
And that tension and that relationship and him laughing is practically like from a third of the way into the episode until to the finish line too. It's like they had these great theatrical, juicy moments just residing for the whole episode. They weren't trying to punch and punch and punch like a handful of commercials from MTV or something. But Veer is like a miracle character.
Oh boy, is this great! That Veer.
You just can't believe that this character he works. It's like, wait, are you for real with this character? He's a cartoon character, for crying out loud, but he works and he's compassionate and he has reason and concerns.
And my favorite Veer moment is when Mr. Morden, who is he's the guy that he's like the devil himself he's a messenger of the devil, or in this case the shadows, and asks everybody, what do you want? And Veer's like, I want to see your head on a pike, and then when I see it, I want to wave to it. So that was just, it was so dark and so friggin' century. What's funny is it pays off. It pays off.
As a gift. It's so
and he's
brilliant.
Just like, he's not sure how to feel. Like, it really happens. He's not sure how to, he's like, okay. He's like, I'm not sure how to feel about that. But yeah, it's such a great show. It pays off. It's a shame that they didn't get all the arcs done that they wanted to do, but oh well.
Dude,
like the Psychor, Psychor didn't quite wrap up with Bester and everything, but hey.
Yeah, no, it's like they had plenty of room to breathe, but it was pretty obvious that casting, again, this is why when people ask me, why do you watch anime? Why are you into animation? I'm like, because animation doesn't have casting issues.
No.
Or budgeting issues either.
Well, no, because I don't want to
set issues.
Right. There's no set issues, right? You could just redraw it from existing images, and now with AI and assistance, you could do pretty much more anything you want. But you could just recast the audio guys, and all the characters can stay typed for like 100 years. They could be 14 forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at The Simpsons. Bart's been 10 years old for 40 years.
Yeah, well, how about Spider-Man? Spider-Man in the comic books has been whatever age he's been for as long as the comic books have existence, right?
That's why there's a problem with trying to adapt live action to everything.
Yeah,
like,
well, not only that, but you have the entire political existence of that celebrity now. Well, and you're stuck with it. There's no escape.
Yeah, and like so, like like for instance, the book series I'm currently reading right now is called The Wheel of Time, and it's basically it's a 14 book epic fantasy by Robert Jordan, and it's the 14 books takes place over a course of like a year and a half or 2 years. I don't know. I'm only on book 3 right now, so I'm not as knowledgeable as, like, let's say Prophet of the Dragon or Pips or any of those guys that I do my streams with.
Fan base. I mean,
but
the
like,
fan base to Wheel of Time is insane.
That Amazon show sucks.
Oh my god, that's an understatement. The Wheel of Prime is probably the worst adaptation. It's as Salty Texas C says, it's a non-adaptation. He's absolutely correct. I was watching and reacting to it. There were great moments in that first book that I don't know how they didn't adapt. It's like taking Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, and not including like the Weathertop segment or anything important. like anything really important, especially,
right. Ring, what ring?
Just all the B-roll.
And instead of having action, you'd have a lot of sex. You just have a lot of sex. So Frodo and Sam would be gay. Yeah. And if the Rafe Judkins did Lord of the Rings, Frodo and Sam would definitely be gay, and the Merry and Pippin would definitely be gay. There'd be sex, and then they would cut out like all the action and all the really impactful moments, because they just don't know how to do it. They have zero talent. Like Amazon does not know how to produce shows, and whereas HBO has been doing it for years. So with, like, for instance, Rings of Power versus House of the Dragon, which was the better show? House of the Dragon, despite the fact that Game of Thrones season 8 sucked. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, well,
something it's fine, Brian. It's fine. You don't have to worry about censoring yourself here.
Who had a better story than Brand the Broken? Everyone else.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, that's what got people started in the series. The first episode of Game of Thrones ends with Jaime Lannister, spoiler alert, pushing little 10-year-old Bran out the window to land on his back. It's just like, whoa, what the hell's this?
It's Breaking Bad, Middle Ages style.
Breaking Bad.
I see what you did there.
Speaking of Breaking Bad, I'm wearing my Better Call Saul shirt.
Yeah, that show series. And those creative engineers that are working on that whole franchise. I can't believe they got Better Call Saul. I watched the first couple of seasons. That's about as far as into it as I could get, and I just couldn't believe they were actually pulling it off. I'm like, you're making this spinoff is actually working? Wait, what the hell?
It's good. It's really
everybody's 15 years older. How are you making this work as a prequel?
I know it's funny. It's funny, but it does work. It's just.
They're so
and the thing is, it's also what's funny is it's also a sequel. Like, it's also an epilogue to Breaking Bad. So like the last 4 episodes of season 6 basically cover, what happens after that, what ultimately happens to James McGill or Saul Goodman, and it's bittersweet.
So it's obvious that they can write. This is the part that, like, it's hard to remind people of this. It's like, well, how do you know it's so bad? Maybe it's just you. It's like, no, Breaking Bad. Well, Breaking Bad was about the real world and blah blah blah, and it takes place in reality. It's about really cool stuff. It's not about science fiction or fantasy stuff. Okay, let's see, The Expanse. How about that? And you could just name these other properties that actually did succeed. The House of Dragons, that succeeded as well. It's like, because it was good, because it made sense to the audience. You stacked a bunch of bricks that became a wall, that became a house, that became a barricade. You
got to build. You have to build your story. You have to. You got to set everything up, and you have to. It has to be.
It
has
to have a payoff.
I can't wait for the second season of House of Dragons. Like that cliffhanger ending. Like we're like, everything's gonna happen. We're going to war, basically. Like, that's a great ending to a show. Like, you got me interested on that one.
Yeah. Well, because you're invested in the characters.
I never made it through Breaking Bad.
Yeah, me neither, man.
I watched it in a gigantic binge after my brother and sister-in-law absolutely insisted that I watch it.
Well, I did.
After 4 episodes, I'm like, how could you not stop watching this? It's
How
like
many
meth
seasons are
itself.
there?
6.
5 or 6? Yeah.
I think
Well,
I got
they
through
split 5
season-
into 2 parts, so yeah.
I think I got through 3 of the seasons. It kind of pissed me off because I noticed that every single problem that Walter had to deal with was because of Jesse. Like every single time, I'm like, I would have shot him a season ago in the face.
They originally were going to kill Jesse off, like they were, and then they kept him around
Because he's an enjoyable character to watch. He's an excellent foil for the arrogance.
Well, they now
of
have this
Walter.
new show with Bob Odenkirk called Lucky Hank, and I'm enjoying that a lot. It's about professors, and so I could see this stuff going on in college. It's quite good, and I say it has a lot of potential. There's this other show that PETA hates, Animal Control, that has potential because of Joel McHale.
Joel
And he's
McHale.
leading it. Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. I
And
want
a
to see
good
both.
ensemble, yeah.
And let's not forget about Cobra Kai. Okay, there's
Cobra
tons
Kai.
of love
Yeah.
for Cobra Kai.
Season 6 though needs to go out with a bang.
World
because
Martial
the
Arts
way
Tournament.
season 5 ended, it was like, okay, it looks like you guys wrapped it all up. So who's
no,
going to be
no.
the bad guys? Who are going to be the good guys now? You know, it's,
World Martial Arts
yeah.
Tournament. It's going down.
Yep, that's right.
See,
Dragon
Can't
Ball
wait.
Z style.
It's a shame
We're
because a
going
lot of the shows that I like are coming to an end, and there's not much really filling that gap. Like,
Yeah.
Stranger Things will come back for their final season 2. That's gonna be good.
season 4 was great.
Oh, it was
Stranger Things
awesome.
season 4, like
Hell yeah.
I was not expecting much because season 3. I mean, I liked season
yeah.
3, but season 3 had some issues. But
season 4 came back with the furiousness of just.
It just took everything to the next level.
The Duffer Brothers were like, "Remember us? Remember how we wrote the first season? Like, we still got it."
Yeah.
New characters every season. Boom, we got you, Eddie. You know you like Eddie. Boom.
Yeah,
That's the one thing I was pissed off about.
They're going to need to be very careful with the progression of that series because they've now defeated a major power multiple times. So that's already diminished the villain's intimidation factor. They're going to need to upscale that. And how big can you possibly get now that we've had our faces beaten in Russia? You know, I mean, like, where are you going to go with all of this? These kids are no longer adorable. They're becoming young men and women.
What
and
show?
Stranger Things.
You know, and there's a danger that these were children and now they're becoming actual people that went through the Hollywood system. And are they going to bring the same A game? Is it even going to be the same character anymore? You see where the complications start to come in. It's like, how do you evolve this series? Because you're now stuck with these people because that's what the fans expect. And you're stuck with these villains that you've defeated multiple times. And this power set, which you're going to have to escalate and crawl through the next season as well. Otherwise, it'll become pathetic and repetitious.
Yeah, and I've noticed that with shows is like they don't take it to the next level anymore. Like, you know, that's one thing I love about anime is anime always took villains to the next level. I just look no further than freaking Dragon Ball. You think they're the most powerful? Well, then there's another there's a
Gurren Lagann.
There's even more powerful being out there. And you think that
Gurren Lagann, I'm sorry, but when you
another
have your hero character and the supervillain standing next to each other on top of galaxies, you know you've reached power scale level. It's like you got to be friggin' kidding me with that finish line. It's like, really? And they can see it from the planet too, which is just absolutely magical.
Vegeta and Broly do break through different dimensions when they fight in their movies.
So awesome.
What happens to his brother and the way he just dies is just like, wow. You know, how would you feel? It's crazy.
Yeah, great world building. Great world building.
When Krillin died the first time I saw that, oh my god!
I was like, dude, that sucks.
Yeah. And I thought that time jump whatever the second. Yeah. I was like, uh oh. Did my show just break? Did my show just break? Well, because I was worried that everybody got all cleaned and spick polished and the city was built and they're no longer in danger. I'm like, how are you going to do this? And of course, the rest of the half the story is humans interfering with other humans because I want a more comfortable castle than you have. You know, the usual nonsense.
Yeah,
And then the big bad
nonsense,
shows up and goes, "Oh, I'm going to step on your whole planet."
Well, that's why stuff like I don't understand where they could have another season of something like Rise of the Shield Hero when there was so much good stuff and you felt so bad for this guy. He's supposed to have done these horrible things to this woman, and the king's like, "Oh, we hate the Shield Hero," and then he becomes the good guy. And now in season 2, it's just like, "Oh, well, I'm the
I hated
badass."
season
Like,
2.
Come on, guys, you have nowhere to go with this. Really, I feel a lot of fans don't. I don't know. Maybe they don't feel the same as I do, but yeah, they did actually. I think a lot of people didn't like season 2.
Let's remember that part of sentiment is attached to the repetition of going out on anniversary dates. I mean, to bring it back to food and dating and human existence, the next season is just they're celebrating their honeymoon again. You know, their second wedding anniversary. And then the third season is their third wedding anniversary, including birthdays and Christmas episodes and so on and so forth. And you could stack it on reflections of the previous 2 incarnations of the Christmas episodes and so on and so on and so on. That's the sentiment of it. And you can do that with a regular pedestrian show because life on Earth feels very cyclical. We have seasons and day and night and all that good jazz. But if you're dealing with like cosmic forces that live immortal lives and stuff like that, I'm sorry, no, you got to play this a whole different way, man. Like wipe out all of your main character set and do it midway through the season so you can build up the next character set.
Have in the Rise of the Shield Hero that the character dies or something, and then the woman takes over and so on, and have some, and then how she feels and how angry she is. It's just there's so many ways they could do it, but I didn't write the show, so.
Hey, Mike, I'm gonna have to duck out. I actually have to eat something. So, man, happy
brother.
birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Ryan, like I said in my chat, you know, we love the fact that you're very positive. You're willing to have conversations, and you bring people on, and everybody's having a good time. So I have nothing but respect for you, sir.
Well, thank you, Brian. You've been one of my greatest supporters here on this platform, and you know, without you, the channel wouldn't be where it is.
I don't think that's true, but it's because of how much effort you put into it that's made you what it is. So I've only tried to help whenever I can. So
well, you've been a great help, brother. I do consider you a friend.
Brian, and stay strong with the whole Picard season 3, man. Don't let these big YouTubers change your mind.
It's I've made a point not to watch any of their reviews because well, I mean, I'm gonna probably have to watch the reviews because I'm gonna make a video and I have to respond to all the things that they're saying. So, or maybe there's things that I'm not picking up on, but
Good luck, brother, with that.
So it's just crazy. But I'm gonna probably have a thing where I'm gonna probably have a bunch of people come on and just talk their stuff, and this is probably gonna be for the finale. So
interesting.
But yeah, I do Thursday live watches and I do Friday discussions. So and then after the finale Saturday, drinking. I have a drinking stream.
Where the heck can I watch Babylon 5 now? Because
well, I will be.
I don't know if it's available.
I will be seeing you in a few weeks on Angry Canadians stream Nerdpoil because I'll be on there talking about Mario music with you and somebody else. So.
You know Mario? You play Mario?
Yeah.
No way.
Are you really surprised? Give me a break.
I am. I'm the Mario guy here. All right.
You thought you were.
Yeah, I thought
Take
I was.
care,
yeah.
Brian.
All right. Take care. Good night, guys.
Bye, nerd.
And speaking of stepping out, guys, I'm starting to fade.
Yeah,
so
I figure, dude. I'm about to get pizza right now. So.
Man, you guys in your food talk.
Yeah, I would share it with Steven if he lived closer, because
just Steve. I see how it is. You're such a meanie.
I'd share it with all you guys, actually. Yeah, maybe not Chaos though. I don't know. No, he did that pizza. Just kidding.
We're roll.
But I want to thank everybody who stopped by in the chat, stopped by and listened, stopped by and lurked. Yes, I know we got wild and crazy, but you know what? You only turn 45 once. So you got to have fun. But I want to thank Baron for being here. I want to thank Real Weight Gaming Clips for being here. Whoopa Trooper for being here. Of course, Brian was here. The Nerdporial Lifeform. Apion, thank you for being here. Cash, thank you for being here.
Oh, yeah, man.
TKO, thank you for being here. Steven, thank you for being here. And of course, there was Kathy Skywalker here. Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. Just to name so many who were here. And yes, I have everybody's channels put into the description already. So that's what I was doing in the background. Yes, even after a few shots of whiskey, I've still tried to do my usual thing, making sure I had everybody's channels listed in the description. So please, anyone who watches this later, anyone who's still lurking here now, subscribe to everybody who was on the panel. And I don't want to forget anybody who was in the chat. I mean, I've started everybody, so here we go. I want to thank Bucky's Crafting for being here. Of course, Old Man was on the panel. Thank you, Old Man.
This old man, damn it.
Yeah. Gap After Dark was also on the panel. And of course, Cash Money and the Phantom Hooligans. TKO, I'll give you the link to Phantom Hooligans and you can check out that Streets of Rage stream that we did.
Yeah.
And of course, it was
Go ahead.
it was a pleasure meeting Spartacus from 540 Echo. Great to meet you.
Is this a clip show?
And Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. Of course, Steven, thank you again, brother. And Lorenzo, thank you very much. Whoopa Troopa, thank you very much for being not only in the chat, but on the panel. And of course, my brother from another mother, the Smoking Patriot, thank you for hopping into the chat and onto the panel earlier. And of course, Kathy Skywalker, sorry your internet was being sucky. Hopefully you can get on next time. And
No.
of course, Alan Copeland was here. And of course, Jason, 540 Studios. And of course, I know I said Alan Copeland, but you know, Alan Copeland's been one of the great supporters of the channel. I'd like to highlight him twice. Brandon, the anime guy, thank you, Brandon. Next time I got to get you on the channel for Pop Talk, brother. I know we've been talking about hopping on each other's channel, but we got to do it when we have the time, you know? DJ Ronnie G, thank you for being here and on the panel. Jet Sparks, thank you for being here and on the panel. And of course, he's a logical, pointy-eared, green-blooded Vulcan. But thank you very much, Spock. And thank you so very much for the gift, brother. Really appreciate it. And Cash, thank you for the gift. I did not expect either one of you to give me anything. I didn't expect anyone to give me anything. Just, you know, hop on the panel, have a nice discussion, sit back, relax, and see where the conversation takes us. You know, much like Pop Talk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, Locutus of Borg.
That was great. So who did I confuse when I did my belly up maneuver?
You know, I'm dropping right now. I forgot. I'll probably remember later on tomorrow. Or
Well, call me tomorrow. No, it was great. That was absolutely fantastic. I do like those chime-ins every once in a while. You know, like alert, Borg cube approaching from sector number 52-5.325. You know, everyone alert. Battle stations.
As soon as I saw Locutus in there, I'm think of something quick, Mike.
That was great. Very great. Spontaneous as scripted, almost as if you had like, oh, whoever this is, we're gonna when they show up, we're gonna do this.
I try to do things special for different folks who come here. You know, whether I reference their videos or just make a reference to something they're currently doing, or in Anonymous's case, I just like to annoy him by playing this.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
But he takes it in good stride.
Yeah, I've seen him cry. I've seen him cry in the bathroom a few times. I have.
Wow. Nope.
No, actually, I hit him on Twitter once. I was like, because you guys had done it, and you had done it like 5 times on the panel that I was on with you, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this I guess is acceptable, right? I mean, he seems pretty cool about it, and I hit him with it on Twitter, and he's like, oh man, et tu, Brutus, et tu. And I was like,
damn it, that's stuck in my head.
That's friggin' fantastic.
No, it's not. It's the exact opposite of fantastic.
What? That's stuck in your head?
Yes.
There could be worse things. There could be worse things.
Don't you dare.
Yeah, I know a writer that lives in
Alamarine,
Florida.
count to 4. Alamarine, then 3 more. Alamarine, if you can see Alamarine, you'll come with me.
That fucking stupid ass song.
Move along home. One of my least favorite DS9 episodes.
That is my least favorite DS9 episode.
But I also want to thank Angry Canadian. Well, I thought they were all so nice.
They are. Until you take away their maple syrup, then they get real pissed.
That's right.
I also want to thank the rich kaiju himself, Godzillionaire. Apion, thank you for being here, brother. Phil McCracken, thank you. But he hates everybody.
Was that really him? Or was that just
Release
Baron?
the McCracken.
No, it was actually Phil.
The real McCoy?
The real McCoy.
But hate leads to anger. Anger leads to fear. Fear leads to depression. Depression leads to Third and Montgomery.
Depression leads to
take a
apple
left.
cider whiskey.
Sand is coarse and it gets everywhere.
Oh God.
Oh my God. Sand really does get everywhere. It seems like every single set was supposed to be something else, but the sand is everywhere.
I killed them like animals. Slaughtered them.
Even the children.
Women and the children.
And she's still like, yes, I want to have your babies, Anakin.
Yep.
Right.
Dude. So mishandled.
Far away. Modern women. It's like is that today? Is that modern women? Because I heard some crazy shit like this on TikTok.
But I also want to thank Brian the Nerdporial Lifeform, and of course Zan Zoltan. Thank you very much. Good to see you, brother. And of course Kitty Bear. Thank you all so very much. Remember to
mechanic. Did you hit him?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm not gonna forget the 2 Canadians.
That's right.
They're gonna tell me to take off, eh? Oh, that was a fun watch party watching Strange Brew.
That's funny.
But thank you all so very much. Yes, I will be back at 3 p.m. Eastern time for Pacific 414 Pop Talk. It's not going to be a very long edition, but it'll be there. It'll be there. I promise. And if I'm not there at 3, somebody please wake me up. But thank you all so very much. Make sure to sub to everybody who is here on the panel, everybody who is in the chat who has a channel. Give them a sub. I know they would greatly appreciate it. And until next time, remember, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. Take care, one and all.